Oh shit, 4 people in the building already. So, Lewis, what's going on, man? How the fuck y'all doing? How the fuck y'all doing? I am so sorry to keep y'all waiting, man. My sincere apologies. My God, I'm just all out of sorts today, boys. But you know what? I am really excited for this stream. As you may or may not have seen the title of this stream, we're going to have a little fun today, boys. It's MMA versus boxing. We're going to talk a little MMA versus boxing. So I hope y'all are ready to have a little fun today. As always, don't take me too seriously. I'm not to be taken too seriously. Because at the end of the day, I'm not an expert in fucking anything. I'm pretty fucking amateur in most things. There's only a couple things that I really know how to do well. And, it's not fucking MMA or boxing, really. So, yeah, man. We're going to talk about it, though. We're going to talk about the 4 names that you see in the description that are hashtagged. Jake Paul, Ben Askren, Tyron Woodley, Jay Leon Love. Talk about those 4 names a little bit. Talk about the overall debate, MMA versus boxing. I'll give you my thoughts. I'm going to rant for a little while, and then I'll open up the panel. And we'll see how it goes, man. I will probably talk more about the card, the UFC card, on Wednesday. Might get to it a little bit, but this one I kind of just want to talk about what happened this weekend. We can talk a little. I do need to eat some crow. I have to answer for some of my dog shit picks. But then I want to talk about what happened in the quote unquote boxing match that took place, and want to give you my thoughts on it. And yeah, but I want to have a little fun today. Like I said, I will open up the panel here in a little while, and we'll talk about it, boys. So I hope y'all are having a good one, boys and girls. If there's any ladies joining, salute to you all, and I hope you're having a good Monday. It is Monday afternoon, Monday evening, rather, on the Eastern Seaboard. It's just after 6, about 6:15. I want to start the stream earlier, so I apologize to anyone that's been waiting. Punctuality has never been my strong suit, but I'm pretty open about that. So, see what we got going on here in the chat real quick. We got right here. Nikki, what's up, dude? Boss and Nick in the building. Mr. Fatfist on Twitter. What's up, dude? Cage My IQ on Twitter and YouTube. You can find Boston Nick at Pub Sports Radio. Shout out to PSR. What's up, dude? What's up, Strummer? Rogue Strummer is a competitor in Season 3 of Mr. Arkansas's Mecca. Shout out to Mr. Arkansas. He's still alive. Alive and kicking and picking. He ain't alive and kicking. He's alive and picking, boys. What's up, dude? What's up, Jimmy? I got contributions on that topic. Oh, word B. Said, geez, Jimmy. Sup, dudes? Sup, dudes? Yeah, I got some of the usual suspects in here. Yes, sir. What's up, Tommy? I see you, bro. Sup, dude? Calling you Zippy. Zippy Longstocking. I haven't yet. Soon. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. Zippy is a dog name, and it is a dog name, dude. What's up, General? General in the building. General's still alive and kicking. General's still alive and kicking, man. The season, speaking of the Mecca, there's your Season 2 winner right there, boys. If you don't know what I'm talking about, if the Mecca is like Greek to you, if it sounds like Greek to your ears, subscribe to Mr. Arkansas and check out some of the videos related to the Mecca, and you will soon learn of which, the things of which, who, what, when, which, forth, whom I speak. But yeah, I hope y'all are having a good one, man. Ziggy. Ziggy is a fucking ridiculous name, dude. I knew. Oh man, yeah. Ziggy. Ziggy. Jimmy says Ziggy for Ziggy Marley. So I got a Ridgeback named Rocco, bro. I got a Ridgeback named Rocco, bro. That's my terrible Boston Nick impersonation, man. I can't do it, man. I can't do the voices like Ark. I can only do a couple, man. I can only do a couple good voices, but Mr. Arkansas is he's the king of impersonations on YouTube. Yep. Well, boys, let's talk about. Well, fuck, man. I'm gonna go through this card really quickly with the UFC card. I did terrible in my picks, man. I went 5-5. They're up on Twitter, man. I pinned it to my profile. Just embarrassing, man. Just embarrassing. And yeah, but I need to be held accountable for each and every one of them. So let me briefly go through that. I'll eat the crow. There were a couple places where I feel like I got fucking bone coned, where I feel like I got straight up fucking screwed in the bum hole, and it wasn't too much fun. I didn't like it. It sucked, and like there was one that I felt like I kind of got away with, but then there were a couple where I man, I got hey, everybody that fucking bet on the person that I picked, they got fucking screwed right along with me. So I want to talk about that. I got to answer for well, there were a couple. There was one or two where it was just like, nah, sense that was just a bad fucking read, and I definitely need to answer for it. And I want to give credit where it's due to all the winners as well. That's a big part of it too. It's not just about me taking accountability for my my shit ass picks. It's about giving credit to the winners, and also learning the lesson, keeping an eye on them. Whether I think that the winner is a future fade or a future, someone to just, I don't know what the opposite of that would be in gamblers' terms, because I'm not really a gambler, but there are some gamblers, some professional gamblers in the chat that I'm sure can bring some light to that. But you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So Ziggy Stardust, you mean like the David Bowie album? Is that what you're talking about? I'm not a David. I like some David Bowie songs. I do like some David Bowie songs, but I'm not really like a fan. Like I couldn't tell you about the motherfucker's like life or anything. Like I don't know about David Bowie history or anything like that. Like I know that he had some good songs, really good songs, and then he like did the Ziggy Stardust thing. Like he took on like a new persona or whatever, like reinvented himself, and then put out some more albums, and then and he just died recently. And I mean he was a cool dude. David Bowie's definitely cool. He was one of those guys that's like universally like respected among rock music, rockers and whatnot. He said, I bet I can do a fucking Nick's accent, bro. He said, I bet I can fuck up the Nick's accent, bro. That's my bias of my fucking Bobby Bottle Service accent, bro. My fucking Robert Bruges accent, bro. That's very much my fucking Bobby Bottle Service accent. What's up, Owen? What's up, dude? How you doing, man? Shout out to everyone that's joining me from the other side of the pond, from anywhere you are listening in the world. Shout out and salute to you. I hope you're doing well, whatever time it is, morning, noon, night. Like I said, it's evening here on the eastern seaboard of these United States. And let's get into it though, boys. Let's get into it. There's 5 people in the building, and enough of me just fucking bullshitting about nothing. There's time for that. Let's talk about this topic. So let me first, jumping around like a motherfucker. What's new? Okay. Whitaker versus Gastelum. Oh, check out, first of all, shout out to New Jersey MMA Insight OG fan. Like I said, I did make a video. Check that out. It might be the only video I made for this channel. It's a very, very short video, but I made that in honor of New Jersey because I needed to eat crow because I lost a bet. And I promised as part of the bet that I would not only pay up, but that I would make a video in which I eat crow in my own little way. And yeah, it's a short video. It's less than 30 seconds. But yeah, so that's up there. If you want to check that out, I just want to throw it out there real quick. But yeah, I went 5-5. It fucking sucked. I did terrible. I'm going to go through this real quick. And I know I say that and you guys are fucking laughing like, yeah, right. You fucking windbag. But nah, man, for real. All right, here we go. Yeah, man. Hey, dude. Hey, man. How about opening this motherfucker with the old Virginia homie, Tony Gravely, knocking Anthony Burchak the fuck out. I had a feeling that Tony Gravely would smoke this dude. I didn't think it would be like that, but yeah, what's up, baby? 2 up, 2 down. Shout out to the old Virginia boy doing his thing. That's what's up, man. That was real tight. I like that a whole lot, dude. I like seeing that a whole lot. So shout out to Gravely. He got hands as well as wrestling. And yeah, man, keep your eye on him, man. Keep your eye on him in a division that is hot right now, boys. He is starting to throw his name into the hat of prospects to keep your eye on, if you know what I'm saying. Oh, hey, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Tommy Egan. I sincerely do, man. And that's what I'm doing this for, man. Because I know there's other people that want to talk about this shit just like me. And yeah, we'll talk about some real shit. I actually, Ariel Helwani, he's something. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's very silly, but yeah. Where was I? So yeah, this UFC card, goddamn. Yeah, Gravely gets it done, knocks Burchak out. Austin Hubbard gets it done, thought he would, takes care of Dakota Harry Bush. Austin Hubbard is the hype job killer, man. He is the hype job debutante killer. If you got a fucking fighter, regional pro fighter that you think is really fucking good, and you think he's something and he hasn't really been tested and he's overhyped, put him up against Austin Hubbard and see what the fuck happens. Put him up against Austin Thud Hubbard and see what the fuck happens. Because yeah, man, he can. Austin Hubbard takes a licking and keeps on ticking. So yeah, man, good performance again from Hubbard. You can't I want to see Austin Hubbard against. I mean, we've kind of real quick. Austin Hubbard's 29, so he's still technically in his 20s. But he's never been knocked out. He's been submitted twice, but he's not losing to shitty fighters, man. He is a win one, lose one fighter. He's literally 3-3 in the UFC, but he's lost to Davi Ramos, Mark Madsen, and Joe Solecki. He got out-wrestled by Mark Madsen. That'll happen to you in a world. And Joe Solecki, he have a very good jiu-jitsu. Joe Solecki is a good fucking fighter. So it's real. I really want to see Hubbard string a couple wins together. I really do, man. He does have obviously some holes in his game. He can be out grappled, but if he works on that, man, he has a good chin. Austin Hubbard has a fucking good chin. I mean, I know he hasn't fought any crazy, ridiculously powerful strikers, but you can crack Austin Hubbard and he'll just fucking eat it and be like, "What's up, dude?" So, yeah, good win for Hubbard. If you got a jobber and you want to see what's up in the UFC, throw Austin Hubbard, man, see what happens. But yeah, man, good win for Hubbard. I was off to a good start and I won the next one as well. Hey, dude, I called this one too. I wasn't the only one, but I called this one. I did call this one. I said Gerald Meerschaert by submission, and by God, that's what he fucking did. Shout out to GM3. He got the job done. Check out his video on Instagram or something. I don't have the IG anymore, but I think it's on Instagram of him playing the saxophone, and it's real tight, man. I know he was feeling good after that one, and I was feeling real good for picking Gerald Meerschaert. It was an underdog pick. Shout out and salute to everyone that picked Gerald Meerschaert along with me, and I hope that those of you that bet on him cashed your little heinies off. So, yeah, man, shout out to y'all, everyone that was on Gerald Meerschaert like myself. Yeah, we saw that one coming. Good pick. And yeah, then things started to get a little rocky. Now look, dude, Lupita Godinez got straight up robbed. Jessica Penne did not win that fucking fight. And I don't want to steer too far off track because I mean, I have enough problems with that anyway. But dude, that was just one of those fights where I look at that and I'm like, man, do you really, it just makes me like, is this motherfucker corrupt? Like, is this straight up it's just this is just, you're pushing a narrative, man. Jessica Penne is a name. She hasn't been around for a while. She's fought all these other bigger names. She hasn't had a fight in a while. It just felt like it was a keep Jessica Penne. Unless she gets blown out of the water, we're gonna give her the split because she didn't really do fucking shit. she wasn't really tight on any of the submissions. She was just hanging there, and she was getting literally thrown around by Loopy. She was literally getting tossed the fuck around. She was fucking Batista bombing her, dude. She was literally tossing that bitch around. So yeah, Lupita Godinez got robbed. She was piecing Penne up. That was bullshit, man. Like that was a fucking robbery, and that was just one of those. You have these old boxing fucking like Vegas mob judges probably working with the bookies, and it's like they just get the fucking marching orders like, hey, unless this bitch gets blown out of the water, make sure she gets it done. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't tell me that doesn't happen, man. With as little as those motherfuckers get paid, there's it's definitely in the realm of possibility. And that's just one of those where it's like no one's that incompetent. I'm probably off base, and it's probably just them being stupid, but I just have a hard time believing that people are that fucking stupid, because everyone knows what they saw in that fight. They saw Jessica Penne get edged out. It wasn't like Lupita Godinez like 10-8'd her in every round, but she clearly won that fight, man. Everyone knows what they saw. They saw Lupita Godinez win that fight, and Jessica Penne, she just has a garbage skill set, man. She's like, she's tall for that division, and she can do those get in those weird little grappling positions, and she's one of those like submission before positions. So all of a sudden just like you know what I'm saying? But she's really just like, she's just a sneaky little grappler. She's not really like that great of a fighter. She's kind of like the older generation, and it's just really annoying that they keep these motherfuckers around. That's why I just hope that that's why I know I sound like a salty old bitch, but I just really hope that these motherfuckers are getting knocked out. Like all these old fucking dogs. Like, I just want to see the new generation thrive and flourish at the expense of the older generation, because I'm just sick of looking at them. I'm sick of it. So yeah, she got robbed. Fuck that. Jessica Penne is not a very good fighter. She is an antiquated notion. Fuck her. Now this one I kind of felt like maybe if you pick Juan Espino, I think you kind of got screwed. I'll say that right now. If you pick Juan Espino, you kind of got screwed. Because, and I think, for the record, I think it's stupid that you have to go to the partial scorecard. Who fucking cares how long the fight's been going on? If it was accidental, if it affected the fight, and it has to be stopped, it's a fucking no contest. It's a no contest. Why is it? Well, we decided that, if it's past 2.5 rounds, let's just fucking go to a partial scorecard. Like, man, a minute had gone by in that round. I don't think that's fair at all. I think that's fucking stupid. But if that's how you're going to do it, if you are going to say, them's the rules, those are the breaks, I don't really see any way that you could possibly score it for Romanov. I really don't, man. I thought Juan Espino won the first round. I thought Romanov clearly won the second, and Espino was winning the third. He was winning the third until the action got stopped because of the knee. Now, we can speculate on whether Romanov was exaggerating the knee. It's hard to say. I will leave that up to the chat. I will leave that up to the people of the world. But what I will say is this. If that is in fact how those are the rules, if it is in fact, you've passed a certain point, we have to go to a partial scorecard. If you have to do that, then yeah, there's no way that Romanov won that fight. And again, it's just, he's a popular guy. He's from Moldova? Like, it's a global, you have to think about those things, man. UFC is a private company. They are not responsible to shareholders. They can do whatever the fuck they want to. You know what I'm saying? If you catch my drift. Ja feel? So, yeah, like, you have to, sometimes the narratives, and like, look, I have a healthy suspicion. I am not Mr. Conspiracy Theory. There's only a couple that I really subscribe to. But man, it's crooked. It's just like, there's no way Romanov won that fight. So either they're the dumbest motherfuckers on earth, which I have a hard time believing anyone's that stupid, or it's fucking dirty pool. So that's just kind of how I feel about that. There's no way Romanov won that. If you're gonna, and I do think the rule's fucking stupid. I think that is just as if play this game. Let's say Romanov is really hurt. Let's say, I mean, because Juan Espino, let's be fair, he's a big boy, he's a heavyweight. Need him right in the fucking gonads, right in the fucking, right in the fucking pills, right in the fucking dads, right in the daddios. Let's say that was real steel and he couldn't continue. That should be a no contest. He didn't do it on purpose. It stopped the action. He couldn't straighten his leg. I'm going to give Romanov the benefit of the doubt, but why would you not make that a no contest? He didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't like he was just like, ha, let's see. He was winning the fight. If the fight kept going, Espino was going to win. So you think you need him to get out of it? A fight that he was winning? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And Romanov, like, you know, if you want to say, well, Romanov knew he was going to lose. Well, I mean, he won though. So like that, I don't think he was faking it. I don't know, but I don't think he was faking it. I mean, Juan Espino is a big dude. I've seen shots that looked worse or less bad than that stop fights. So I don't know, man. It's just weird outcome. I don't see how, if that is the scoring criterion, if that is in fact how they score that fight, which I think is dumb as fuck, but if that's how they do it, there's no way Romanov won that fight. So I thought that was really weird. And again, it just like, I can't find any other explanation other than they're pushing the narrative of this popular, super popular heavyweight. Where is he from? He's either, I'm gonna fuck this up. It's either Moldova or Romania. Let me look that up. Alexander Romanov. Moldova. It is Moldova. He is Moldovan. So yeah, I think, yeah, that's kind of what I think. I think it's just kind of fucking, that was just kind of crazy. That was a stitch up there. That was a bit of a stitch up there. Because it's like, okay, who's really got more of an upside? Fucking 40-year-old Juan Espino or Alexander Romanov. So yeah, in that kind of situation, like, you know what I'm saying? Like that wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't fucking know. I'm just speculating here, boys. What the fuck do I know, man? I'm a fucking shiftless layabout. You know what I'm saying? I'm just talking shit here. But that's the prelims. So I did okay on the prelims. I went 4-1. Like I said, I felt like I got robbed on one and kind of got gifted another. So it balanced out a little bit. But I started out the main card not good. Luis Pena beats Alex Munoz. I kind of thought Munoz got robbed a little bit too, boys. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'd rather quit you than shit you. And I kind of thought Munoz got robbed. I'd like to know what y'all think. Got 7 people in the building. Shout out to you. I hope y'all are doing good. But yeah, I thought Munoz got robbed a little bit. It was sort of kind of close, but I thought he was doing. I have to go back and watch it. I remember, I think, giving Munoz the first 2 rounds and giving Pena the third is how I had it. That's how I had it. I have to go back and rewatch it, though. I think I gave Munoz the first 2 rounds and gave Pena the third. So I thought the loopy one was worse because Pena was starting to come on at one point. He was starting to tire out and hurt Munoz, but Munoz hurt him in the first, I think it was the first round, hurt him bad. Maybe in the second round too. But the whole like him rolling, I hate when they do that. That pisses me off so fucking bad. Oh, he's rolling with that. He's still getting fucking punched. Yeah, it's not, it makes it not a knockout punch, but it's still landing and it's still backing him the fuck up. He's still retreating. So that really pisses me off. And it's like, oh, well, that doesn't count because he rolled with it and it didn't knock him out. I can't stand that shit, man. No, sorry, motherfuckers. That still scores. That still lands. That still scores. So that's how I had it. I think I gave Munoz 1 and 2, and I gave 3 to Pena. But, dude, how are you going to, Jackie boy, I see you. I see Northern England's finest. What's up, No? I see you too, bro. Yeah, he got robbed. He got robbed, man. He overall, he did more damage. How are you going to, dude, see, and it pisses me off that Payne is from Little Rock because he's so fucking corny, man. Like he thinks he's such this fucking badass, and he's like, bro, you're like, he's just pedestrian as fuck, man. He's like a poor man's Alex Caceres. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Is that a fair analogy? Am I just totally off base with that? I think like he's a poor man's Alex Caceres. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a less humble, like less chill Caceres. He's a more cringy version of Bruce Leroy, in my opinion. How are you gonna fucking be raising your hands like you're fucking bow Rocky Balboa, and you know what I'm saying? You had to dig deep to beat fucking Alex Munoz, and it's like his second fight. You know what I'm saying? That was corny as fuck to me, man. There he is. What you say, Bobo? What's going on, man? How you doing? Hope everything is good on the West Coast. Shout out to the land of milk and honey, where things are tight and things flourish, particularly in the Pacific Northwest and Northern California. But yeah, shout out to SoCal as well. I hear things are tight down there as well. I know that California has its problems, but shout out to the West Coast, man. I can tell you that Maryland has its problems as well. I can tell you that for certain, boys. There's problems everywhere you go, man, but there's cool shit too, man. So shout out to the West Coast. Shout out to the whole United States. Shout out to the whole world, by God. Shout out to the whole by God world, by God. But where were we? Yeah, so I don't know, man. I thought Munoz got robbed. I thought he won that fight, but it is what it is, man. What are you gonna fucking do? But yeah, Luis Pena and his whole like talking to fucking Holland. I'll teach you some longbow wrestling. You can teach nobody shit. You ain't gonna teach nobody nothing. God, he's cringy, man. He's cringy as fuck, dude. But yeah, Tracy Cortez, I'm going to be honest with you. I thought she won the fight, but I was a little concerned at points because I got to give Justine Kish some credit because it's not just Tracy Cortez being disappointing. It's Justine Kish really fighting her ass off and really coming to win that fight, fighting to win that fight. Not just showing up. She was in that fight to win it. She's so awkward, and like Justine Kish is like someone that looks like she is complete dog shit, and all of a sudden she like puts a decent combo together. It's like, oh, like your punching is way better than your stance and your setup and your like your entries into your combos. Like when she actually starts throwing, it's like, oh, that was that was a nice little 1-2, or like that was a nice fucking like check hook. Like, oh shit, like. But it's like she looked when she's just in space. She's like she has her hands up like it's like she's never done it before. It's really weird. It's very strange to watch her fight. But she is a decent fighter. She is a tough, gritty. She is another one that's kind of like win one lose one, kind of like Austin Hubbard. But Cortez looked good, but she's working on her defense, man. She was getting criggity cracked by Justine Kish, and I was like, man. If Cortez gets like knocked out, it's just going to be like Amanda Hebus all over again. Just like one of these fighters, one of these little fucking cutie pies that I simp for. There aren't many of them, but Cortez is definitely one of them. You know, I'm like, I pick and choose. I don't have too many female fighters that I simp for, but Cortez is definitely one of them, boys. Yeah. And then I was like, if she gets knocked out, I'm just going to fucking cry. I'm going to laugh and cry and hurl. But it didn't happen. She weathered the storm. She used her grappling to her advantage, and she won the fight. But yeah, she does have vicious ground and pound. Tracy Cortez has vicious ground and pound. There's no R in vicious, but that's how vicious it is. Yeah, when she'll smash your face into the crust of the earth if you're a female fighter and you're fighting her in the octagon. So that is something to keep in mind, to look out for. But yeah, overall, man, I was not that impressed. I'll say that. It wasn't like I was really disappointed, but I was expecting. I guess my expectations were a little too high for Tracy Cortez because I am such a fucking shameless simp of hers. I was expecting a little bit more. I was expecting her to kind of wash Justine Kish. And I guess that's kind of being disrespectful both to Keish and kind of just, overlooking a couple things. But it was good experience for her. Keish is a tough veteran. So good job, Tracy Cortez. She got it done. But I was a little bit worried. Shout out to the 10 people in the building, man. I love seeing those double digits. Shout out to y'all. Oh crap. She needs to work on it. She needs to work on them hands. She needs to work on them hands. Yeah. What was Nick saying? Already hated O'Malley after seeing him party with Jake Paul. Proves he's a complete tool. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about Jake Paul. I'm gonna talk about fucking Jake Paul. We're definitely gonna get to that. We're definitely gonna get to that, boys. I just got to eat this crow real quick. Loopy got robbed. Robbed with a capital R-O, however many B's that is, E-D, like Drunky said, like old Jay said. She got robbed. That was a daylight robbery, boys. That was a stagecoach fucking, what is his name? What's Owen Wilson's character's name in Shanghai Noon? That's what happened. Got robbed. Got robbed by Owen Wilson and his gang. Is it Roy O'Bannon? Is that what it is? Is it O'Bannon? Roy O'Bannon, Roy O'Banion, and some shit like that. But yeah, not sure it was a 10-8 though. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, I gave Keish the third. Yeah, it was. I was sweating. I was really sweating. I was like, God damn, this is gonna be another one. And if I had lost that one, I would have gone 4-6. So here we go again. Man, what is up? Okay, well, I want to ask. There's 10 people in the chat, and shout out to y'all. That's awesome. I love seeing the double digits, man. It's all because of you guys. But let me know, fellas and ladies, if there's any ladies in the building. What is it with Al Hassan? Is he done? Was Malkoun just better than I was giving him credit for, or other people that faded him? Is he just better than we were giving him credit for? Is it like, what is it, man? Because if you'd have told me 2 years ago that this was the fight, Al Hassan versus a guy that's had one fight in which he got knocked out, like, fuck, dude. There's no way I would have picked Malkoun, but Al Hassan, like, he got out wrestled like a motherfucker, dude. And hey, maybe it's this. The other thing I'm thinking is this. He's really not that great of a striker, dude. He has power, but he is sloppy as fuck. He doesn't set anything up. He can't even spell the word jab. So it's really, and if you look at his knockouts, it's against people like Sabah Hamasi and Nico Price. Guys that are just wild and reckless themselves. I mean, look, Sabah Hamasi is still being wild and reckless. He was winning against Paul Daly, got reckless as fuck. I mean, in fairness, that fight should have been stopped, but he got reckless as fuck, and then Daly chinned him. So, yeah, like against guys like that'll just stand there in a phone booth with you and just play Rock'em Sock'em Robots. If you got that kind of power, yeah, but his technique and his striking is like his setup he doesn't have any. He literally just like, whop, he slings these fucking haymakers from all kinds of angles, and they're really bad ones too. And I guess that he catches people off guard because of that, because it's not from a conventional setup. But I don't know, man. He's kind of like a one-trick pony, and I think people are starting to figure him out. Like, the dude's kind of just a wild, like, brawler. Like, if you can contain him, if you can take him down, like, there's like a formula now to beat that dude. That's kind of what I mean, Lizez kind of out-grappled him too. And yeah, dude, I don't know, man. He's not a spring chicken either. He's not like old, but because that division is so fucking old overall. But 35, man, I don't know, dude. Is it Bellator time? Is it Bellator time for Razak Al Hassan? I don't know, man. Y'all tell me. Nikki says he got him at good odds. Tommy is laughing. Al Hassan didn't want to fight. Jackie says Al Hassan didn't want to fight a striker because he got starched, but the alternative to a striker is a grappler, to which he never really fared well against. That is a good point, Jackie boy. Jack is so proud of himself on that Malkoun pick, as he should be. Yeah, take a victory lap. Take a victory lap, Jack. Take a victory lap through the woods and blast some ICP and yeah, pats Jack on his back. Yeah, I'll give Jack an old pat. I'll give Jack a pat on the back too. Hey, I'm the same way, man. I'm the same way. When I get a pick right and I say I told you so, God damn it, I'm gonna say I told you so. There's no point otherwise. I'm gonna get on here and take accountability for my shit ass picks. I'm doing it right now. I went 5-5. I fucking sucked this past weekend, but with the ones I did get right, and when I do have a good week, I'm gonna let you know I do. So yeah. Let's see. Here we go. Alsan needs to go, says Noah. Drunky says bare knuckle. No grappling. 0. None. Nathan. Nothing. Nathan. Nada. Zip. Unless you want to work 40 hours a week. But nah, for real, man. He doesn't, like he said, he has nothing. He got nothing, man. In a grappling? Nah, dude. It's over 4. It's over 4, dude. I think so, man. I think it might, dude. You know the fight I just thought of that would be real tight? What do you think about this? I'm going to type in the chat. What do y'all think about this? Tell me what y'all think about this. What do you think about this matchup? God damn it. I'm literally typing and the cursor is just in the middle of the page, like the web page, just literally just like in the middle of space, and I'm just typing like things are actually going to go down. Jesus Christ. Okay. What do y'all think about this matchup? This matchup, loser goes to bare knuckle. That matchup right there, loser goes to bare knuckle. What's up here? Yeah, Hamasi is a jobber. He's a jobber. Like he's a veteran, but he's a veteran jobber. He is a fucking jabroni. But yeah, I think Alazan Perry would be an appropriate one. They're both kind of knuckleheads. Rogue Starber says, fuck that, I don't even want to see his face again. Alazan missed weight last couple times. Perry's been shrinking every fight, it seems. And hey, man, people can say whatever they want, but Mike Perry, dude, Mike Perry is always bang on weight. He is really turning into like a masterclass troll, dude. Mike Perry, I really hope he stays around. I know he doesn't really deserve to, but there's a lot of people that don't deserve to stay around. Dude, Sam Alvey is still in the UFC. Like, who else is still around? It's just like, what are you doing here? So yeah, Mike Perry, you know, he's funny, dude. He's really fucking funny. And I'm gonna talk about Mike Perry too, because he sparred Jake Paul and put a little of the footage out and talked about it a little bit. I want to touch on that here in a minute. But I'm going to get through this card, and then I want to give my thoughts on Ben Askren and Jake Paul, and then yeah, I want to open up the panel if anybody's interested in just talking about MMA versus boxing, and I want to just make a couple things clear before we start that. But yeah, so that was I had to eat crow there. Congrats to Malkoon, and congrats again to not again, but congrats to this next guy. Andre Arlovsky defeated Chase Sherman by unanimous decision. Should have seen this coming. Sherman had a couple opportunities where he hurt Arlovsky, but you know, I got to give him credit, motherfucker. Like, grizzled old bastard. Like, he just won't fucking go away. He won't go away, Jack. He fucking won't go away. Fuck, dude. Fucking grizzled old bastard. Fuck, man. Yeah, credit to Arlovsky, dude. Gotta eat the crow. Gotta eat the fucking crow, dude. I said I was 51-49 on Sherman. He's a Bobo. Bobo is Bobo does. He just fucking plodded forward and got tuned up by Arlovsky, who just stayed on the outside and did his thing, stuck and moved, and outboxed him. We're gonna talk about boxing in a second, but yeah, he used boxing to win that fight. Used a jab. So then we have, like I said, I lost a bet in the main event. Robert Whittaker defeated Kelvin Gastelum. I thought it was a really, really good performance by Robert Whittaker. I've heard some calling it a masterclass and some pushing back on that. I'm not going to push back on it too much. I wouldn't really call it a masterclass, but I'm not like offended by that suggestion. I'll put it like that. I'm not offended by the suggestion that was a masterclass performance. Masterclass to me probably would have entailed him dropping Kelvin. Weidman dropped Kelvin, Jacare dropped him, Izzy dropped him several times. And Kelvin is tough. Kelvin is really tough. His chin is made of fucking granite, man. But masterclass, almost. It was bordering on that because there were times that he really did make Kelvin look stupid. He really did. Whittaker, I was very impressed by Whittaker. I gotta say that. I gotta eat crow, and I'll happily do it because he's impressing me, man. He's showing that. And this is what it was. I knew that he was going to lose to Adesanya. I fucking knew, and I predicted that. I called that Adesanya was going to knock him out. And ever since then, I faded him. I said, that's it. He's done. I'd seen him knocked out by Wonder Boy. I heard people make excuses for that. Beaten by Court McGee. People make excuses for that. I saw, Brunson, hurt him a little bit. People make excuses for that. Whatever. Robert Whittaker is a top elite middleweight. He was champion for a reason. He's more durable than I thought he was. His chin isn't completely done like I thought. He just can't take too many big shots. But I think what he's done is he has fought much, much smarter. He used to be a really, really, really aggressive fighter. Robert Whittaker was an incredibly aggressive fighter. I think he has tempered that a little bit to where he's picking his spots to be aggressive more. He's picking his spots to blitz instead of just a constant hair trigger, finger always on the trigger is what I mean to say. Instead of his finger just always being on the trigger, he's picking his spots and he's shooting in bursts and he's hitting the targets. That's the best way I can put it. He's not just constantly just finger on the trigger. It's he's shooting in bursts, he's hitting his targets, and he's being accurate. And there were times, man, that he made Kelvin look really stupid. But masterclass, maybe a little bit of a stretch, but a very impressive win. Really good win for Whittaker. Gotta eat crow there. Damn it, he looked good. Kelvin, I don't know where Kelvin goes from here. The record is bad. The numbers are bad. But it's you have to put that into context too. He ain't losing to no scrubs. You put Kelvin Gas, but this is what I think. I think my mouth is really dry. That's what I think, first of all. Oh, shit. Yeah, Whittaker would probably style on Arlovsky. Andre, I'm telling you, man, that's the thing with Arlovsky. He's hanging around and he's taking care of these guys these second chancers, these unproven prospect dudes. But he knows what happens when he gets towards the top. Andre Arlovsky knows exactly what will happen to him if he flies too close to the sun. And it will be the last time he ever does it. I'm telling you, just the way he was talking, he was saying something I think he's, I don't know, man. That's why it's there's a part of me that's dude, you're fucking delusional. He was talking about fighting for a couple more years. Dude, you're 42 and you're you're struggling spots against fucking Chase Sherman. You know what I'm saying? Nah, dude, it's coming. It happens to every fighter. If you hang around long enough, it's a young man's game. Dude, Chase Sherman is a second chancer. He is a plotting, like I said, he's a knucklehead Bobo. He's just gonna come forward and he's gonna throw them. He's gonna throw them all haymakers. And dude, like Andre had to eat some of them. Like against a better fighter than that, he's just gonna get his clock cleaned. He can't like his ceiling is set, man. So there's only like a certain. But if he keeps winning, like dude, you can't just like hang around and fight these little bullshit fights. Like you're gonna have to get up there and step up to the plate again. Like he's just gonna get chinned. He's gonna get chinned. But it's really frustrating because they're giving him favorable matchups to hang around. They're giving Andrei Arlovski favorable matchups to stay around. Because let's be real. Chase Sherman, come on, dude. Come on, bro. You're a former heavyweight champion and you're struggling against Chase Sherman. Come on, dude. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. But got to eat the crow. It didn't happen this time. But yeah, credit to Robert Whitaker. He looked really good. Credit to Andrei Arlovski. Got to eat the crow there too. I went 5-5. It sucked ass. But that was UFC Vegas 24 from my perspective. I hope y'all did better than me. Like I said, Jackie Boy got a pick on Malkoon. I hope you guys cashed some picks and parlays and plays and such. Yeah. But I did enjoy the fights. I did enjoy watching the Tony Gravely knockout. Yeah, shout out to the Virginia dude doing the damn thing. That was real tight. But yeah, dude. Let's talk about what else happened. Got 10 people in the building. Shout out and salute to you. Let's talk about this other, call it an event. Oh, Carlos Felipe would fuck him up, dude. I wish they would make that fight. I would be all over that pick. I would be all over that Carlos Felipe pick. Carlos Felipe would box him the fuck up and knock him out. Hardy is already booked. Carlos Felipe is he's taking his shit seriously. He's realized that he has he can put away some of these dudes that are these jobbers. He can put hands on some of these jobbers because he's tough. Hardy would bury him. Hardy versus Ty? Yeah, I wish they would make that one. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. I definitely will. I most certainly will. Rogue Sturmer says he has something to say. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will definitely drop the beacon. It won't be too long from now, so definitely stick around. I'm just going to rant for a little bit, and I'm going to set it up. I'm going to set the stage, boys. I'm going to set the damn stage. Try and do my best to be a good host and set the stage, and then I'll set the beacon if people want to board the ship. Yeah, climb aboard, and we'll continue broadcasting the signal out to the planet. But yeah. Oh, it's booked. Thank you for that. Cage My IQ. You can find him. I think it's Cage IQ on Twitter and Cage My IQ on YouTube. Fine YouTube channel. Fine fellow there. Yeah, shout out to D-Bake. He's a really good dude. He has a good channel. He does some good interviews as well. So let me know, bro. Let me know when the interview with damn, I can't remember what the last one was. But yeah, what y'all are welcome. Anybody that has a channel or any kind of content, feel free to post it in the chat, plug your shit. Feel free. But yeah, so let's talk about Jake Paul and Ben Askren. First of all, I told y'all so. That was pretty much exactly what I thought was going to happen. It actually happened sooner than I thought. I thought he was going to last at least a round, but that was exactly what I thought was going to happen. And I called this MMA versus boxing because it's a really good debate because it's kind of an apples to oranges debate, and it's more of just like a discussion generator, more than like who would actually win, because like I said, it's an apples to oranges comparison. You put a professional boxer in the cage, he's going to get fucked up. You put an MMA fighter in with a professional boxer, he's going to get fucked up. I think that's just. I think we can say that at this point. And there's obviously many different skill levels to both MMA and boxing. When it comes to amateur, there's different levels of amateur. When it comes to professional, there are different levels of professional. There is in boxing. Like I said, I don't have that much experience. I trained for about 6 months. I was starting to spar and get ready for a fight. I was telling my coach, "Hey, I want to fight." He's like, "Okay, we'll get you one. Cool." It didn't work out for me. I hurt my fucking back, but I do know that it is not that hard to get amateur fights. Amateur fights the level goes from like just smoker shows to stuff that you see on YouTube. Shout out to Mighty Mouse UFL and Street Beefs and stuff like that. And then there's Golden Gloves. Every state has a Golden Gloves tournament, and then they have Golden Gloves Nationals. And then all the way up to, those guys are usually the ones that are, end up making the Olympic team. And then you have that, and you have the Olympic training program. So there's different levels to amateur and professional in both sports. And if you are a career athlete in one of those combat sports and you're fighting someone else that doesn't have any experience in it, you're going to win that fight most of the time, the vast majority of the time. So when I gloat about this, it's fun because I like riling people up because there's a couple things that are just very obvious. And another reason I want to talk about this is there's a lot of different angles to it and things to consider. So I'm going to talk about Jake Paul. I'm going to talk about Ben Askren. I'm going to talk about Tyron Woodley. Talk about Jalen Love. Talk a little bit about Mike Perry. Kind of how it all fits together. What it kind of all means. Maybe it means a whole lot of nothing. But just kind of talk about MMA versus boxing in sort of a general sense and kind of filter it through what happened. Because to be fair, this needs to be made clear. Because Jake Paul knocked out Ben Askren does not mean that boxing is better than MMA. Boxing is not better than MMA. MMA is not better than boxing. They're different fucking sports. They're different sports. It's a preference, man. When all things are equal, same skill level, the MMA fighter is going to get whooped by the boxer in a boxing ring. The boxer is going to get whooped by an MMA fighter in a cage. That part of it to me is just there's no. But when it's interesting to think about guys like, okay, he does have some boxing skill. This guy is a boxer. He's not really the top of the food chain, but he is a professional boxer. Kind of thinking about those kind of fights are interesting. And there are some potential things to think about. But I wanted to talk a little bit about that. I want to talk a little bit about white collar boxing, which is pretty much what this is to me. This is not professional boxing, what Jake Paul and Ben Askren are doing. It's white collar amateur boxing. Celebrity boxing, it's a circus. It's shenanigans. It's fucking shenanigans. Jake Paul, look. Right, give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I apologize. But I'm about to launch into Jake Paul, Ben Askren. Sorry, boys. I'll be right back. I gotta help the lady out with something real quick. I'll be right back. Apologies. Sorry about that, y'all. God, dude, I had to clean the bathroom today. I cleaned one of the bathrooms. Well, my wife. I'm sorry, my wife cleaned the bigger bathroom, which is not the master bathroom. Weirdly enough, that's the only bathroom we've been using because the other one, dude, the people that lived in this apartment before us were some nasty, disease-riddled, low-life motherfuckers, dude. I don't know if they even cleaned this motherfucker once. They had to put a new carpet in, but yeah, the bathrooms were so horrendous. Like my wife cleaned one of them when I was cleaning other stuff when we first moved in here. She's like, I can't do it. I can't clean the other ones. Like, you're gonna have to do it. I said, all right, I'll do it. Did it today. It was fucking horrendous. These motherfuckers that lived here. Oh my god, they were just fucking. I mean, this is some fucked up, repugnant shit. That's what I kept saying, man. I felt like fucking Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction, dude. That shit was fucking. Oh man. Every time these fingers touch grime, I'm Superfly TNT. I'm the Guns of the Navarone. You know what I'm saying? I was just, dude, just nasty motherfuckers, dude. It was there. Oh, sorry. I had to get that out. But yeah. Anyway, where were we? Jake Paul, Ben Askren. Now, that was not MMA versus boxing. Ben Askren was never the ambassador for MMA. Jake Paul is not the ambassador for boxing. Let's make that very fucking clear right now. Let's just get that. Like, can we all just fucking keep it real at the same time? Can we all keep it real at the same time? Because people are getting really, really, really pissed off about what happened. And it's like, dude, first of all, you should have fucking known. Second of all, I fucking told y'all that was exactly what was going to happen. And third, you should know that that's not really like, dude, just because Jake Paul knocked out Ben Askren doesn't mean that boxing is better than MMA. It doesn't mean that at all. Come on, guys. Y'all know that's not true. Y'all know that that's not true. Y'all know that because Jake Paul knocked out Ben Askren, that does not mean that boxing is better than MMA. Come on, y'all. Y'all can't really think that because it's not true. It's not true. That was white-collar amateur celebrity boxing. That's exactly what that was. Jake Paul is an amateur boxer. He's not a bad amateur boxer. He's not a good amateur boxer. He's an amateur boxer. He's an amateur boxer that looks like a guy that's been doing it at his level for a couple years. That's what he looks like. He looks like a regular, run-of-the-mill, so-so amateur boxer. You know what I mean? Nothing incredible, knows the basics, can move around a little bit, knows basic fundamentals. Not really super spectacular, has some punching power. And one thing that I see a lot of people saying, and shout out to the 8 people in the building, I will open up the panel here in a few minutes. Probably open it up at about hour and 15 mark is what I'm thinking. That'll give me enough time to say what I want to say, and then I'll let you guys speak your piece. So that was not MMA versus boxing. Ben Askren is not the fucking ambassador of MMA. He's a fucking wrestler. He never really was that great of a fighter. He was an incredible wrestler, and he was able to use that and add some ground and pound, and that was Ben Askren's career. Wrestling and a little ground and pound. He was always a very shit-ass, fuck-ass striker. And when everybody knew that. So that's not he's not the ambassador to MMA. But like, this is the point I want to make. Like I said, I fucking told y'all that was going to happen. Like, this is the thing people need to realize. This is the thing that kind of pissed me off. And I'm getting a little irritated at this. And I have to fucking speak on it. Because people are like, oh, well, no, he has to fight a fucking pro fighter now. He has to fight. No, he fucking doesn't. He isn't a pro fighter. Why would Jake Paul fight a pro fighter? He ain't no fucking pro fighter. He's a fucking white-collar amateur. He's a spoiled little rich kid that put the gloves on. He has the resources to pay some fucking jabronis and jobbers and his fucking buddies' friends to come over, and he kicks the living shit out of them. He pays them $100, $200, $1,000, whatever the fuck his little fucking fuckboy fee is, and then he gets a few amateur fights. He has enough money to pay real people to train and spar with him. Like, look, dude, but this is the thing that pissed me off. People did not respect the fact that he had at least been training and sparring. No, he's not a professional boxer. Jake Paul is a fucking amateur. He's a fucking amateur boxer. But he had been training. He was sparring with Jean Pascal. He was sparring with Mike Perry. He was taking it seriously. Ben Askren was not taking it seriously. I fucking told y'all that Jake was taking this more seriously. I told y'all he was going to fucking knock Ben Askren out, and that's exactly what he fucking did. You can't, like, I was getting sick of that, like, intangible fighters mentality bullshit. It doesn't fucking matter, man. People were just showing just an astounding amount of ignorance towards the sport of boxing, and that was really starting to get on my nerves. That does not mean that boxing is better than MMA. Let me make that clear. That does not mean that boxing is better than MMA. But y'all didn't respect the sport of boxing. Ben didn't respect the sport of boxing. The people that thought Ben Askren was going to win that fucking fight foolishly didn't respect the sport of boxing. And I'm sorry. If you put money down Ben Askren, that's what you fucking get. What the fuck were you thinking? What the fuck were you thinking? You cannot learn boxing in 12 weeks. You can't even learn it in 12 fucking months, dude. Jake Paul's been doing it for 3 years straight, and he's still just a regular Joe Blow amateur. You can't learn that sport in 12 weeks. That's fucking disrespectful to think that you can. Ben Askren is my age. He's coming off hip surgery. He looked like shit. It wouldn't have mattered. And that's the other thing. Oh, well, Ben was out of shape. I hear that. Ben was out of shape. That's why he lost. Ben was out of shape. That's why. No, he's out of shape because that motherfucker can't box. He ain't got no hands, dog. That's why he lost. That's why he got knocked the fuck out. Because he can't box. And that was a boxing match. So I don't know why you thought that he was going to win a boxing match with someone that has boxed, is an amateur boxer. Would you think that Jake Paul would beat a serious amateur MMA fighter? Hell fucking no, they beat the shit out of him. Come on, man. It's disrespectful to boxing. It's disrespectful to boxing. You have to. You can't, Tommy knows, man, you can't learn that sport. You can't learn that sport. Dude, I barely could retain my jab. The only thing that I could retain or do in boxing automatically was a fucking right cross because I had the muscle memory from karate. That was the only thing I could bring from karate into the fucking ring and use it automatically. Everything else I had to learn, and it doesn't automatically translate unless you've been doing it and sparring and fighting for years. It takes years, man. It takes years to learn to slip punches comfortably, to have responsible defense. Jake Paul doesn't even have that good of defense, but he at least understands basic fundamentals. Oh, if I'm out of position and the guy is blitzing me, I need to clinch up a little bit and reset. I need to bring my hands back to my face, or at least be in a position to shoulder roll or something. Like, it was just disrespectful, man. Like, there was no way that Ben Askren was ever going to win that fight. It doesn't mean that boxing's better. It just means if it's boxing, you have to respect boxing. Do you not realize that sport has been around since fucking 1904? Modern boxing has been around since 1904. People are like, why is there so much money in boxing? Why does boxing do this? Why do boxers get paid so much? Why this? Why that? Wham, fucking wham about boxing. The sport has been around for over 100 years. There is big, old money in boxing, boys. It's a global sport. It's a bigger sport. You're thinking from inside this UFC bubble, man. UFC is just breaking out in these other markets. Boxing has been in these other markets for years. Years. Russia. Mexico. Boxing has been a global sport for decades and decades and decades. Fucking educate yourselves, you boxing fucking casuals. Educate yourselves, man. It doesn't mean that boxing is better, but you have to respect boxing if you're talking about boxing. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I feel like I'm beating my head against the wall. God damn. Get the fucking net. What? I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. Francis Ngannou versus Tyson Fury in the boxing ring. Francis will get mollywopped. Ear nose. Ear fucking nose. Ear nose boxing. I love both sports. Do it, Jimmy, at your own, dude. Do it at your own fucking peril, man. I hope you lost a ton of money on Askren. I hope you lost a ton of money on Askren. I hope you lost your fucking ass on it, Jimmy. Because that's what you fucking get, bro. If you thought like all this intangible fighters mentality bullshit doesn't mean fuck all. It doesn't mean shit. Show boxing a little bit of respect if you're talking about a boxing match. Ben was a champion in this sport and that sport. Ben, you have to understand that wrestlers just have a certain, toughness. Like, we just train a certain way that you just can't really know. Like, just shut the fuck up with all that intangible bullshit. You don't like Jake Paul. You wanted him to lose. And I'm glad that you lost your fucking money. That is what you fucking get. I hope you learned your fucking lesson. I hope you learned your fucking lesson. Boxing is a great sport. I fucking love boxing. The business of it is killing it. But, dude, I'm not a boxing expert, but I love it and I respect it. How can you not respect boxing, man? It's one of the fucking key tenets of MMA. It's one of the core facets of MMA, dude. Petr Yan, Stipe Miocic, Francis Ngannou, Calvin Kattar, Max Holloway, Alexander Volkanovski, did I say Israel Adesanya? Dude, the list goes on and on and on and on and on of UFC fighters that have boxing backgrounds. Usman is starting to get nasty with his jab and his boxing with Whitman. Dude, it is a part of MMA, whether you like it or not. It doesn't mean that boxing is better. Of course boxers can't handle MMA fighters in an MMA fight. Of course they can. It's MMA, dude. They get destroyed. It's not a debate. But fuck, man, you can't just, yeah, I know, dude, it's not as entertaining overall because they have shit they do boxing. Look, just like I just said all that shit about boxing having so much more money and having been around for that long, it also has a lot more corruption. The UFC is corrupt as fuck. Dana White is corrupt as fuck. But boxing is worse. Boxing, there is more money. With more money means more problems, more corruption, more bullshit, more sanctioning bodies. You got Mauricio Suleiman. You got all these crooked motherfuckers. You had these shady promoters and managers. And dude, you know how it goes when there's a bunch of money. People are corruptible. Judges are corruptible. Referees are corruptible. Everybody has a price. In this fucking society, everybody has a price. Everyone. Even those saying you don't. No, you do too. You do too. You just haven't had it realistically presented to you. You say you don't. No, I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't do this. How many times have you said, I wouldn't do this. I don't care for how much money. Okay. Okay. Let that amount of money be presented in front of you. You'd be thinking it over. Life-changing money. Life-changing money. You'd be thinking it over. But yeah, man, there's just something to think about, dude. You can't, it's not one sport's better than the other, but you have to respect. If you are a true combat sports fan, you have to respect boxing, man. It's one of the cornerstones of MMA. So that's just kind of my thoughts on that. But the other facet of this I want to talk about, and I will open it up here in a few minutes. Like I said, around the 1:15 mark is when I think I'll open the panel up. But yeah, the other thing that happened, and this is really I thought this might be fun to talk about this. Like I said, I knew I was gonna rant a little bit. I had to gloat a little bit. Like I said, it's not a victory for boxing. That was not MMA versus boxing. Jake Paul versus Ben Askren was not a victory for boxing, but that pick was for me. It's just like what it was just. It doesn't mean that boxing is better, but it means that like you need to respect it a little bit. You need to fucking respect it a little bit because people thought that, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much Jake has been training boxing. It doesn't matter, how much he's been dedicating himself to it. Ben Askren is just better because he's a fighter. He's a real fighter. Ben Askren's a real fighter. He took bombs from Robbie. Ben took bombs from Robbie. What's Jake Paul gonna do to him? It's like, fuck, dude. What were y'all thinking, man? Come on, dude. Yes, Jake Paul is a fucking turd. He's a spoiled brat. And this is one thing I want to make clear. I want to talk about this thing real quick and then Jake Paul. Because for Askren, he wasn't taking it seriously. It was clear he was getting a paycheck. Fair play to him. Fair play. You had to go in there and take one big punch, knocked you out. Cool. Whatever. And he did get knocked out. That was not a dive. Man, you need to watch the angle that's from outside the ring, from the opposite side, because when you're watching the fight, they did a horrible job production-wise, but during the broadcast, it shows it from behind Jake Paul. That's the point of view, is from above and behind Jake Paul. The angle where you can really tell that he actually got hit and knocked out and see his head he dove. He dove head first into the canvas. His head dove head first into the canvas. Yeah, but the shot, it was someone that was filming. I don't know if it was Logan Paul or someone filming it from outside the ring caught a good angle, and it's from the opposite side where it's looking at it like from behind Ben. And you can see Jake Paul clearly connecting very clean and hard with an overhand right. And like I said, because I knew Ben was going to be reaching out like a fucking wrestler that he is. He reached out. Paul clips him, and you can see him stiffen up, man. You can see his legs stiffen up. It's a classic knockout. It's a classic knockout, boys. His legs stiffened up. He couldn't control his own body. He couldn't stop his head from going face first into the canvas. His head hit the canvas hard, boys. Really hard. Really bad. That was a knockout. That was a fucking clean knockout. And this whole, like, people, man, it was pathetic, man. I tell you what, dude, and this is not a reference to anybody in this chat, because, you know, I love y'all and respect y'all, man. The usual suspects and people who come to this channel, man, y'all know that I fuck with y'all heavy. I'm talking about people, some of these delusional kids on MMA Twitter. And MMA Twitter is such trash because they're all like, not all of them, but half of them are like teenagers. They're just little teenage bastards, and fuck them. But they're just reaching, man. They're reaching, they're stretching. Oh, well, you know, Ben took a dive for a bat. Nah, dude, nah. He was disappointed. Even with his, like, not giving a fuck, and it's not, like, I'm not making fun of him because of it, but he has Asperger's. Like, he does not, like, react to embarrassment or criticism, or he's able to just kind of brush things off and just be, like, nonchalant about everything. Like, there's like, they don't quite show the same level of empathy. I'm not saying that out of ignorance. Like, I know, like, one of my ex's friends, like, her brother had Asperger's, and he would, like, come over to it was when I was doing a little group living situation. I was living with my my girlfriend at the time and, like, a few other people in this house, and this girl's brother would come over all the time, and he had Asperger's, and, like, he was funny, he was hilarious, but dude, he just did not give a fuck about anything. And it's a spectrum disorder. So that is why everyone's like, oh, Ben doesn't even care. It's amazing that he can just take these losses in stride. He has an autistic spectrum disorder. He does not feel embarrassment and emotions or any of that shit the same way. But I'm telling you, he was fucking disappointed. He was not happy about that. It was embarrassing. He was not happy. He can try and play it off all he wants, but he was not happy about it. He wasn't fucking happy about it. Dude, so yeah, he got knocked the fuck out because he got knocked out, right? He gets up, stumbles back against the ropes, and then he goes to like put his dukes up again, and Jake comes to hit him, and the ref's like, whoa, hold on. And the ref, he really did a bad job of controlling that situation, but he was responsible in this regard. He said, hold on, Jake Paul, sir, get back to your neutral corner, sir. Then he gave Ben the test. Now, a lot of times what they'll do is they'll shake your gloves, right? They ask you to hold your gloves up, and they put their hands on the underside of your gloves, and they'll just kind of push your hand, and just kind of see where your hands are. See if you have control over your own hands. That's usually one of the first tests. And then they say, walk to me. The ref takes a step back, and he says, walk to me. And they do that to see if you're fucking still there. They do that to see if you're out on your fucking feet. Like, he asked him to walk forward, and Ben, like, stumbled to the right. Like, he literally, like, takes a shuffle step to the right. People, oh, he walks like that all the time. He walks like that all the time. No, he plods forward all the time, but the ref asked him to walk forward in a straight line, and Ben's clearly, you can visibly see Ben stumble to the right, and the ref waves it off. Like he fucking should. Everyone giving that ref shit for the stoppage, they're salty Ben Askren fans. They either lost their bet or they lost their pick. They talked a bunch of shit about Jake Paul. You know, and Jake Paul deserves some shit. He's a fucking shit turd. Jake Paul is a brat. He's a spoiled brat. He's not a professional boxer. He's a fucking white collar amateur that has all these resources to put on these big productions. Blah blah blah. He's not a pro boxer. That was not boxing versus MMA. That was a white collar amateur versus a wrestler. That was a white collar amateur versus an elite amateur wrestler. Because let's face it, that was Ben Askren's UFC or mixed martial arts career. He wrestled people. He punched his way into the clinch. He punched his way into a takedown of the clinch, and he wrestled. He's a wrestler. That was an amateur boxer versus an amateur wrestler in a boxing match. That boxer is going to win. It was very fucking simple. People wanted Ben Askren to win. They wanted Jake Paul to lose. I don't really care for either of them. But I got to tell you, I am getting a great deal of satisfaction seeing people squirm and cringe and try and make sense of it and get mad and say all this shit like, oh, well, you know, who's got to fight? No, you know, Bangolio. Jake Paul doesn't have to do any of that. He doesn't like, no, Jake Paul's got to fight Francis Ngannou now. He's got to fight. Who's somebody to knock him out? Who's somebody to knock Jake Paul out? Rakic, he's got to fight. Dominic Reyes, he got to fight. He's like, dude, no, he doesn't. No, he fucking doesn't. No, he does not. Ferret. He has to fight them. Ferret. Why? What? Like, why? Ferret. Tell me why. No, he doesn't. You think, man, because look, this is why I know that Jake Paul isn't taking this seriously. He's taking it seriously, but he's not. He's a brat. He's a spoiled brat, and he's delusional. Because, like, dude, you have the money to pay Jean Pascal, a former, like, lineal champion, right? At light heavyweight, you have the money to pay Jean Pascal to spar with you, but you're fighting Ben Askren? What? That just tells me, because, like, look, Jake Paul is taking it seriously enough for, like, put it to you like this. If Jake Paul was serious, just think about this logically. If Jake Paul was serious, it is so, and I repeat, so fucking easy to get amateur fights. He would be, he could do it. He could spar. He could not spar. He could get 50 to 100 amateur fights with amateurs on his level. But the problem is he would have to take some losses. You don't go like no amateur boxer. I don't care. You can go back and look at Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford lost to like who was it? He lost to like he lost to Saddam Ali. Terrence Crawford lost his fucking Saddam Ali in the amateurs. No one goes undefeated in the amateurs. And Jake Paul doesn't want to take an L. That's the problem with Jake Paul. He's taking it seriously, but he's picking favorable matchups when he goes to fight. He's taking the training seriously. Let's not get that conflated here. Let's not get those two things twisted up here. He's taking the training seriously, but he's picking very favorable matchups for the fights. You know what I mean? Because what an amateur boxer does is they get 100, 200, 300 is kind of crazy. Let's be honest, 300 is kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy psycho Lomachenko shit that not a lot of them do. It's usually like 100, 150. Under 50 is kind of, that's not very many amateur fights. Like Jared Hurd had like 30 amateur fights. So like, dude, what the fuck? Like you're a pro? Like you had like 30 fights, dude. So yeah, that's not a lot. Like amateurs, like serious amateurs that are going the Golden Gloves, Olympic, I'm gonna be a fucking pro route. Nah, they're knocking down over 100 fights, over 100 amateur fights. Jake Paul could do that. That's not a problem. Getting the fights is not a problem for Jake Paul. If he wanted to go the legit amateur route, but he would have to fight people that are on his level, and he would take some losses. then he would, but he's not going to do that. Can you really imagine Jake Paul, because he can't put on a big production for every single one of those. Do you know what I'm saying? He can't make some big like Jake Paul versus the number 78, ranked amateur in the state of Pennsylvania. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to fucking, you know what I mean? He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. So it's Jake Paul doing celebrity amateur white collar boxing. It's a circus, man. It's a circus. So that's why it's not representative of MMA versus boxing. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. Now, I'm going to open up the panel. And while I'm doing that, I want to kind of talk about this other issue. But that's kind of my thoughts on Jake Paul and Ben Askren. Paul is taking the training seriously, but as far as a career, like, dude, you are not a pro boxer. You're kind of sort of an amateur. How many amateur fights has he really had? Like, he's been sparring people. He's been like having these like bullshit like backyard fights. If you want to count those as amateur, maybe 20 or something, maybe 20. Sparring, you don't count those as amateur fights. It's sparring. But these aren't pro fights. They're fucking smokers. They're like, it's white collar boxing, dude. It's the epitome of white collar boxing. Celebrity shit, man. It's foolishness. It's shenanigans. All right, here we go. But yeah, sorry, I went on my rant. I'm sorry, I'll catch up to the chat. Let me go ahead and put this link down. What's up, Connor? He ain't gonna do that shit. He ain't gonna do nothing. Like he ain't. Why? You're never gonna see him take the serious route. Why would he? He's just gonna keep doing shit like this. He's gonna keep getting favorable matchups. They'll probably ramp the skill up a little bit as he continues to get a little bit. Like, he'll continue to get marginally better, but he won't. The only way to really get better is to just bang out amateur fights. To become a real pro boxer, you just bang out amateur fights. That's how you get your fucking cut. That's how you cut your teeth. That's how the pro UFC fighters do it. You know what I'm saying? They knock out a bunch of these little amateur fights. They fucking get into the regional pro scene, get 10, 20 of those. Hell, fucking some of those guys have 5 fucking fights in the UFC. But amateur boxer, yeah, you got to go bang out like 150 to 100 because these kids, man, boxing is a sport where it's been around for a long fucking time. These gyms have been around for a long time. And it's one of those things, if it's in your blood, you are going to start from an incredibly young age. An incredibly young age. Like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know what I'm saying? You start in your 20s, you're starting very, very almost too late. You're pretty much, unless you're a cruiserweight or a heavyweight, nah. And really only if you're a heavyweight. I started training boxing at like 32. And I was like, the only like younger guys that I could handle in sparring were guys that were a little bit smaller than me. Like, I would spar some like light heavyweight guys and I would take care of them. Like, I would tune them up, but they were like smaller than me, a little bit smaller than me. It's just, you just have to, like, boxing is just, it's one of those things, it's in your blood or it's not. And when you start, these kids are starting these amateur fights. They're like 16, 17. They knock out like 100 to 200 amateur fights between 17 and 20, 21, Then they're ready to make their pro debut. Then you got your Devin Haney's and your Teofimo Lopez's and your, and a little bit before that, it was your your Errol Spences and your Sean Porters, and that's how it happens for every fucking boxer. So, but yeah, Jake Paul. Everyone's like, he has to fight him. He has to fight Francis now. It's like, he ain't gonna do that shit. He doesn't have to do a fucking thing. He's gonna keep doing the same shit he's doing. Everyone's gonna keep getting mad about it. Jake Paul's a fucking brat. He's a fucking turd. But I knew that he was gonna fucking win that shit. Like, come on, man. It's a boxing match. Ben Askren don't know how to fucking box. You don't know how to fucking box, dude. Here said True Jordy said it best. Jake Paul only has to keep finding fighters whom people believe will beat him. Yep, that's the only thing. As long as it's someone that people think will beat him. So I wanted to go a little bit beyond just the Jake Paul and Ben Askren, because now let's move into the future. Let's move into the future. Okay, hold on. I got a special guest joining me. Let me prepare myself. Let me get my earphones ready. Let me get my lighting ready. It's dark as Christ in here. All apologies, Nikki. I'll be right there. Be right there. But yeah, like let's talk. God damn. There we go. All right. That's ready. Let me get my earphones on. All right. Get that. Got this. Got that. Got this. Got that. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Let me get my sound. Test, test, test. Microphone checker. Don't disrespecta. All right. Let me bring this gentleman in. He really needs no introduction, but I like to give him one anyway. I just like to fucking josh around a little bit. This is the king of shoeies. This is a man that's sometimes known as Nicky Elbows. But you can just call him Boston Nick. What's up, Nicky? How you doing, brother?
What's going on, brother?
Let me get your format. I'm not shit, man. How you doing?
You remembered before I did.
I did. It takes me a few times, man. I'm a knucklehead, but I'll get it eventually. How you doing, brother?
Good. Fucking Mondays suck. I hate fucking Mondays.
Yeah. I have some more shit to do when I get done streaming, but I cleaned the fucking bathroom today and it was not fun, man. These people that lived here before us were just
pissing everywhere,
bro. Dude. There's some stuff which, like, how did you even get that? Did you just open up the cabinet and just start throwing Dookie in there, just like start throwing shit? Like, how did you get that in there? Like, it's I don't even know. I don't want to know what that is, but what the fuck is that?
What the fuck is all that bullshit in there?
It was crazy, man. But yeah, I did that. But so one thing that I wanted to kind of throw your way and kind of get your thoughts on was this. So did you see the video of the altercation between Tyron Woodley and Jalen Love, who is a part of Jake Paul's team, backstage? It was when Jake was getting his hands taped up. Did you see the video of that?
I actually did not. I didn't even know that happened.
So for the people listening, so good. Well, I got Sturmer coming in. I don't want to keep him waiting. This is a gentleman that is now currently competing in season 3 of Mr. Arkansas's Mecca. This is the motherfucking Rogue Strummer, but I just like to call him Banjo. What's up, Banjo? How you doing, Bubba?
What's up, guys? Yeah, I don't want to interrupt the flow of the conversation, so just keep it going, and I'll jump in.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you for joining me and Nick as well. So yeah, there was a video, right? So Jake Paul's getting his hands taped up, and of course Tyron Woodley. Tyron Woodley is back there solo dolo, just like, and I do respect that because it was basically in the Jake Paul locker room, and so the Jalen Love is there, and for those of you who don't know, Jalen Love is a boxer. He is a super middleweight, so that is 168, and he is. I know a little bit about Jalen Love. I remember him most from getting knocked the fuck out by David Benavidez most recently a couple of years ago. That's what I fucking remember Jalen Love from, getting his fucking ass knocked out by Benavidez. But yeah, Jay Leon Love is a boxer. He's in his he's 33. But yeah, so him and Tyron Woodley start going back and forth. And I don't know exactly who started it because it seems like the video kind of picks up like after they had already kind of been, it kind of picks up like mid conversation almost, seems like, just kind of based on the way it was going. And so Woodley's Love is like, basically like, you don't know nothing about this, like you don't know nothing about this boxing thing because he has his gloves in his, I think he has Jake Paul's gloves in his hands. And he's like, you don't know about this though. He's like, and Woodley's like, well, you know, I'm a champion. He's like, you know, I know about fighting. He's like, yeah, you don't know about this. And he's like, who are you again? He's like, who are you? He's like, Jay Leon Love. He's like, yeah, Jay Leon Love. And he's like, okay. He like nose folded. He was like, okay. And that's cool. That's cool, bro. And he was like, yeah. Signed to Al Heyman. He's like, yeah, I'm a champion, bro. So it's like, oh, are you? Okay, so let me just go back and look. Look. First of all, Jay Leon Love, if he is saying that he's a champion, and if you guys know anything about boxing, you already know there are about 150,000 bullshit belts in boxing.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Like there's so many, even the ones from the four legit. So there's four legit sanctioning bodies that everyone pretty much recognizes: WBC, IBF, WBA, and WBO. Those are the big four. Those are the four horsemen. Now, each one of those has their own like little bullshits, like the Intercontinental or the, you know, WBA regular, WBA super, all that bullshit, right? That's just the big four. And these other like Bobo like organizations have their little like the IBO and the there's just all these other bullshit ones, right? But the Jay Leon Love has never captured one of the that is a misnomer. Let's get that straight right off the bat. Jay Leon Love can say he's a champion, but he ain't the champion the same way that Tyron Woodley is a champion. So let's clear that up right now. Jay Leon Love, now he has a decent record. All right. I just want to talk about Jay Leon Love for a second and kind of just I'm getting to a point that I want to ask you guys what y'all think about it. So he's 29 pro fights, 24 wins, 13 of those are by KO. So half of his wins are by knockout, and he has 3 losses. He's been knocked out twice. And I watched both of those knockouts. I watched that Benavidez fight, but I went back and watched. He got knocked out bad by Rogelio. I'm not sure how you pronounce that, but Rogelio Medina. And dude, if you want to see if you got pissed off by if you see that video and you got pissed off by the spicy shit that Jay Leon Love was talking, go watch him get knocked out by Rogelio Medina and go watch David Benavidez beat the living fuck out of him. And it might turn your frown upside down. But yeah, I wanted to ask you guys, like, so that's Jay Leon Love basically, right? I just wanted to paint a little picture of Jay Leon Love. Like he's never even had a fucking title shot. He ain't never even like challenged for like a lesser version of one of the major belts, right? So he's known for getting knocked out by Medina, losing a decision to Peter Quillen, and then getting his ass beat and knocked out by David Benavidez. Like he got stopped by the feet on Benavidez. He was about to get knocked unconscious. And that was 2 fucking years ago. That was over 2 years ago. So that's the picture. Jay Leon Love is talking shit to Woodley. Woodley's talking shit back. He's like, you don't know about this? He's like, we're in this, like, Love is like, we're in the same field, champ. He's like, we can do this. He's like, we can really do this. He's like, Doc, Tyron Woodley's like, Doc, I'm a 5-time world champion. And I'm like, I'm a fucking 5-time world champion. He's like, so what do you guys think, man? Like, what that is like, what should happen? Like Woodley versus Jake Paul, Woodley versus Jay Leon Love. Like what should happen?
Woodley would kill Jake Paul. Would kill him. It would be over in the first 3 rounds easily. I put my everything I own on Tyron Woodley. He fought a guy that was so overweight and couldn't even take an angle. Doesn't know his angles that he was taking. Ben Askren, he was going straight forward and straight backwards.
He was square as a fucking square.
Well, he got hit with the overhand right. The jab didn't land because it didn't land because he didn't throw it. You know what I mean? But he said the overhand right behind it, straight down the fucking pipe.
Yeah, it was a throwaway jab. It was a throwaway jab.
right backwards. He didn't take the L, you know what I mean, like you're supposed to. Went straight backwards. That's why he got caught. Now, if you saw the fight before that, the dude, the orange, the blue hair, did you see that one? The fight before.
I didn't see that one. I watched a little bit of Frank Mir and Steve Cunningham, but that was it.
The fucking biggest. It was what's you call it? It was rigged. Like fucking he said he got caught with a nut shot. You can go back.
Oh, is that the Phantom Punch that people were talking about?
Yes, bro. I thought it was bullshit too. I was on the board with my buddy that put $1,000 on Ben Askren with his buddy, and his buddy took Paul. Fucking he goes because he thought that one was rigged. I'm like, no, that fight wasn't rigged. He got caught with a punch, and that's just the end of it. He's not a boxer.
Right.
And then he goes, did you see the one before that? And I'm like, no, I didn't. So I watched it like 30 minutes after he told me. The guy throws a body shot. The body shot doesn't even land. I'm telling you, it does not even fucking come close to landing. It might have grazed, like when I say grazed, like his forearm might have grazed his body a little bit. The guy is acting like he got hit in the nuts, and he got stretchered out of there.
God.
Yeah, it was a very bad look for that whole. It was a great night up until that happened, and then and afterwards it was a great night. But people are gonna look at that and think, shit, that shit's fixed. You know what I mean? Because he definitely took a dive. 100%. He wasn't tired. It was
right.
And
that's dude, it sucks because that both of those things can be true. Both of those things can absolutely be true. Like it can be true at the same time. Ben Askren got hit with a real punch and got knocked out, and that guy took a dive in that fight. Like because there's
blue hair nut shot on YouTube, right? That's all you can say. Blue hair nut shot. That's it. Boxing. May put that afterwards. And you're going to see it, and they're going to they'll show it after time and time again. It's fun. I was like, how did they let that happen? And then obviously Twitter is blowing up and YouTube's
dude, it's crazy. Hey, so Rogue Strummer, let me get your thoughts. Can I get your thoughts first of all on the Jake Paul Ben Askren event and what you think should happen moving forward with those two gentlemen?
Well, I enjoyed the event. I'm not a big boxing fan, but it did shape up to be interesting. I didn't really know too much about it until recently when I saw Jake Paul KO Nate Robinson, and I was like, damn, who the hell is this guy? Like I didn't know. I knew Jake Paul was a YouTuber or something, Instagram, whatever. I didn't follow him, didn't really know anything about the guy. I knew he fought Nate Robinson. I tuned into the fight. I didn't watch that fight live. I watched the Tyson fight. That's the only fight I watched on that card. Tyson fight was kind of boring. It was obviously a robbery. Tyson won. But I did stumble upon a really interesting video this morning. And I did pick Jake Paul, by the way. I had a $20 dono bet with Arkansas. Oh, yeah, you did also, Nick?
I bet him twice.
Smart boys.
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah, and I almost got rushed to make a dono bet on Askren, but I guess he wasn't too sure. And he ended up picking Jake Paul anyways. But anyways, but I did stumble upon an extremely interesting video this morning that you guys probably may have not even heard about. Maybe one of you guys heard of this, but I was talking up Jake Paul quite a bit, and I know that he has a lot of haters. And I thought that 2 Cents, respectfully criticized Jake Paul. Said some things about him being spoiled brat, and I don't know whether that's true or it isn't, but it seems like probably true. That's what everybody's saying. Yeah, but I can tell you, I can tell you, Roger Federer is probably spoiled up in Switzerland too, but that doesn't mean he's not a great athlete. But
I hear you in that one.
That's a fair point. And that's
Federer, and the YouTuber boxing guys that are ex-basketball players and other YouTubers. You know what I mean?
I think that Jake Paul was probably has probably become more spoiled as a result of his fame. I think his fame has really gotten to his head, where he was maybe a little bit more of a he was obnoxious when he was a kid. He was like a little punk, like little Disney kid. But I think that his I think he did kind of come up like not poor, but just kind of normal, like a normal, middle class kid.
Oh yeah, he came up normal above.
Just a normal kid,
Yeah, you could even say Snoop Dogg is spoiled at the moment, just jumping around, celebrating, not donating.
Yeah. That was ridiculous. I want my $2 million to the Senate because him and Dana White had a $2 million bet. You know what I mean? That's shekels to Dana White, and probably shekels to both of them. But we all know Dana White has more money than Snoop Dogg, and that's just easily he made $400 million selling UFC. Just that right then and there. So
Dana is straight.
that was nothing. But
so here's
end.
So here's the interesting video that I stumbled upon that you guys may have not seen or heard about. You may have, I don't know, but apparently Jake Paul sparred with Mike Perry. Have you heard about this?
I watched it. Yeah, I watched it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You watched the whole sparring session? Or just
I haven't seen the whole. I've only seen like the few seconds of the video that Perry put up.
It wasn't much there. Like it was like 30 seconds, right?
It's a small clip. But what afterwards, Mike Perry, when they're done, says, "You kicked my ass, bro." So I mean, and he was serious when he said, "Oh, bless you, Nick." But when he said that, he was serious. That's like two guys going at it, and he admitting his defeat afterwards. And you know what he said later on when it went viral was Mike Perry was saying, "Oh, I was just trying to like boost the guy's self-esteem." That's not really Mike Perry's MO. The guy Mike Perry basically
said, "You got paid to come in there though." So if he would have whooped him up, I think they wouldn't have paid him. You know what I mean?
Honestly, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
What I was gonna say is like, I honestly think it was probably a little bit of both. Like, I think it was probably a reasonably competitive sparring session. I think Mike Perry was probably trying to be, like complimentary of Paul, like, like make him feel good. And then I think probably like maybe he felt a certain type of way and got defensive about it and was like, it wasn't like, no, it wasn't one-sided. And I'm sure that it wasn't completely, I'm sure it went back and forth a little bit. I'm sure that the truth is probably somewhere more in the middle. Like, I don't know. I don't know. But I think like
go balls to the wall with what's it called right then and there, he would have knocked fucking Jake Paul the fuck out. He would have knocked him. Well, hands he has, the power he has, and I mean, and you could. He even said and that like towards the end, like 2-3 rounds in, he was fucking gassed, and at the end, it seemed like he was just happy for it to be over with. Is what he said.
Who said that? He's
Perry, not Paul.
Perry said that. Perry said that Paul caught him in the early rounds and hurt him a little bit, and then Mike started to come back towards the end. Is what he said.
And I don't think that you can assume Mike Perry is going to KO him with boxing gloves. Mike Perry struggles to KO regular dudes with the MMA gloves. Mike Perry's not out there KOing everybody. He hasn't had a KO for a while, and he's got the 6-ounce MMA gloves on. Jake Paul's a big dude, and the question mark around Jake Paul is not only necessarily his boxing, but we don't really know how good the guy's chin is because he hasn't been tested yet. You agree with that, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So he could have a good chin. He could not have a good chin. We don't even know like what kind of heart this guy, because I feel like that kind of comes into play too, not just the chin, but like how much of like a will to fight that, the dude has. You keep hitting him, he doesn't care. You just keep going.
Oh yeah. And what sucks is, and that's a very good point. It's absolutely true. But the thing is, we might not ever really find out because like I said, if Jake Paul really, really, really wanted to be a serious, like, this is what I want to do with my life is I want to be a fucking world champion, dude, he's never going to take that legit route. So I don't think, because he could go fight like an amateur that's on his level, about his weight class. I don't know if he's kind of a small cruiserweight, dude, to be honest with you. I think he'd be like more, if he was going to be serious, I think he'd be more suited at light heavyweight. He may be a cruiser, but like I think he's way more of a 175er. He didn't look fat or anything, but he looked like he could stand to like get into a little bit of a cutting phase. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, let's
175. Yeah,
let's say he's at one. Yeah, let's just say for argument's sake he's at 175. Like he could, if he starts fighting these amateurs that are on his level, like you're gonna see him chin check. If Jake Paul was to fight like basically pick a state in the United States, take that state's 175-pound Golden Gloves champion, and they will spark Jake Paul the fuck out inside of 4 rounds. But he's not going to take that route. He's going to do these favorable matchups, and like I said, we may never see his chin tested. He's just going to keep doing this shit, and
he should.
Bullshit.
It benefits him to do the favorable matchups, right? It benefits him, but he is ready to take on challenges, and we will probably see him get hit But my whole thing is, I think Jake Paul is a lot better than people give him credit for. And when you guys talk about he doesn't have very good footwork in the boxing rink, he doesn't really move his feet a whole lot. I agree with that.
In comparison to boxers.
Yeah.
Boxers.
Yeah, his footwork does not look very good. I feel like it's improving because he's still training. He's a young guy. I think he's 24 years old. So his footwork's only going to get better. But his style is not really a lot of fancy footwork. It's sort of like that bare knuckles style where they just sort of stand and, it's very, very meat and potatoes like boxing style.
Jake Paul kind of reminds me of like a poor man's Jarrett Hurd. Y'all know Jarrett Hurd. He's a light middleweight. He's kind of like a Terminator kind. He's not really like that because, like I said, we've never seen him. Jarrett Hurd has a chin, dude. Jarrett Hurd can take a lot of fucking punishments. So that's not really a good comparison, but I just mean in the way he fights kind of offensively. It's nothing really like fancy. He's just kind of like a bruiser. He kind of just like plods forward. He's got the basic like fundamentals, but I don't know, man. That's maybe not a good comparison, but Paul just kind of like, oh shit, someone just cashed. Someone just hit something.
Yep. There's 2-0.
Hockey? Ice hockey?
Before I forget, real quick.
Shoot.
Paul, right? You put him against any other UFC fighter at that weight in the UFC or even other organizations, he gets pieced up.
Well, I 100% disagree.
Nate Diaz will whoop his ass.
No, I 100% disagree, and I'll tell you why. First off, Jake Paul, with this whole Ben Askren thing, when he challenged Ben Askren, they handpicked a guy that they knew that Jake Paul could beat, and I think everybody would agree to that. But he didn't just beat him; he annihilated him. I mean, he wasn't even hit
first,
right? But he wasn't even punched. I don't think Askren landed a punch, right?
Oh yeah, he didn't touch it. I mean, some shots to the body. But that's it. I mean, the only shots that freaking he ended one jab before that, and other than that, it was just overhand right.
Right. So this was sort of like his entry into, I'm going to fight a guy who's an actual fighter, not a boxer, but an actual cage fighter, a successful one who is a good fighter. And
but a wrestler.
That was,
But a wrestler. I mean, he got, remember, Damian Maia outboxed.
And I love Damian Maia in that. I loved him. But you know what? So this was, nobody knew what was going to happen. And they're starting Jake out slow. They don't want to throw Jake with somebody in there while he's still learning and progressing because he has such like a promising career and whatever this is, this amateur boxing thing that he's doing. There's a lot of money to be had. But Jake Paul was very confident that he was going to, lay Ben Askren out. And now he's predicting that he's going to KO Nate Diaz in the third round. And he has more power than Nate Diaz. He has a lot more power.
Listen, Nate
Diaz has a lot more power than Nate Diaz. Who has more power than Nate?
Honestly, I honestly think that Nate Diaz probably has the same power as him, but he throws way bigger flurries and combinations. I mean, I don't see how he beats Nate Diaz. Nate Diaz is all hands and a little bit of jiu-jitsu. When he's in the cage, he just a lot of short strikes. Puts about 50 to 60% on him. I think he would just tear him up just from range. I don't know how.
So that's I'm actually so let me weigh in on this real quick and then I'll toss it back to you. I'll bounce it right back to y'all. So I think that Nate Diaz now we're talking. Now we're getting into an interesting who would because yes, I think I personally would favor did you say Nick or Nate?
Nate, well, Nick or Nate, but Nate right now.
I would say if it's Nate, Nate would be Jake would still be the bigger fighter, but I think
more powerful too. 2 cents.
It's
power.
Oh yeah, Jake Paul. There's that's the other thing too, and I'm kind of somewhere right in between.
He's 2 inches taller.
Yeah. Paul is. He's bigger and more powerful, and he's harder than people give him credit for. That boxing skill aside, he's a big boy. Jake Paul is not. He ain't no fucking. He ain't no welterweight. He ain't no fucking middleweight. He's a light heavyweight, or maybe could be. I don't know, man. He's
1 inch.
He's too small for cruiser.
Nate Diaz is actually 6 foot. I apologize. Only one year.
Oh, it's all good.
Yeah.
But see, Nate looks. I don't know, man. I think, but that's an interesting matchup because Nate does have more experience. Nate has lots of rounds, lots of boxing rounds. Sparred with Andre Ward. He has toughness. What would make the Nate Diaz fight interesting is Nate's scar tissue and how much he would cut up, and how I think it would depend a lot on how disciplined Jake Paul was with the jab, because I don't think that counting on knocking Nate Diaz out in a boxing match is the way to go. But I don't imagine you never know. You never know. Yeah, and the cardio, man. Nate will always have that cardio. So that's an interesting fight, man. That's a really, really interesting fight.
Same reach again, 76. So it's 1 inch. He's 1 inch taller, same reach.
But Nate's been in wars. Nate's been in wars. He's not in his prime as a fighter. Yeah, he's not yet, but he's not in his prime as a fighter. And when you compare him, Nick, I did see you smile a little bit when you said he had as much power as Jake Paul, because I think you sort of knew that Paul does have a little bit more power.
No, I think they have the same power.
Well, I would say Jake Paul hits harder. One punch power, yeah. I would say it's Paul.
And it's not a little bit harder, 2 cents. I think he hits considerably harder for me. And I know some people might disagree with that. But even like so Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz are always in these wars. So if you compare these guys, they're throwing tons of shots at each other. Nothing really even close to a knockout blow. And if you look at like Conor McGregor's style, who he also said he might fight, McGregor's best attribute for me is sort of like his footwork, like the way that he moves. Like, he's like a good all-around fighter. But if you compare him to Jake Paul is just bigger than these guys. This is a different element. These are like elusive, like good boxers, good fighters in the cage.
Okay, and that's right. Okay,
that would spark him a new butthole.
Right. And so, okay, so this is where it gets interesting. So let's continue down this rabbit hole, boys. Let me take this even further. So yes, I'm glad you brought that point up. Now we're starting to get into the stylistic matchup. We're starting to establish some things like, Jake Paul has to me, I would agree with that. I would personally agree. I think that Jake Paul is more powerful.
Yeah, and look, 2 cents, but let me say one thing. Like, Askren is bigger than these guys too, and Askren is known for being like relatively durable. This guy goes down on the first punch. So if Jake Paul can handle like some punches from McGregor or Nate Diaz, if he can handle a few punches here and there, like these guys are not going to be able to just piece Jake Paul up, because Jake Paul can box too, and they have to be scared that if Jake Paul touches them once, that could affect. All right, so he might not.
I don't think any one of those guys are scared of Jake Paul touching him.
Yeah. Okay, so now let me take this a little further down the rabbit hole. So now we're getting into a really interesting discussion, and I love that because I love talking about boxing, boys. I fucking love boxing. So now, because as you might know, there are different boxing styles, and styles make fights. That is something that is also true in boxing. Just like in MMA, styles make fights, okay? So you've got your outfighters, you got your swarmers, you got your counterpunchers, you got your boxer punchers. You've got all these different styles of boxing. So now we can okay, let's just say, like for argument's sake, we're getting Jake Paul with something like a Nate Diaz, right? A guy that maybe doesn't hit as hard, but probably has better cardio. I think it's fair to say that Nate Diaz
way better cardio,
significant cardio advantage. And maybe even I would say he maybe even has, as far as like rounds under his belt, probably a little more boxing training than Jake Paul.
Nick,
so because they've been sparring Ward for a little while, for a few years now, for several years. Yeah. So
I'll throw this stat at you, 2 cents.
Sure.
All right. So when you guys talk about Nate Diaz being a good boxer, I don't doubt you. He has boxing chops. He has boxing technique, but he's in there with the 6-ounce gloves. He's fighting all sorts of characters in the MMA world, Michael Johnson. Mm-hmm. Now I'm looking at his record here, and you guys will actually be surprised by this. So if he's such a good boxer, he's got the 6-ounce gloves on. They're in the cage. Anything goes,
4
right?
ounce gloves. 4 ounce gloves.
Oh, 4
I
ounce.
agree with that. I agree with that here.
So this guy has, from what I've seen,
what's up, King Igor? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, you're good. This, from what I can see here, and I'm going to keep scrolling down. Wow, it keeps going. It keeps going. So he has 2 knockouts in his entire career, going back to 2007, 2006. Basically, his entire career.
Hurts you, submits you. He's everybody like Conor McGregor. He hurt and then submitted. You know what I mean?
All right, so he's a jiu-jitsu guy, but in the boxing ring, he's the smaller guy with less. He does not have KO power. He does not necessarily. I don't think he has a reach advantage. If he does, I mean, it be it by an inch or two. But
no,
it's
76 inches.
So it really, to me, it would really depend on how Nate Diaz approaches the fight.
It's the output.
Because if Nate Diaz is super aggressive, he could end up getting popped with a big one by Jake Paul. If he just stays on the outside and jabs him, man, dude, Nate Diaz could just box him up for a few rounds and just stay on the outside and make him overextend.
And then potentially,
and then third and fourth round start putting it on him. So I think Nate Diaz is a really interesting fight because I will this is what I will say. If I think it is clear, and I'm with Strummer. You just have to people just have to realize at this point, whether they like it or not, Jake Paul does hit fucking hard. He fucking hits hard.
And you know what, the reach,
he fucking hits hard as shit.
Oh yeah, and the reach differential, they actually have the same exact reach.
Yeah,
so
it's the same 76.
So if you're talking about a guy piecing somebody up from the outside with jabs, typically that will happen with the dude that actually has the reach advantage or the taller guy.
No, it's where you fight. Also, some guys.
It's the way you fight, like Robert Easter. Robert Easter is a light welterweight, and he has a huge reach advantage, but he fights on the inside a lot, and he gives up his reach and fights like an inside fighter. Whereas it's like man, like Easter, like Easter Bunny's like he could win these fights, but he's he gets in these wars and just fights in the phone booth when he could just like. So yeah, it does depend on how you use your.
Dirty, I think there's gonna be a lot of clinching. There's gonna be a lot of jabs, and I just think by the third, fourth round, all that hanging on each other a little bit, because that's what you're gonna see. Because Nate Diaz can take a punch, as we all fucking know. And as you guys are saying, 12 ounce gloves, right?
Yeah, it'll be 12 or 10. Yeah,
12 or 10, wherever it is. Believe it or not, it 12 ounce gloves, it's easier to get knocked out with, and that's the truth. You know what I mean? So that being said, that's
it's a trade off, right? So it's like
it's a pound on your fucking hand extra.
It's a bigger target area. There's more glove to get hit with, right? Like you have to aim your shots a little more carefully in MMA. In boxing, you can throw a hook and not have it be the most accurate and still cuff the guy or still clip the guy. And if you're throwing with power, hey, you can do some damage. So yeah, I mean it's definitely it can go both ways.
2 cents. If you listen to the interviews with Jake Paul, when everything he's saying, like you're about to get knocked the fuck out to Askren, or anytime you hear Jake Paul talk about what he's going to do when he's going to win the fight, he says it in the exact same way about how it would go down with Nate Diaz. So, and a lot of the world, like half the world, completely underestimates Jake Paul. Everybody's picking Ben Askren to win.
I knew he was going to beat Ben. He has no hands whatsoever.
Well, yeah, I mean, but yeah, Nick, you're like a sharp better. You're like a sharp better. So, like, you were on the right side of that one. But
casuals on Ben Askren.
I was surprised. I was surprised how many people because it's like you can't go into it thinking like, who do you like more? Who do you want to win more? Yeah, I mean, I don't like Jake Paul. Like I don't really like Ben Askren. I didn't really care, but I just knew he wasn't going to fucking win.
I saw him come in looking like fucking a plumber. I was like, man, this guy did not take this seriously. He's going to get knocked out the whole nine. I thought he was going to get – and what's funny is after the weigh-ins, him looking that bad, it fucking went down even more from -200 to -155. It's hilarious to me.
I think he went into the fight thinking that he could win a decision or he had a chance to win. He did look out of shape, but I got to figure the guy was training somewhat for a big fight like this. I don't know why he looks so fat.
You see him walking back with his wife and him and they're literally laughing, and his wife's like slapping on the chest. You just made $500,000 in fucking 1 minute.
Honestly, this is what I think Ben Askren was doing.
Horrible.
I genuinely believe this is what he's doing, because if you look at the training videos from when they first announced the fight and right up to the fight, it looks like he got a little sharper on the pads. That's what I think he was doing. I literally think him and his coach came up with a little pad routine. You can come up with a pad routine. Dude, I came up with like I said, this one time I went down when I was visiting my cousin in New Orleans. He took me to the boxing gym he was training at, and I had a private session with his coach, and in like less than an hour, we had a pad routine together that was pretty decent. It was like 1-2, slip the cross, left hook to the body, left hook upstairs, you know what I'm saying? Like slip, roll. It's just you can come up with a pad routine. It's nothing, dude.
That's what pissed me off.
And yeah, you can get sharper on it. If you're working at that every day, hell yeah, you're gonna look sharper on it.
When I saw that, that's what made me put. I had 2 bets already with him, right? I had one with Whitaker and one straight, and I was gonna put a bunch more money on it. And then I'm like, he looked pretty decent hitting those pads just now. You know what I mean? Literally, I'm like, oh, he looked pretty decent, but that was all, like you said, just pad work, something they've been going over.
It's pad work, and like the other thing is like that. Yeah, it's not. That has nothing to do. The other thing was every time he punched, his hands came right back to his chest. That is like, dude, that is boxing 101. That means that he really wasn't like. You can't be teaching that guy how to fight like Floyd Mayweather or someone when they like. You can teach them some pad shit to like look cool. But if you're trying to teach someone real boxing fundamentals, you gotta start from the fucking bottom, dude. Basic, hands up, chin down.
Yeah, like all these fucking stretches. And I'm like, is this kid taking it serious? Like, so I had that whole little fucking, and we watched it backstage at like 2:00 in the morning Friday night, and Preston brought it up backstage because I was all on, and he had a guy that was going to bet $5,000. He had a friend that wanted anyone to take $5,000 action on Ben Askren, and I was going to take the $5,000 on Paul. And I'm like, and once he showed me that, I'm like, I don't know, man, maybe it's not worth it. You know what I mean? And I wish I would have never saw that fucking video, that sparring video, media day, or whatever it was, because I would have put probably close to, I got G on it probably on him, and I only put a couple $100. It makes me sick to my stomach because that was the easiest lock of the night with all the bets that were going on. UFC, name it.
Yeah, man. Well, it's like, damn, it's like what could have been, you know. But I think this is an interesting topic because Jake Paul really is in that kind of like weird spot. Like, dude, it's clear that you have potential. You have punching power. You have a basic understanding of like, you know, how to throw a 1-2, how to throw a left hook, how to, you know, shoulder roll a little bit. He's not that great at it. He still gets hit, but like, you know, he showed an understanding of the basics. Like, but I just don't see him ever really going the serious like amateur route. But he could pay to spar with John Pascal and like these other guys, and like so he can develop skill. But is he really going to ever test himself with it? Like, I think he's just going to keep doing these shits like King Igor said, like he's just going to keep it's fun. It's kind of embarrassing, like for the loser, but
he's going to keep making good money fighting.
Yep.
No, he's not. He's calling out the UFC fighters. He's ready to up the competition, and look at the steps he's taken. He went from Nate Robinson. So. Yeah, he went from Nate Robinson, who's not a fighter at all, to a professional fighter. So obviously he's not a boxer.
Wrestler. We'll call him a professional wrestler because
either way.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, Strummer. So we're and I like the energy. And this is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted this stream to be about. So who would you let's say who would you like to see Jake Paul face? Who do you not who would realistically happen, because there's just some fights that won't happen no matter how tasty the matchup is.
Who do I want to see the most?
A realistic test for him that you would like to see.
As far as a realistic test. That's a little different than who I want to see him go against.
Okay. Well, how about both?
Okay. So in a year's time, when we'll say, okay, so we'll say the realistic test is like what, maybe 6 months from now. I don't know how often a boxers fight, but realistic test would be Tyron Woodley, probably, I would say.
Kill him.
Well, Nick, listen, were you one of these guys saying Woodley had a chance versus Vicente Luque too? Because I was all over Luque.
I bet Woodley a plus 200 because I like the odds. But
okay, so in your case, I didn't think Woodley had any chance to win that fight. So in your case, I mean, you're going to make better bets than me, Nick, sometimes, and vice versa, you know. But in your case, I think that you are just like I don't know what the right word is, but misconstrued about Woodley's current ability, because I think that he's basically done. He's far past his prime and a shell of himself. So that's where I see Woodley at. And for you've been a fight fan for a long time.
All he has to worry about is his striking here. You know what I mean? So he doesn't have to worry about taking down what you did with Luque. He got caught. First off, he hurt Luque, and then Luque came back and hurt him, if you remember. You know what I mean?
Well, I do remember it somewhat. I do remember people saying he hurt Luque. I remember people saying he hurt Luque, but I didn't really believe that. I didn't see Luque get wobbled or anything.
Yeah, he wobbled.
I saw Luque. Luque did the thing where his leg kind of like stiffened a little bit,
and then he caught him right back within like this. He would.
But he recovered. Yeah, he recovered really fucking quickly.
Punch.
Yeah, and Luque is quite a bit smaller than Jake Paul too. But so that would be the realistic test. I think that I think you guys would agree that Jake Paul's not going to go down easy. It's not going to. I mean, maybe Woodley would win. I mean, I'm not saying I know for sure, but it's definitely a fight where that you would have some guys on Woodley and some guys on Jake Paul. I mean, I was in Arkansas's chat. I mean, Rush was in there saying that he would beat Woodley too. So I'm not the only one that would pick Jake Paul in a fight like that. That would be a realistic test. Now, the guy that I want to see Jake Paul fight actually in the boxing match is Daniel Cormier. That's who I want to actually see him go up against. And he challenged Cormier, Nick. I don't know if you saw that. But he called Cormier.
I think that Cormier would knock Jake Paul out very badly.
He called Cormier a fat boy and challenged Cormier, and then Jay Leon was supposed to fight Woodley.
You want to know why, right? Yeah. Because Ben Askren's one of his best friends.
Well, okay, but Jay Leon is basically Jake Paul is the prize fighter in that little entourage. Jake Paul is the dude with the massive talent. He's bigger than Jay Leon, whatever that dude's name is, Jay Leon Lewis or some shit.
Jay Leon Love, yeah.
So basically, Jake Paul in his mind, huh?
Didn't he say he wanted to fight Floyd too?
He may have. I mean,
Logan's fighting Floyd.
Yeah. Oh, Logan's gonna fight Floyd? Wow.
I think Logan's gonna fight Floyd.
Jesus Christ.
That's not going to be a fight. That's a quote unquote fight. But it's okay. So I'm glad that you brought Jay Leon Love up. So, first of all, to just address what you just said, I love it. I do think that is a pretty realistic next step because Woodley is so gun shy now. So you're not getting like prime time. I can just come out of nowhere, even if you're Wonder Boy, and just like put you on your fucking ass. Like I think that it's a more winnable fight for Jake Paul than it would have been a few years ago. I don't think it's automatically like Woodley will just like beat the shit. Like maybe he could, but like I don't know.
Woodley's chin has been cracked recently. So for the majority of Woodley's career, I think he's been known for being pretty durable, very, very like exceptionally strong at one point.
Talking about Woodley and all that, but why are we not putting all this non-stock into freaking somebody that's fought Nate Robinson, Ben Askren, and who was that guy before both of them?
Deji.
Yeah, like
Deji.
Talk when a guy that has fought nobody, a retired Ben Askren who didn't even show. Oh, fist fight. Oh, fuck him up. Oh, nice shot. Panther just hit him right in the back of the head.
I know, but use your eyes, Nick. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter who he's fought. Yeah, you can see how hard. It matters somewhat, but you can see how hard he hits and what kind of yeah.
It does. He hits hard. Yeah. The difference will be this is what the difference will be is that I think that Woodley has a much better chance of testing Jake Paul's chin than Ben. I just know that he does. There's not really a question about that.
Oh yeah.
Woodley has a better chance of clipping Jake Paul and knocking him out.
I would agree.
So that's a good test. That's a good test for him.
2 cents. I would agree with that statement, but what I'll also tell you is that Woodley's chin is suspect now, and I think that Askren would have a better chin than Woodley coming into the fight, and Woodley could get put out easily by a couple punches from Jake Paul. If he lands a couple of punches, Woodley would be on his fucking ass.
He cannot sit there and just take clean punches from Jake Paul. He can't.
Exactly.
There's
and
no way.
So is Woodley going to go in there and KO Jake Paul? Well, I mean, we don't have any reason to believe that Jake Paul's chin is not at least average. We have no reason to believe that as of now, because we know he's a big, strong kind of ox of a dude.
It's just kind of we don't know though. We have no reason to believe that it's good either though. That's the thing. It's like we don't know whether it's good. We don't know whether it's bad.
And guess what? He has the 1-2. Every guy that he's beaten so far, he's knocked out with a 1-2.
Well, I would imagine with all these guys that Jake Paul's been sparring with, apparently he's been training really hard and sparring all the time. I would imagine that a lot of these guys, you know, they've clipped Jake Paul up. They've tapped him up a little bit in some of the sparring sessions. And I would imagine that he hasn't gone down very easily.
Yes, I'm glad that you brought that up. See, that's another thing because I'm somewhere right in the middle, of this whole. That's why I'm glad that I have someone that's a little more on Jake Paul's side. I'm glad someone that's a little bit more of a Paul, Paul skeptic. So I'm somewhere like I kind of don't. I'm like don't really know what to make about it day to day because you're getting all these different information, right? So yes, he's sparring with Jean Pascal. He's sparring with Jalen Love. He's sparring with pro boxers. He can obviously punch hard. He's 24, so he will get at least like marginally better in the next year, 2, 3 years, whatever. Tyron Woodley isn't getting nothing but older. Slower, exactly. And I mean, if you're talking about chins, like whose chin do we know is stronger? We don't know what Jake Paul's chin is like. We know that Woodley it's not as good as it used to be. So It's interesting, man. It's a really interesting matchup. And I do feel like, hey, if he is going to take it seriously, that's kind of an appropriate next step. It's way more danger for Jake Paul. It would bring way more legitimacy, even if you want to call this, I mean, it's a white-collar amateur career, but even if you do want to say that, it would bring way more legitimacy than a win over Askren does, you know?
Yeah, it would.
Askren has never ended a fight by knockout unless he was on top. You know what I mean? So it's like a guy in MMA has never knocked somebody out with smaller gloves. You know what I mean? So it's like, what?
Yeah, but we were just going over that whole thing with the Nate Diaz. It's not like Nate Diaz has knocked out a bunch of even Woodley.
No, Nate Diaz has hurt people and then dropped them or hurt them and then submitted them. Yeah,
but that's why. Go ahead.
That's why I think that'll be an interesting fight because Nate is another guy where it's like, Jake hits harder than Nate Diaz, but Nate has more cardio. It'll be can Nate?
Oh, they just scored wow.
Jake hits a lot harder than Tyron Woodley too. I guarantee you, because Woodley has lost a lot of power over. Woodley has injuries in his hands. He's not able to lift the same amount of weights that he has. Woodley KO'd. I guess he got choked out by Luque, but he got pieced up before that. But if you look at Woodley's record, let's look at Woodley's record.
Does not have heavier hands than Paul, or Paul does not have heavier hands than Woodley.
Woodley's a pro fighter. Woodley's a pro fighter.
Appreciate you, Cage.
Woodley has 4 knockouts in all of his fights over the last 10 years. 4 knockouts.
Yeah, they all came before he had the belt. And when he got the belt.
And the one that got the belt.
I want to expand on what 2 Cents was saying. I want to move on real quickly to Ngannou versus Tyson Fury. Now with that situation here, now you're talking about Tyson Fury going up against Deontay Wilder. It's a different matchup. You got Deontay is only a boxer. He knows how to box, this and that. Francis Ngannou has a boxing background. He is a striker, and he hits.
He has a boxing background. He was a pro boxer.
Well, he was like an amateur boxer. Like,
his initial dream was to be a boxer. But so if you're talking about like when they say Francis Ngannou like when he strikes somebody, it's like the power of like a Mack truck connecting with somebody. Let's just say hypothetically, it's like 5,000 PSI, whatever that means. Now, if you talk about Deontay Wilder hitting somebody, he's considerably not as strong as Francis Ngannou, and probably hits at a clip of like 3,000 PSI. You know, hold
on. Let me make something very clear to you right now. Francis Ngannou does not hit harder than Deontay Wilder. Let me make that very fucking clear. Deontay Wilder has, like, when he puts people out, dude, like when he knocked out Artur Spilka, people thought that motherfucker was dead, bro. Like, he's doing that with boxing gloves. I'm going to push back on that. Francis Ngannou does not hit harder than Deontay Wilder, and if Francis Ngannou is to step foot in a ring with Tyson Fury, he will get knocked the fuck out in 3 rounds. Basically, you have an amateur Wilder. When it's Tyson Fury versus Ngannou, you basically have Tyson Fury versus an amateur Wilder, and Francis Ngannou will get fucking destroyed. I will shut that debate down immediately because it's not a debate. Tyson Fury versus Francis Ngannou is not a real fight. That's not a real fight.
Put that jab. I mean,
you saw the Rosenstruck knockout, right? That was
Rosenstrike has nowhere near the head movement or footwork of Tyson Fury. Nowhere near that, bro.
That's
not happening.
When he connected,
but nothing. Yeah. It's not going to happen. Yeah. He would never win.
That's fine. If you're not going to let me make my points, that's fine.
I'm not going to let you make that point because it's not a point to be made. Tyson Fury will fucking destroy Francis Ngannou, bro. I'm sorry. I love you, but it won't happen. He will fucking destroy Francis Ngannou.
Francis does not need to go anywhere boxing right now.
He's an amateur, bro. He's an amateur, and he's knocking out guys that have nowhere near the boxing skill of Tyson Fury.
Well, we might get to see it because Francis was saying that he wants that fight, so we might get to see it.
The whole John Jones thing needs to happen.
Oh, that's Strummer, bet on Tyson Fury and make that bet on Tyson Fury, bro.
Yeah, I can't bet against Tyson. I'm not betting it against Tyson Fury. The shape he's in, he's just a fucking well-rounded dude right now. I mean, he's always has been, but his problem was his fucking head.
Because I'm not trying to be a dick, and I apologize if I'm being a dick. But the thing is, like, Wilder, people shit on Wilder and say, yes, he does get wild when he goes for the finish. But Wilder has a really, really fucking sharp 1-2. Like, Wilder has the crispiest 1-2. That's how he dropped Fury. Yep. And that's how he dropped Ortiz. Dude, he fucking has one of the nastiest 1-2s. That Francis doesn't have the reach of Wilder. It would just be such a mismatch.
In round 2, he Frankensteined fucking Fury, right? I mean, round 12, excuse me, or lower 11 or 12, one of the two. Frankensteined him, got back up, did the whole Frankenstein, got back up, and whooped Fury for the rest of the round. I mean, he hit him with everything he had. And he thought he was dancing around the ring, thought that, then all of a sudden he sees him rise from the dead. You see fucking Wilder's eyes like, did he just get up? And he knew he was in trouble. And then
I mean that was crazy, man. That was so crazy. But like Wilder,
big loopy punches are becoming from Ngannou. I mean, just down the pipe.
Ngannou, but you guys underestimate Ngannou, and I will say because Ngannou has a chin. Ngannou's never been finished in his career. This is a silverback gorilla in there. You guys don't.
You have to realize the longest Francis has ever gone in a fight is 25 minutes, and he was spent a lot of that on his back against Stipe. If he is chasing Tyson Fury and whiffing like that for more than about 5 or 6 rounds, he's going to gas out really badly. And when he starts to gas out, Tyson is going to really, really hurt him. And probably
if Deontay can't do it footwork wise, how the hell is fucking Ngannou going to do it?
I mean, Ngannou is a shorter guy than Deontay, so he would have a better chance at cutting off the cage. He's not a big lanky guy like Deontay.
Well, he's 6'4", right?
He is 6'4", but he's got a much better center of gravity than Wilder. And with Fury, Yeah,
this will be the difference. This will be the difference. This is the difference between Wilder fighting Fury and Ngannou fighting Fury. And I don't know, obviously, and I will. Yeah, Francis does have a lot of power. He would have a puncher's chance, not like Wilder, but in the sense that Wilder has a puncher's chance. He has less of a puncher's chance, but it's still that puncher's chance. I will grant you that Francis has a lot of power. Yeah. If he does clip Tyson clean, it will fucking hurt him. Period.
Oh, that's
right.
It's
not a good idea. It's not a good idea to write off a guy like Francis, who, you know what I mean? He's just such a good athlete. He's so powerful. I completely disagree. I think Francis has more power than Wilder. I think you're off the mark on that one. I do think Wilder has power, but I think if it comes to like a strength competition, what are you talking about boxing? But Nick, Francis is a striker.
So let me put it to you like this. I mean, there's obviously different factors. Like I said, we're kind of making an apples to oranges comparison because you do have the smaller gloves, you do have more impact, but it's less of a surface. So it's different. It's just different. Like some of the punches that Francis lands, like Fury puts a glove up, it won't even get close to hitting him. And Fury's so good at slipping punches, like especially wild punches. And not only will he slip it, but he'll pivot and he'll be in a position to counter. And he's made a career.
Yeah, of course he has a chance. You know what I mean?
In 2 cents, this is not the same Ngannou that fought Stipe like 3 or 4 years ago, whenever that was.
Right.
This is this is the new improved Ngannou. This is the T2.
I agree.
This is the Terminator. This is the liquid Terminator. This is, you know what I mean?
I bet Ngannou over Stipe myself.
So this is the difference between Wilder and Fury and Ngannou and Fury. What I think would be the difference. When Wilder and Fury are standing in about mid-range, Wilder's jab can pop Tyson Fury in the face. If Ngannou is standing at that range, Tyson Fury is going to be fucking lighting him up with the jab. Like Tyson Fury's jab is going to have Francis Ngannou in all kinds of trouble, and Francis is really going to be chasing. Because that's the first thing that gets established in a boxing match is usually you take the center of the ring. Who's going to take the center of the ring and establish the jab first? Yeah. And it's going to be Fury all day. And then when Francis is going to start reaching, he's going to be really fresh early, obviously, and he's going to be quick and sharper early. That's when he has a window to catch Fury. Going wild. Because he'll start frustrating him with the jab, and then Francis will start getting really frustrated. And where Fury will be different than Rosenstrike or Overeem, like he's savvy to that shit. He's savvy to someone winging punches at his head. He's too slick. He's too fucking slick.
I don't think that Francis will allow that type of style of boxing match. I think his coaches will tell him you're not gonna be able to stay on the outside. You're gonna have to have a choice.
You know what? Fury's reach will be negating. Like that's his reach. His jab is like it's almost.
He's got the craziest, and he flicks the jab too, so it's like it goes even further the way he carries his glove. Everybody says he was cheating with his gloves and stuff like that. No, that's the way he flicks his jab out. You know what I mean? Just how it is.
It's like Mike Tyson versus Lennox Lewis. I don't know if they ever fought. Did they ever fight? I mean, they must have.
Well, Lennox Lewis fucked Mike Tyson up. They were both older. Yeah, they were both. Lennox was older. Lennox Lewis was older than Mike Tyson when they fought.
Lennox Lewis won that fight or what?
Yep. Yeah, knocked him out. Yeah.
So Tyson never beat Lennox Lewis ever?
Nope. He never beat Lewis. He never beat Holyfield. Mike Tyson never really beat anyone other than he was kind of a can crusher.
Do you remember the Bubba?
He was kind of a can crusher.
Who was it? Bubba or fucking he was like a fucking 15 plus 1500 basically. It was it Bubba? Or was it fuck, what was his name? Black dude that he fought. That
Bruno? Frank Bruno?
No, it was his first L.
Spinks? Oh,
No. Big
fuck.
fucking fight. They fought again.
Buster Douglas.
Buster Douglas. Buster Douglas
yeah.
fucking put fucking Tyson out.
Yeah, that was the that was like the fight of Buster Douglas's life. I think he just lost his mom, and he was like really emotional, and he had like the spirit of his mom, like he like with him, like he like
Next fight,
he used that to like
and they fought again. Tyson murdered him, but
go ahead. Sorry,
that was the biggest upset in boxing history.
It's still one of the biggest, bro. It's still one of the biggest ever. So, but yeah, I think just the difference is like Fury.
You gotta pee.
He's not only does he have a jab, not only does he have the head movement, not only he has a chin too, man. Like he got up from punches that have like ended like have changed guys' entire career, and he came back and looked stronger after that in the next fight. And he's not really that old. He's younger than Francis. He has an entire life of boxing knowledge compared to Francis. Like he comes from a boxing family. He's basically has it in his fucking DNA.
No, I get it.
The guy like Francis does have a chance. It's not like 100% Tyson Fury, but it's like 90% Tyson Fury.
Well, that's
give him like a 50% chance. Is what
how much? 15%?
Yeah, 1-5. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the fight that we need to see because there's nobody in the heavyweight division that, I mean, maybe John Jones could compete with Francis. I mean, I'd love to see that fight too. But there's no.
And Fury go at first. Then after that, Fury can start opening his horizons to other things.
Who does Fury need to fight first?
Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, he's fight AJ. That's the fight. And I want to see, man. I want to see Wilder fight some of these guys that they've been trying to make these fight. I want to see him fight Dillian White. I want to see, and hey, like I don't really, dude. You look at the heavyweight like prospects and crops. The crop of heavyweights coming up, and it's like it's so like hit and miss. Like they're good. Like I think Daniel Dubois lost recently to fucking like Joe Joyce. Like Joe Joyce is in his like 30s and he's a prospect kind of shit. Like it's just like F.A. Jabe is good, but he's so slow, and the guys that he's beating are just fucking jobbers, dude. Like the heavyweight division in boxing is like it's so top heavy. It has been for a couple of years now. Like, and I was following heavyweight boxing pretty damn closely a couple of years ago. I was pretty damn close to that whole like Wilder, AJ, like Tyson Fury, little round robin, fucking who's ducking who. Oh, I'll give you this fight if you beat so and so, but then the guy ducks the guy he asked him to fight, and it never happens. Kind of shit. Like,
wow,
it's crazy, dude. And
look at that below Big Show's comment. I didn't even know that
minus 42
fucking hundred beat him. So you're getting
good googly moogly, boys.
Oh,
okay. So Deontay Wilder gets KO'd in the 7th round by Tyson Fury in the last fight. Now, let's put him up against Ngannou. Let's put him up. Now, I know 2 Cents said that he may have more power than Ngannou, so we can entertain. Well, yeah, we can say that, but I mean, realistically, probably not more power. If anything, it would be similar. But
go ahead.
And you want to talk about who's got the better chin? I think you have to give that to Ngannou because Ngannou's never been finished, and he looks like a guy that has got a pretty good chin.
That's okay. So he's never been caught with anything. It's weird. Him and Derek Lewis looked at each other the entire fight. If you remember that, the Rosenstruck fight, he didn't land a single fucking shot on him. Stipe landed a couple good shots on Ngannou in the first round, which connected, and you know what I mean. Stipe's 38 years old. Other than that, we haven't really seen Ngannou like tested like when it comes to like a fucking brawl.
Have we seen him wobbled? Have we seen Ngannou wobbled even?
He was stunned a little versus Stipe.
Yeah, he's definitely
stunned, kind of like off balance. So I think the difference for me in it, pure power, maybe Ngannou might have pure power, but the other thing is, it's not just swinging at a punching machine that measures power. It's Can you do that on the move? Can you do that when someone else with a longer reach is jabbing you in the face and you can't fucking see anything? You just see the boxing glove.
Old boxing glove.
But you could probably say that he has more power in a single haymaker punch than a guy like Tyson Fury, because Fury is more of like a point boxer with like great technique.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. Like Ngannou has more power than Tyson Fury.
Yeah.
That's
right. So
definitely.
If he goes up against, let's say he goes up against Deontay Wilder. If Ngannou lands a couple big shots on him, the fight could be over. So Tyson Fury is a bigger challenge. He's the better boxer.
But the other thing is this too. If look,
Tyson's supposed to start down the pipe too. I mean,
hey, Wilder. Look, Wilder does that too. Wilder has a really, really sharp, crispy 1-2 that he learned from Mark Breland. He learned that from Mark Breland. Mark Breland got Wilder's jab looking crispy, and I thought it was disgraceful the way he fucking treated Mark Breland. I used to be a Deontay Wilder fan, and that was it for me. That was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. But anyway, yeah, and that's the thing. Yes, Wilder will not be able to slip punches as well as Tyson Fury, but Deontay Wilder has made a career out of using his athleticism to dodge punches. It's not the most textbook. But the other thing is, when you do that, when Ngannou wades into the fire with Fury, what will come back to him is sharp counter punches. When he wades into the fire with Deontay Wilder, what will come back from him could be the one that cracks Ngannou's chin. Like, the firepower coming back from Wilder is absolutely more than the firepower coming back from Fury.
Okay, but all right. So, but who do you think? So, like, say Deontay Wilder might be able to slip Tyson Fury's punches a little better, but who do you think is a better athlete? If it was like, if they're playing football, American football.
I mean, Deontay Wilder is a basketball player. Deontay Wilder was a good basketball player, so he is very athletic. Like, that's why he gets away with some of the shit he does, is because he has like explosive, fast twitch muscle fibers. Technique, nah, it's wild as fuck. But he does have the ability to leap into range. He's super rangy. He got his 1-2 real nice and tight and crispy. He is predictable, but the power, dude, he knocks motherfuckers out through their guard, bro. Like, Stavern put his high guard up, Wilder punched right through that shit and sat him on his head. He hit Stavern so hard that Stavern thought he got hit in the back of the head. He got his head. He hit me in the back of the head, dude. Like, no, dude. He just punched you right in the fucking face. Like, Wilder has thunderous KO power. And if Ngannou goes in there and tries to just windmill him, he will get sparked. Like, Wilder does have, he's not like Fury, but he does have ability to counter. Like, he countered Luis Ortiz, who is a very, very, very skilled. Luis Ortiz comes from the Cuban amateur program, which is a famed amateur Olympic training program. Cuban amateurs. It's by the way, the farm or something.
Send Sam Big Show. He's in the back with me in another stream yard. So
nice. Sub show. Well, the big dick energy is here, Bo. But yeah. So yeah, Wilder, like, he does have countering ability. He actually countered Ortiz with I think it was he countered him with a left hook, I think. But in any case, Wilder is a better boxer than he appears because he gets a lot of hate. Some of it is definitely deserved, but sometimes people have a tendency to not give Wilder the credit he deserves. Like, he's a little bit better of a boxer than people give him credit for. In a boxing match, I would favor Wilder as well. Like, he's been in there with way better competition. Like, the motherfucker. I don't know. I don't know when Wilder's fighting again.
I'm looking at a photo of Luis Ortiz right now. And there is such a big discrepancy in the type of athlete or strength that this dude has compared to an Ngannou. Like, this dude looks a little chubby.
Like, bro. You have to realize, though. You have to realize Luis Ortiz is a devastating power puncher. Like, okay, I'll put it in terms to you like this. And this is kind of some boxing math. This is kind of some triangle theory shit, but There's a boxer, a Romanian boxer named Roja. What's his name? Kajanu. Ravzan Kajanu. Anthony Joshua, who is the unified champion, or no, he's the unified champion. He took Anthony Joshua went 12 rounds with Joseph Parker. Joseph Parker went 12 rounds with Razvan Kajanu. Luis Ortiz fucking sparked Razvan Kajanu in 2 rounds. Luis Ortiz has 1,000 times more boxing skill than fucking Francis Ngannou. But he's older. He is probably slower. So there's just different things to consider. But Luis Ortiz is no scrub, and a lot of people were ducking Luis Ortiz when he was a little bit younger. A lot of people. Yeah. Dillian White ducked the living shit out of Luis Ortiz. Dillian White, basically, Wilder told Dillian White when he was champion, when Wilder was WBC champion, he said, look, dude, if you fucking go fight Luis Ortiz and beat him, I will give you the title shot. I will give you the WBC title shot. And fucking Dillian White ducked Luis Ortiz and said, nah, man, who's this Luis Ortiz guy? He's nobody, blah, 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 blah. I was like, well, fucking fight him then. If he's this nobody old man, go fight him, knock him out, and you get the title shot with Wilder you've been fucking pissing and moaning about. But he didn't do it. So Luis Ortiz is a very, very avoided fighter. But yeah, he's kind of old. He's a little
He's getting older.
Now.
You know what? Yeah. I forgot to know, Big Show, his footwork is just horrible. If you see where he wings his punches from in the octagon, he just throws them like fucking just from the hip, wild or whatnot. Boxing, you can't do that. You got to have, your footwork has to be there. Otherwise, like you said, Fury will get the angle and just pop shot him to death. You know what I mean? It's just, he's so stationary. He's a stationary target, but he's such a big fuck that people are scared. You know what I mean?
Right. And one punch from Fury won't do it. Fury isn't going to one punch him out, but getting punched and punched and punched and swinging and missing, that's tiring, dude. Getting hit is really exhausting. Like, getting hit and swinging and missing is like is energy draining like a motherfucker.
In 2 cents, Francis is the baddest man in the world, and what I will tell you is he's not a wrestler, he's not a jiu-jitsu guy, he's not a Muay Thai kickboxer, he's a striker with a boxing background. So yes. I think he's another one of these guys that you can never count out Francis Ngannou. So for me, it's a really close fight, and I would not bet a penny against Francis Ngannou until that dude turns about 45 years old.
In a boxing match, or just
in any combat fight, I'm not betting against that guy. He's a hero of his entire country. He's a hero of Cameroon.
I tell you what, I'm never picking against Francis Ngannou in the UFC. Mark my words, I'm never picking against Francis Ngannou in the UFC until he loses. I'm just not going to do it.
Well, yeah, that would be smart. Yeah.
There's no fucking way. There's no way I'm picking against Francis.
Well, Francis already lost against Stipe, but then that was the rematch. You know what I mean? Stipe beat him already.
Yeah, and I just don't see like, God damn. I mean, who is like, yeah,
Big Show thinks with gloves, Stipe would just straight up gloves that he would beat Ngannou.
What's up, Show? I hear you, Bubba. How you doing, man?
Wait, you think Stipe would beat? Oh, is Show in here?
He's in my background. We're about to go do some backstage betting after this.
Nice. Well, yeah. So yeah, it's interesting because that division, the heavyweight division of boxing, especially the top, it's so stale. Like they're all really the only fight to make is Fury and AJ, and then to see some of these other like B tier fights, like not B tier, but like 1A, like Deontay Wilder, Dillian White. Look, Dillian White just got his revenge against Povetkin. There's no point in making a fucking Dillian White Povetkin trilogy. He'll just knock Povetkin out again.
Now needs a fucking. He just won the belt, right? He needs to freaking protect that belt a couple times before he goes over to boxing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, So to circle,
you don't barely speak English.
Right. It's like. Go ahead.
Was Nick just saying that Miocic would beat Ngannou with just like boxing gloves, dude? Like, come on, man.
Big Show thinks he would.
I said it, Strummer.
All right. Big Show said that? Miocic, man, that guy's way past his prime. Ngannou's never been better. It's not realistic at all. Like Ngannou would slip that dude and KO him just like he did in the octagon in any
Remember,
fight.
Stipe was a professional boxer.
I'm gonna go on mute. Y'all go at it. Y'all have the floor.
Remember, Stipe was a professional boxer before he even stepped foot in the octagon. But he is getting older. It's 38. Now, if both guys didn't have to worry about, taking each other down, which was Stipe trying to take down it, it could be different. But that one in a boxing ring, I would, because Stipe has more boxing background and a pedigree or whatnot, I think it'd be a closer fight than in the octagon, especially with the bigger gloves. You know what I mean? I want to see Ngannou actually box with 16-ounce gloves. I want to see him go into the latter rounds, you know what I mean, and see what he has in the latter rounds. 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. You know what I mean?
That's where Stipe would win, is them late rounds.
He would have to get him.
You
later.
can't make it to the later rounds with Ngannou anymore. This guy's finishing everything early.
We're doing boxing.
Well, okay, so let me throw this out there.
Clinching, you know what I mean?
Let me throw this out there. Let me put it in perspective. Let's say, for instance, and this isn't the best example, but it is somewhat of a relevant example. Take Frank Mir versus Steve Cunningham, for example.
Yep.
Let's say that was a legit fight. Let's just say that was above board. It wasn't Frank Mir wasn't, Steve Cunningham wasn't paid to take it easy on him. Steve Cunningham is a former champion, a former legit champion, and he was one of the only people to ever drop Tyson Fury. And Frank Mir has been knocked out several times. And Frank Mir was able to give a good account of himself. Now, Frank Mir was on every performance-enhancing.
He looked good.
And let's definitely, he was not natural for sure, but nevertheless, thus and still, it shows that if you do have boxing skill, if you are defensively responsible, the gloves do offer more of a surface for protection. It is easier to just put your hands up to your head and block a punch that might potentially knock you out in the octagon. That is just one aspect where it's just a little bit different. You don't have the unpredictability of the other facets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, you don't have to worry about the threat of the takedown, right? You don't have to worry about
leg kicks or getting slammed. Everything that you would worry about together.
Exactly.
With the heavyweights, though, it's a little bit different. There's KOs more often. You talk about Fury versus Deontay Wilder.
True.
Well, yeah, like Fury is, he's like the guy. He's the head guy right now, and his whole style is just like, real pick the guys apart. He doesn't have that power, like you said. He does have legit power, but like
Tyson Fury is an anomaly. He's an anomaly.
Right.
He's but most heavyweights do not fucking move like Tyson Fury.
He's huge and he moves
whatsoever.
Swift.
Exactly. He's so much bigger, but he's so much
elusive.
He's a fucking outfighter. He's a fucking slick boxer, Muhammad Ali motherfucker. Like,
it's weird. It's very weird. So those guys, the type of guys you don't see very much. You know what I mean?
He's like a white Irish traveler Ali.
Yeah,
it's crazy to say that. Like, he's kind of like that. I'm not saying he's as good as Ali, but that's kind of what his style is similar to.
Yeah, he said he's taken a lot from Ali, the way Ali fights. Like, that's he said it in interviews, the way
he plays. I've seen him play the rope-a-dope and look just like fucking Ali.
Yep. Just you can't touch him. You know what I mean? Just put the hands up and then he'll circle.
He did it against Volin. He did it against Volin. He was just like he does, dude. He slips the jab. He slips the cross. He rolls under the left hook. He leans back from the uppercut. He just he knows. He's been seen enough combinations. He knows that like boxers know this. Professional boxers know this, and high-level amateurs know this. You pick up on punching patterns. There's less targets. There's less punches. There's less overall things you have to worry about compared to MMA. You can concentrate on certain, you just get used to certain things. Because guys, boxing is more of a standardized training regimen. There's only a certain number of punches. There's only a certain number of ways to throw a jab. There's only a certain number of ways to throw a cross. There's only a certain number of ways to throw a left hook. You know what I mean? Like, you can make, but at the end of the day, it's a jab, a cross, 2 hooks, 2 uppercuts. You know what I mean? And then,
when's the last time you seen Ngannou throw a left hook to the body or something like that? You just don't see it. He's straight 1-2 to the dome, bro. He's just trying to knock you out. You know what I mean?
1-2. He has a good uppercut, and then he has like a crazy like winging left hook that comes from around the other hemisphere.
Which with boxing gloves, a lot easier to block. Get your hands up. You know what I mean? So it's like
Stipe's jab is just so much more defined.
Yeah,
you saw that in the fight. You saw that.
I'm watching the Deontay Wilder highlights right now. He does not hit harder than Ngannou. I will tell you that is 100% fact. He does not hit hard. I'm just watching it. Like he's good.
Watch the Arthur Spilka knockout, watch the Dominic Breazeale knockout, and watch the what's another really good Wilder knockout.
Watch the second pushing power, not swinging from the hips type thing and knocking somebody.
Watch the second Stavern fight. I mean, fuck, dude. Watch the Tyson
16-ounce
fight.
Yeah. 16-ounce gloves, heavier on the hands, which means
he hits hard. Yeah, but I mean, Ngannou knocked you out with his left hand or his right hand. Wilder ain't knocking anybody out.
Well, so
he probably knock some people out with his dick for crying out loud. But
so let me make this argument too. Let me just counter argument. Look who Ngannou is knocking out, bro.
38-year-old Stipe.
Rosenstruck.
Alistair Overeem. Alistair Overeem been knocked out 15 fucking times. Andrei Arlovsky been knocked out 10, 11 times. Stipe has been knocked out a few times himself. Rosenstrike, he's been knocked out. I've seen Rosenstrike slept.
Stefan Struve knocked out Stipe.
Slept. Stefan Struve beat the shit out of Stipe and knocked him out. Junior dropped Stipe. Yes, Francis Ngannou has incredible punching power. Dude, let's be real about it. In most situations, and Jack Reese even admitted this, Deontay Wilder pretty much knocked out Tyson Fury. Let's be real. He pretty much knocked him out. That fight would have been waved off most times, and he gave him a slow count. It's not 10 seconds. It is the count of the referee, but he admitted pretty much that he gave him a slow count. He pretty much knocked Tyson Fury out. And Tyson Fury is the slickest, least hittable heavyweight in decades. Wilder is one of the most dangerous boxers. He's still a top 5 heavyweight, and I think he would knock Francis Ngannou out.
Wilder has a similar cross. Wilder they have not in punching power, but they has like a similar right cross to like Jake Paul in terms of for their weight class. They both
watch I'm trying to think of another.
Jake Paul, I can't put Ngannou and Jake Paul in the same.
Dude, watch Deontay Wilder's look. Luis Ortiz, you can shit on Luis Ortiz's record, but his only losses are to Wilder. Go watch Wilder knock out Luis Ortiz. He hits Luis Ortiz so fucking hard, he is drooling on himself, bro. He doesn't have his functions about him.
Andy Ruiz, remember Andy Ruiz? When he knocked out Joshua, was it Joshua? Right?
Andy Ruiz, he stopped Joshua. Yeah,
you know what I mean. Those guys are big.
Wilder knows how to protect his chin. Ngannou wouldn't protect his chin like a boxer would, rolling the shoulders and all that.
Yeah, that's the thing. If he opened up against Wilder does have the basic counter punching ability to punch him back.
Mm-hmm. I just think it's 2 different games. You know what I mean?
Wilder's used to getting in those wild exchanges and getting the better of it.
I'm watching Ortiz fight right now, and Ortiz is walking Wilder down. Now, if you have a guy like Francis walking you down, Francis looks a lot bigger than Ortiz. I'm not saying Ortiz not a good athlete, but it's a different level of athlete.
Ortiz is a different level of boxing skill, though.
And he's
like I said, Luis Ortiz, he comes from one of the most world-renowned amateur training programs there is, man. The Cuban amateur program is very, very well respected, and Luis Ortiz is a very tricky southpaw. Luis Ortiz, if your name's not Deontay Wilder, Luis Ortiz is gonna fuck you up and knock you out.
Yeah, he looks good, man. Looks good, but I mean, I'll tell you, Francis is gonna throw strikes these guys never seen. Francis is
now, hey, a really good fight is Ortiz versus Ngannou. That's a really fucking good fight.
Yeah, I'd like
because
to see
Ortiz is slow, and Francis really could clip Ortiz and fucking put him on Queer Street and fuck him up. That's a better fight than Wilder. Wilder still has that like that explosive like. I think he could catch Francis from a good ways out and knock him
then
out.
Fury, forget about it. He's just gonna box him up.
Yeah, Ortiz has to get inside, and Ngannou could yeet on Ortiz and knock him out.
What's the weight limit on heavyweight? What's the weight limit on the heavyweight? There's no weight limit,
265, right?
Because
I don't know if there's an upper bound weight limit on heavyweight boxing. I'm not sure.
I didn't think there was, but Wilder's only 231 pounds. Ngannou,
Yeah. Wilder's never been a big heavyweight. Wilder's always been like I think he weighed like
232 for fucking 8 rounds.
There's no way.
He's too big. He's too big. He's got too much muscle. He's not a boxer build. He's a
hopefully it goes down. Hopefully it goes down.
Dirty boxing.
So heavyweight, it says 201 pounds and over.
Yep. Yeah. I don't think there's an upper bound limit.
Another division there.
This dude's getting walked down again. The second round just started. Ortiz is walking him down. Wilder's backing up towards the ropes. What happens if
are you watching Strummer? Are you watching the? Is that the first one or the second one?
First one.
First one. Yeah. Yeah. See, like that's the thing. Ortiz is a really, really fucking good boxer, dude. He is a bad motherfucker. And like I said, he's older and he's Cuban. And the Cuban birth records are not known to be the most reliable. So there's a good chance Ortiz could be in his like late 40s. Like he could be like damn near 50 years old. So that's something to keep in mind. Francis Ngannou is faster and younger than Luis Ortiz by a considerable amount. But stronger. Like physically, yeah. But Luis Ortiz, like Francis Ngannou, is not like a 100th of Luis Ortiz's skill inside. Like Luis Ortiz is a nasty inside boxer. Go watch Luis Ortiz knockout. Who was it? It wasn't Gerald Washington. It was fucking. God damn it, who was that? He like double uppercut. I'm gonna look up his record right now. He double uppercutted this dude, and it was so fucking nasty. But yeah, man, I like the top heavyweights are really fucking fun to watch, man. But they fight so infrequently. It's hard, dude. Keeping up with boxing, if it's not in your blood, dude, it is almost a fool's errand because it is just all over the place. Where is it? Bryant Jennings, dude. Watch Luis Ortiz knock out Bryant Jennings. It is so nasty. It is like two of the nastiest uppercuts in succession you will see in a fucking heavyweight boxing match. He knocked out David Allen. He knocked out Razvan. He went to the Hammer. He probably should have knocked him out. And his last one was last year in November. He knocked out Flores in one fucking round. Alexander Flores, he's had a couple losses, but still, like, Ortiz, that's a good fight, though.
2 cents, I'm watching him, and he looks good. He looks on the same level as Wilder. But my whole thing is, like, I get that you're coming into a different sport, but there's some things that carry over. Like, you hear Wilder just, like, knocked him down, but like you're not going to tell me that like in LeBron James when he's like 25 years old, like in his prime of his career, just coming up, super young, super healthy. You're not going to tell me that he can't be like, the fucking MVP of the NFL at tight end for fucking 5 years. But he just didn't want to do that. He didn't want to risk playing in a sport where he could have a life-altering injury. But you're not going to tell me that he's not going to go in there and catch balls and jump over everybody and catch touchdowns and dominate. You're not. I mean that.
I agree. Yeah. No, I agree with you. The problem is for Francis though is that he would be trying to do that. The gap is like too big at this late in the game. Like Francis. Now in MMA, it's a little bit different because there are different facets of the game that Francis has a lot of catching up to do on that he can still improve on. But boxing, like to get the top, like to get that Tyson Fury, like Anthony Joshua, and then people hate on him, but even the Deontay Wilder, you have to really have been doing it for at least about 5 years at the pro level. And it's Francis has good amateur boxing, but it's amateur boxing. Like it's not. He's never had a pro fight.
I got to roll
against a real boxer. All right. Well, hey Nick, thanks for
Nick.
stopping through, brother. I appreciate you.
What a
time.
Fun debate. Great debate.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate your show. Later, brother.
Later, bro.
Peace.
Later,
Peace.
guys. We're gonna do some backstage bet and make some money.
Best of luck, fellas. Cash the shit out of it.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it, brother.
Anytime, man. Anytime.
Later, Eric.
Later.
Later, bud.
I will tell you, 2 cents. You're a knowledgeable guy, but I don't recommend you letting Francis Ngannou catch wind of this.
Oh God! Well, hey, I want zero problems with Francis Ngannou. Francis.
No, he would never do any. Yeah, he would never do anything. Francis is like all class, man. Super humble
totally
guy. I love.
Oh yeah, I love Francis too, and that's why I want to see Francis. Like, dude, I will never pick against Francis in the UFC, bro.
No, Francis
way.
would probably think this is funny. Like he would enjoy this, but he would also at the same time be like, "You guys don't know about it," you know?
Oh, I mean, I would like to think that it would motivate him to be like, "You will see, fucking 2 cents, you piece of like, you fucking piece of shit." Like, no, but that, yeah, no, I like boxing, man. I'm a boxing head, so I do. But I love UFC too, and I pay attention more to UFC. But heavyweight boxing, like, it's just different. It's like Nick was alluding to it a little bit. It's yes, Francis for the first couple few rounds, I think he would have a really good puncher's chance against like somebody like Wilder, maybe even against Fury. Probably really like the first or second round against Fury.
Wilder seems more chinny. I think that I personally believe, and I know you disagree, but I think that he would walk through Wilder. Now Fury is a different story, maybe because he's a little better than Wilder. He seems a little bit more durable than Wilder.
That's the thing. He has a better chance, but he's also taking a bigger risk. If that makes sense. Like, yeah. He has he does have Wilder is more hittable than Fury. Absolutely. There's no question about that. Francis Ngannou has a better chance. This is how I would say. Francis Ngannou
Fury has a better chin than Wilder too. Fury has a better chin, I think.
Deontay Wilder has a good chin. Deontay Wilder has a really good chin. And let's keep in mind too that Wilder got dropped by Fury, but he got stopped on the feet. Like, the towel got thrown in by Mark Breland. So Wilder has a good chin. Wilder has been cracked by like he got cracked by Ortiz. He got hurt bad by Ortiz. Like, and Ortiz hits hard. Ortiz is really hard. Fucking Tyson Fury. Yeah, Tyson Fury just outboxed him and fucked him up. And yeah, so yeah, that's how I would say. There is more chance of Francis Ngannou clipping Deontay Wilder. There is also greater chance if he does go buck wild on Deontay Wilder. That's how he fights. He'll go buck wild right there with him. And if Wilder lands, it's got a bigger chance of one punch knocking him out than Fury. So it's a bit of a trade-off. It's an interesting fight. I feel like it is probably more competitive with Wilder than it is with Fury by virtue of Fury just being a better boxer. And the gloves being a little bit bigger and his defense being so good. I think offensively and defensively, Fury would have a better chance.
And if you're Francis Ngannou, like when he's growing up, said he wants to be a boxer, all this, I'm wondering from his perspective why he got into MMA versus boxing. Was there more money involved? Was it easier to get to the top? Like, why do you think? Well, maybe he enjoyed the sport of MMA better because it's like more dynamic than boxing is more one-dimensional. Why do you think that he chose this over boxing? Maybe because he wasn't like the prototypical like lanky boxer like Fury and Wilder, or like these really tall kind of like lean guys, and then Ngannou's built more like a linebacker.
I honestly don't know. That's a really good question. I'm not really sure. if I had to guess, probably just more of a question of opportunity, honestly, because while there is more money in boxing, you also have to go through the right channels. Like, you have to get with the right promoter, you have to get with the right manager, you have to get the right fights, because you can just get lost in the void of nothingness of like fighting for bullshit belts. And like I said, there's really everyone talking, and there are a ton of belts, but there's really only 4 that matter. That really matter, that are really, really respected. And that's WBC, WBA, WBO, and the IBF. Those are the 4. Now people say that the Ring Magazine title, the Lineal title, that those are important. That they do get put on the line, but there isn't a belt for that per se. I think there is a Ring Magazine belt. I do think there is a Ring Magazine belt, but there are very few undisputed champions in boxing. Yes, if you can get into, if you are a star, it is proven that you are an elite boxer, especially at like welterweight or heavyweight, dude, you like the money is about as much as you can possibly fathom for a combat sport. But the opportunity are there just fewer like spots to be a superstar. So for Francis, like it probably would have been a really, really fucking long road. Whereas the UFC, you show up, you can get on the map like that, bro. Like, I mean, look how quickly Francis blew up. Comes in, sparks a few dudes, and whoa, who is this guy? When is he going to fight for the title? And then here we go. A couple years later, he's champ.
Well, so his story is really interesting. We don't really know his entire backstory. We know this guy was in France for a while, but he's originally from the Cameroon. Yep. And there's also rumors of him being homeless and things like that. So like he has a really, really interesting story. It's just surprising a guy with this talented and also like seems like a good guy. What's he doing out there homeless? Well, you know, the world is a tough place.
It is, bro.
Yeah, and you know, he's from Africa. You know, he probably most likely came from like poverty.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh my God, yeah. That's the biggest issue with. That's one of the biggest issues in the continent of Africa, and it's different country to country. I dated a girl that was Ghanaian. She was Fanti, and that's West Africa. And Ghana is one of the more westernized, developed. Like there's a good bit of corruption in their government, but they actually have a government that functions somewhat like a normal government. You know what I'm saying? They have an actual military and a police force. Like some of those African countries, man, they are so fucking impoverished and war torn. Like, yeah, you're just a victim of circumstance. Like, and for Francis, like, oh man, like, dude, his story, you're right, man. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. And I just, the more I think about it, yeah, it was probably just a thing of opportunity. Like, there's a quicker way to get to a title in the UFC than to, because you basically in boxing, you either got to get with Eddie Hearn or Al Heyman or Bob Arum.
Yeah, and eventually, I think that his level really shot up because they found him and he was doing some training, I guess, over there in France. I don't know what kind of training he was doing in Africa. Probably did something in Africa, just getting started. But then he goes to France, and you know, I don't know where his development was at that point. But at some point, he came out to Vegas or the U.S. and he really started developing. I think he got stronger physically, and it's just all his martial arts were like developing too, like, you know, his takedown defense and just his striking, things like that. But yeah, and here you're shooting for Ghana. Here's Ghana. You're shooting for the Sudan though, homie.
Yeah, dude. Oh, dude. Yeah, Ghana is West Africa and like a somewhat developed country. Like Like Cameroon, man, I don't even know about Cameroon, bro. And you can even go, it's crazy. What's crazy, and I don't know that much. I'm very, very ignorant when it comes to Africa. But like Ghana is like somewhat stable as a country. Like I said, they do have a somewhat stable government with a parliament and a military and police and all that shit. Like you go to Nigeria, like a country or two over, Nigeria is fucked up.
I thought Nigeria was like the most developed out of all of those countries.
Bro, Nigeria is fucked up. Like it might have some of that too, but dude, the corruption, Nigeria is really fucked up. Like just from this thing she told me, and the things like I heard from other like friends of her family, like because like the place I lived, like the African community was pretty tight knit, especially like the West Africans were really like tight knit, like you know, people from Togo and Nigeria and Ghana and like all that's like they stick together, man, and they have like, you know, they know a lot of the same people because it's just like that. And Nigeria is like, from what they told, really fucked up.
There was one guy that won a fight in the UFC. I don't know if it's last week or the week before, but he was from the Democratic Republic of Congo, which I guess is like the most dangerous country in the entire world.
Are you talking about Rug?
Who's that? Is that a Rug? Who is it?
Are you talking about Rug? The dude whose nickname is Rug? The guy that beat Elaine, what's his fuck? Fuck. I can't remember the guy's name.
Trying to look it up here.
Are you talking about the big Senegalese wrestling dude?
Well, it might be Kasangane.
Oh, Mma. Yeah, Mma.
Is it him? Let's see.
Yeah, Mma is where is he from? I think you might be right. I think he might be from Congo. I think he might.
Well, it says he was born in America. Maybe it's like his dad is from there.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, ear's right. Rug is from Senegal. Yeah, and that's like I can't remember, man. I'm decent at geography. I did decent at geography in school, but like Africa is sometimes a tough one for me. Sometimes I'll be thinking like it's in like the middle, like I'll be thinking it's like northern, and it'll be like way sub-Saharan Africa, and I'd be like, yeah, that wasn't right at all. Like it's a it's a big fucking continent with a lot of countries, dude.
Oh yeah, dude. Fucking massive.
And it's crazy because like some like there's like I've heard that there's really, really cool places in Africa, but man, you have just got to go to the right places. Like that's what my ex would tell me. Like you just like there's some places it's like awesome and you know very like you know westernized and you know there's big cool cities and stuff, but like you go to some places and it's just like a fucking war zone. Like
right.
It just differs from country to country. Like some of the countries are so fucking unstable. But anyway, yeah, like Francis is like, yeah, it's just you can't really help where you come from. But the fact that he was able to make it out of that and get to Paris and just like barely scrape by on the streets, like living in the gym, barely getting through. And here he is, makes it to the UFC, climbs through the ranks, gets beaten back, climbs back through, and then he gets the fucking belt, bro. Like, how fucking cool is that?
Oh, it was awesome, and it was interesting because I think Stipe said that he wanted a rematch, but yeah, it wasn't. I don't know what exactly what he was thinking. He's like a competitor, you know, but when he was saying he wanted a rematch, he didn't seem real confident about it. It just seemed like he was just like, oh, I'll fight him again, you know?
Right. Well, and I think there's a certain part of Stipe where it's like he knew it was kind of his duty. Like Stipe is a G, man. Like he's a warrior. He went out on a shield. He's a very honorable champion, and I was getting annoyed with people saying how underappreciated he is, but for casual people, he kind of is. Like he does have a legit like fan base and people that know how good he is. So that's why it's kind of like, come on, guys. Like, everybody knows how good Stipe really is. But
yeah,
go ahead.
Well, I mean, the thing with like Stipe and Ngannou and Cormier is like Stipe is going to war out there with Cormier. And I think that Stipe proved himself, to I would say a little bit better than Cormier, but that was like a legendary rivalry between those two guys.
Yeah.
And when you go up against Ngannou, I think you're going up a massive level, at least at the time, where like Cormier is a tough guy, and Cormier is saying he would never even think about fighting Ngannou, yet he's going into wars with Stipe, and they're on the same level. It's so I think Ngannou is just like far above either of those guys. It's just I don't know what happened in the first Stipe fight, but I somehow Ngannou turned a corner and he hit his prime. He's 34 right now. Is at the best point in his entire career.
Whoa, hold on. Is this a real? Yo, hey, shout out KSI, man. Guys, I think this real KSI just stopped through. If that is true, yo, shout out KSI.
Bro, I saw that earlier.
I don't know how you found my little bitty channel. I don't know how you found that, but hey, salute, bro. Appreciate you stopping through. Oh shit!
Yeah, I saw that and I thought that was the real one, but there's just so many like fakes, like I didn't even entertain it, but it kind of seemed like it was the real dude.
Wow, that's wild. Yeah, shout out KSI, man. Shout out KSI. Like, wow, that's pretty mind blowing, actually, man.
I don't know too much about him. I guess he's like a British rapper. Like, I really don't, you know what I mean? I don't know much about him.
KSI is a YouTuber. He's a very famous YouTuber. He's KSI and Logan. KSI boxed Jake Paul's brother in the first pay-per-view.
Beat him up.
Yeah, I don't know if KSI is still in the chat, bro. Okay, hey, are you? Do you have any future plans for getting back into boxing? Do you have any future fight plans coming up? I'm just curious. Yeah, guys, I think we had the real KSI in here.
You're hitting the big show, 2 cents. You got KSI.
That's wild, bro. That's wild. I don't know how that happened.
Got 7 people in the chat plus KSI.
Seven people. One of them is only KSI. No big deal. God, that's wild, dude. That's wild.
Dude, yeah, bro. I fucking I started watching I fucking subscribed to HBO, Disney Plus, and fucking Stars recently. I'm trying to find like a new series to watch. I started that Falcon and the Snowman or whatever that is. Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
It started the first episode. I was like halfway through, and I feel like it's gonna get better, but it started out a little slow. Not the biggest Anthony Mackie fan, but I do like Altered Carbon, so I'm hoping it gets better.
Yeah, I watched the first few episodes of Falcon and Winter Soldier. I'm liking it. I'm liking where it's starting to go. I still kind of don't know like what it's about yet. Like I still don't know where it's going, kind of. Like it's all just kind of up stuff. I feel like something is building and I don't know what it is yet, kind of deal. It's kind of like that with Invincible, honestly. Like I've been loving Invincible. It's that animated superhero show on Amazon, but it's definitely an adult superhero show. It's really fucking good. The last episode was a little like, I thought it was one of the weaker episodes of the series, but episode 5 was really awesome, and the first episode is really crazy. So I definitely, if you like superheroes at all, if you like more like really violent, adult-oriented superhero shit like The Boys or Kick-Ass, anything like that, I definitely recommend Invincible. I
like Kick-Ass, and I think I've seen advertisements for Invincible. Looks good. I probably will check that out. It actually got exceptional reviews.
Yeah, it's good, man. It's like it's definitely more of the line of like how I would describe Invincible. It's like the best parts of kind of like the origin story of Superman, but he's kind of like the kid kind of has like the attitude of Spider-Man. Like he's cocky, he's learning the responsibilities of his superpowers, but there's more realistic consequences and like bloody. It shows you more like the realistic consequences of superpowers. So it's kind of more like The Boys and like Brightburn, a little bit of Brightburn.
Brightburn.
Yeah, yeah. So like, kind of like shit like that. Like
is
there's some
Brightburn
dark,
good?
some dark super.
Is Brightburn good?
I haven't seen it. I've seen parts of it. I've heard it's really good. I pretty much know what happens. I kind of spoiled it for myself. But
you finished Invincible already? You haven't finished that?
Well, I'm caught up. I'm caught up. There's like it's airing like weekly. Like there's new episodes every Friday. But I'm caught up on it. Yeah, I think
it got amazing reviews. This is like the best reviews I've ever seen on a show.
Well, it's good, man. It started out like I didn't really know how to take the first like episode. It was kind of just like your basic like I won't spoil too much for you, but I'll see if I can get you intrigued. So it kind of starts out like your basic superhero origin story, like, oh, there's this kid, he's normal. The different kind of like setup for this one though is like the kid's dad is a superhero and he already knows it. Like he already knows his dad is a superhero, and his dad's been telling him he's going to get superpowers at some point. He's a teenager, he's waiting to get them, blah blah blah. Finally gets his superpowers. So it's kind of like some of your classic superhero tropes or whatever. But something really, really fucking crazy happens at the end of the first episode that totally was like, okay, I'm into this now. Like, it's crazy, it's awesome, it's violent, and like it shows you like it sets it apart from what looks like a normal, just kind of like standard, like, you know, superhero to the rescue. It's like it's pretty good. It definitely subverts the genre a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I'm definitely gonna watch this. It looks bomb.
Yeah, it's definitely enjoyable, man, for sure, for sure.
I won't lie to you. I am going through a little bit of Mandalorian withdrawals. I'm ready for that next season.
Bro, I know, man. I had to go back and fucking rewatch not too long ago. I had to just go back and rewatch it. Like I was just like, okay, I kind of like forgot some of the shit that happened. I had to refresh myself, but it's like I'm only gonna do that so much. Like I need that fucking I'm jonesing for it. Like you said, little withdrawals.
Yes, sir.
Fuck, dude. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, I started watching. I finished season 3 of The Sinner, and that was good.
Oh, I saw season 3 of The Sinner. That's the only one. I tried to watch season 1 and I couldn't get into it with Jessica Biel, even though she's hot as fuck. But
right.
I like season 3 though, with Bill Pullman and
yeah.
That one weirdo dude who's like the fucking woman that he goes like digging graves with. That guy's fucking weird.
Oh my god, yeah, that dude, I know exactly. Yeah, that fucking yeah, dude, his buddy,
guy,
whatever.
Yeah, he trips me out, bro. I like that guy.
He was a good weirdo, man. That he was the guy that's like manipulating the one dude is like his college buddy. That guy is creepy. The actor that plays him did a really good job.
And
man, that's one of those shows. Sorry,
Jamie, the main character. He's good.
Yeah, but that dude, yeah, Jamie's really good too. I thought that guy Matt Bomer, the dude that plays him, did a really, really good job. Like it was like realistic, like I don't know, man. There's parts of that like I watched it and I was like, yeah, I know that I would never do something like that, but it almost like puts you in a situation where it's like, what would you do if you were kind of in that situation? Like it just makes you ask yourself. It's like, no, I would never fucking do that. Like, but it's like it kind of almost puts you in the scenario. Like, okay, like you know what I mean? Like I thought that it did a good job of that.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Jimmy says season 1 of The Sinner is really good. Halfway through season 2, but lost interest. Maybe I'll go back. Yeah, I didn't know. I mistakenly started the 3rd season, but it's an anthology, so it's like you don't have to watch them in order, and it's picked up with a whole new storyline. But it was kind of like True Detective, I guess, in that way. Like from what I'm hearing, like certain seasons are better than others. Like I loved the first season of True Detective. The second one was started out good, and then just like I thought they kind of ruined it. And then the 3rd season was decent, but I didn't think it was as good as like the first. But
I mistakenly started on the 3rd season of The Sinner also, and if I can recall, yeah, I think I watched like the whole 3rd season before I figured out that I was on the 3rd season. But it worked out.
That's hilarious, dude. Yeah, that's what I've been watching really like on TV and shit. want to watch. We need to re-sign up for HBO so we can watch. I want to watch Nobody, and then Mortal Kombat's coming out on Friday. So
That's coming out on HBO.
Yeah, HBO Max. Yep.
But if I have HBO, I get HBO Max. I mean, it's the same thing, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think HBO Max is just like the app. Maybe if you're paying for HBO, you should get it. You should be able to download it. And
that shit got confusing to me when everybody was doing HBO Max and HBO
oh my
Go.
God, dude.
Yeah.
Bro, how about when it was HBO Go and HBO Now? Like, which one is it? When Game of Thrones was going on, it was like I would get one, and then it was like, this one sucks. No, you need the other one. And there's like, fuck this. I'm just gonna get a password for one of them. And I would have it, dude. That shit got so confusing and obnoxious. Like, just streamline it.
Yeah, I just want one HBO, like, for everything. That'd be nice.
No shit. But yeah, I think you should be able to do that. Nobody is out right now. Nobody is already. I think that got released this past Friday, but Mortal Kombat will come out this Friday.
I'll definitely watch Mortal Kombat. I love the original. I don't know about Annihilation. I don't remember loving that one. I think I've seen it once, but yeah, there's what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, there's a couple fantasy shows that I watch. I don't know if you're into shit with like elves and like weird shit like that, but this one is called His Dark Materials. It's on HBO. It's like just came out. They did one season, and then I didn't even realize they came out the second season. It's James McAvoy. It's like fantasy. It's not really science fiction. It's like fantasy.
Is that the shit where he's like the detective?
Maybe.
Because there was something where it was like it was fantasy, but it took place in like old timey London or some shit.
Yeah, that might be what it is. Yeah, that might be what it is.
And stuff, but there's like murder and like mystery and shit.
Yeah, and he's got like some like small person like as his assistant.
Maybe that's what it is. Let me look at.
I watched the first season and I remember kind of digging it, you know, and I think I finished it. I might have missed the final episode, but yeah, they came out the season 2. I don't know how well it was reviewed, but you may like it. It's not my favorite show, but it is kind of interesting.
Let me see here. Acting credits, film, okay, television. His Dark Materials, yeah. That's the one I was thinking of. Well, hold on. Let me see. Dark Materials. I'm gonna look up some. Images. God damn it. Images. Maybe. No, I don't think this is the one I was thinking of, but it looks cool, man. I'm about to check it out. That looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not like I don't know if it's anything you'll get blown away by, but it's like it's definitely watchable from what I remember.
It's got decent reviews. It's got 81 on Rotten Tomatoes. I feel like that's at least won't be shitty. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was watching Shooter this morning with Mark Wahlberg. It's like one of my favorite movies. I've seen it like.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's an underrated movie, man. That's actually a pretty damn good action movie.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
I think that might be his best movie that he's ever done.
Man, I went back and watched it. It's not really his movie, but like, bro, I'm a sucker for Three Kings. I fucking love that movie, man.
Oh, Three Kings? Yeah. I didn't love it the first time I saw it. Maybe I should rewatch it.
It's a weird one, man. It's like, I can see that. It's like, it takes a little while to get into it, but like, oh man, I love that fucking movie. It's like, I don't know. It's just got that, I don't know. I'm having trouble describing it, but it's like, it's like the perfect movie for the perfect time. Like 1999, like Mark Wahlberg, like people really just still knew him. It was like Mark Wahlberg's breakout role. It was kind of, George Clooney kind of like starting to break out as an actor. Fucking like Jamie Kennedy was in it. He was pretty damn funny. Spike Jonze was hilarious. Ice Cube was kind of like breaking out a little bit as an actor. It's just one of those movies that like came out at like just the right time. And yeah, I thought it was I fucking love that movie, man. I watched it pretty recently. Might be worth a rewatch, man. It does drag in parts, like it drags in the middle. The beginning is like really awesome and like the setup for everything, but it's like once they actually like get the shit, it kind of drags, but the ending is pretty cool.
What about this Watchmen series? Did you ever see the series called Watchmen?
No, I never watched the HBO series. It's supposed to be good, but I don't know.
I'm probably gonna give it a shot, man, because it's supposed to be pretty damn good.
I love
And I
Watchmen.
really dig that movie, the Watchmen movie. I thought that was
dude. You probably heard me say this maybe once or twice, but I had a buddy that used to hook me up all the time with like free movie tickets, allegedly. And during that time, Watchmen come out, and I went and saw it in theaters like 3 fucking times for free, just because that's the only reason I saw it so much is I could keep doing it for free. Yeah, I love that movie, man. And
Did you see Westworld?
I did. I watched the first 2 seasons of Westworld, and then I kind of lost me.
Yeah, I think the last season might have been like the best one, but it never like fully I was never like fully into it. Like I gotta watch this like all the time. But there's a weird one. I'm not sure if you'd like this one, but there's a fucking weird one, and I'll kind of spoil it for you because you probably never watch it.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
But it's called Sharp Objects with like Amy Adams. It's kind of like a chick series, and it's weird because there's this mother, Patricia Clarkson. I don't know if you know that actress.
Sounds familiar.
But I guess she's like fucking really weird, and like there's all these scenes where she's like in the forest and shit in like a white fucking dress, and apparently she's like murdering fucking kids in her fucking town.
Good.
And like and using their teeth is like the fucking build dollhouses and the fucking floor of fucking her kids' rooms and shit. It's kind of creepy.
Oh, dude, holy shit! What? So yeah, Patricia Clarkson. Okay, yeah, I recognize her. Yeah, dude, she's the one. Oh man, she's the one.
She's in that. Have you ever seen Pieces of April with Katie Holmes, where she's like out on her own and she wants to like cook her first Thanksgiving dinner? It's pretty good.
No, I haven't seen that, but she plays Robin Williams' mom in Jumanji. Maybe that's where I remember her from. I'm just looking at the film.
1 second, 2 cents. Give me one.
Sure. Yeah, she was in the Green Mile. Oh, dude, yeah. Have you ever seen the movie The Pledge? And if you know, if you went away for a second, I'll ask him when he gets back. I don't know if you ever seen The Pledge. The Pledge is a pretty
2 cents. Give me 1 second. I got a phone call.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, no worries, no sweat. I'll be on for a minute. Probably go for at least another half hour, but yeah, man, The Pledge. I'll ask him about The Pledge when I don't know if shout out to the 4 people still hanging with us in the chat. The Pledge is a pretty good psychological thriller with Jack Nicholson. It's actually directed by Sean Penn, but Patricia Clarkson plays Jack Nicholson's love interest. Jack Nicholson is a like detective, like pretty much a retired detective, who this one like case kind of pops up, and it's like, no, dude, you're retired, but he still like can't let it go, and he starts to try to investigate it, even though he's really not really a cop anymore, like just retired, and it's pretty good, man. It's one of those like it makes you ask the question. It's kind of got like an unreliable narrator kind of twist to it, like, you know, what's real, like what is he actually seeing, what's there. It's a good psychological thriller. Alex says he is out. Deuces General. But yeah, man. I'm trying to think of what else I've been watching. That's pretty much it, man. Been on Invincible pretty heavy. Finished season 3 of The Sinner. I've really been debating whether I want to go back and watch Game of Thrones again. I know that I'm not going to finish it, but part of me kind of wants to go back and watch season 1 through 7 because it's so good, man. Like, let's be real. Like, he's saying he's still on here. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Alex. For real though. Shout out to the 4 people still hanging tough. And yeah, because let's be real, dude. The first like 4, 5 seasons of Game of Thrones, it's so fucking good. It's so goddamn good. The acting, the script, like the first 4 seasons are pretty much going fucking verbatim off the books. The first season is like, some of it is like word for word, man. Like I've read the first book. I started the second, but I've read the first Song of Fire and Ice series book, which I think is called A Game of Thrones. Yeah, it's so good. The first 4 or 5 seasons are incredible. The 6th season is pretty damn good. The 7th season isn't bad, but the 7th season is when it's kind of like, okay, like I'm still with you. That's kind of crazy. Like you're getting a little like out there with some of the shit. Like you're kind of wilding a little bit, but it's still pretty good. Like it's still good. There's still some shit. There's still good episodes in season 7. But season 7 is when it started to the wheels started to come off in season 7. In season 8, the wheels come completely off. It's just out. Season 8 is out of control, and they really just pushed it through because D&D were moving on to Star Wars, and they couldn't juggle it all. They had to wrap Game of Thrones up, and they tied a really shit-covered bow on it, and really just kind of ruined the story arc. I want to say they ruined the series, but it ruined the story arc for sure. It ruined the ending. Definitely ruined the ending, man. Like, there are people in this chat that could come up with a more creative, better script or ending to that. They just forced it through and really did a disservice to the fans. But, dude, the first 4 or 5, I'll tell you what. There's only a couple of shows that I have watched that fucking intently, where it's like my entire week is spent thinking about what happened the previous week and thinking about what's going to happen the next week. There's only been a couple of shows that are like that, where it's like, overall, like when I have a free moment and I'm just like just daydreaming or whatever, I'm thinking about that show. I'm thinking about what I saw the previous week and what's going to happen the coming week.
Oh yeah, I love those shows where you're like really anticipating it.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Did you get into Ray Donovan at all?
I've heard that's really good, man, and I do like shows like that, so I do want to give that a shot. I like Liev Schreiber, and it did look pretty good.
Well, I like Liev Schreiber as well. I mean, you probably like the movie like Salt, right, with Angelina Jolie.
I've never seen Salt all the way.
You would dig it. You would dig Salt, bro. Salt is the shit. It's one of those movies where it's just like pure entertainment. You don't have to think. You just watch it, and you're like, this is like dope. You know, it's like a spy movie.
Right.
But yeah, you would like Ray Donovan for sure. I mean, obviously, there's a lot more content in Ray Donovan because it's like a mini series that has like 4 seasons or whatever. And Liev Schreiber's really good. There's a couple actors that are good, but I would say Liev Schreiber, John Voight is actually Liev Schreiber's father, and he does a great job in that series.
Nice, dude.
But yeah, you're like Salt. Yeah, it's just Salt. Yeah, Salt is like available. You might be able to watch it for free.
Ray Donovan, nice. Yeah. But there's only been a couple shows that were like that. Game of Thrones was one of them. Breaking Bad was one of them. Yeah, I didn't start watching Breaking Bad until the 4th season. I was hanging out with one of my buddies. We went over to another one of our buddies' house. We were all fucking ripping the binger, getting stoned. And it's like, okay, Breaking Bad's coming on. I've been hearing about it. And I was like, okay, I'll watch it with you guys. Like, I'm asking questions. They're like, shut the fuck up. I'm like, okay. And then it's just like, it took me. And then I watched every episode as it premiered. And I caught up eventually in the meantime. And Game of Thrones was like that. I caught up to Game of Thrones by the time season 3, I think I caught up to it. By the time season 4 premiered, I was caught up.
Okay.
So when season 4 started, I watched the premiere live and then watched it all the way through. And those
I don't remember when I first got on to Game of Thrones, but I was like pretty caught up like when it was airing. I don't know. Yeah, I must have missed like the first 1 or 2 seasons live. But you were saying, with the Breaking Bad, I binged watched that years after it came out. I got into that one late, but definitely Seinfeld was an anticipation show every single week. I know you're all about that. And then,
I love Seinfeld, yeah.
Yeah, True Blood. You seen True Blood, the vampire show?
Oh, dude, yeah. So the first 2 seasons of True Blood, I absolutely fucking love, bro. I like 3 and 4 pretty good, but as they start to add like the creatures and stuff, and like the plot gets more and more like fantastic, and like I definitely liked it more when it was just like vampires and like the shapeshifters and like, but the vampire storylines intrigue me more than anything. I'll say that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I found that a little bit weird about like that one woman who like
the main ads and shit. Like,
yeah, I don't know what the hell that was, and when they had like the vampire executions and like all sorts of weird shit.
Oh yeah, dude! Like I love the shit with like Eric and Godric and like that whole like the true death and all that shit, and like the dark like Eric Northman's character is probably if not the best character, because it's like he's not really a good guy or a bad guy. He's kind of like an anti-hero, but he's really just like a vampire. He's really just like a fucking like just a cold-blooded fucking vampire that like happens to like, fall for Sookie a little bit. But yeah, I really liked the first few seasons of that show. I thought it was really fucking good.
Yeah, there was Weeds too, was good. Entourage. And
man,
you saw Weeds, right? What?
Yeah, that's another one where I've seen like the first few seasons. Oh, dude, Nip Tuck, bro. Nip Tuck, I like that is pure like guilty pleasure, like fucking entertainment, man. I really like the wife and I started that, need to finish it, but the first season of Nip Tuck is really, really, really fucking good. And I definitely recommend at least the first couple seasons of that for if
I never got into
want to watch
one.
something entertaining. It's I didn't either. Man, this girl that I used to date in my college days, like I say college days, my failed college days. She was watching it because it used to be on FX, like it used to come on live FX. This is like early 2000s. And she would always talk about, oh yeah, Nick Tuck said that, and I'm like, yeah, whatever, like, whack fucking like, girl like drama shit. But like, dude, it is nar because they always, each episode of Nip Tuck, they're doing is like the titles of the episode is the person that they're doing plastic surgery on, and in each episode they will show them actually doing the plastic surgery, like cutting them open. Like, and it'll show it, dude. Like, they do a good job of like showing, like seeing how much you can take actual like surgery looking shit happen. And it's got a good like you have to suspend disbelief. Like some of the shit, it's like that would never ever fucking happen. It's like way like unrealistic, but they do a good job of like making it seem realistic enough that you can follow along and like, oh my God, that's crazy kind of shit. Like wild stuff happens. It's really entertaining. Like I thought it would kind of be like, oh yeah, like I'll humor you and watch Nip Tuck. But then I got into it and I was like, dude, it's kind of like a trashy, like guilty pleasure show. There's all kinds of like one of the dudes, they're basically 2 plastic surgeons living in Miami. One of them is like a responsible, quote unquote, responsible family man. And the other one is just like a playboy, like baller. And you find out that like one of them is actually like a really good surgeon. The other one is kind of like just skated by, but he's a better like businessman kind of like. It's good, man. I definitely recommend it if you just want some like entertainment that's kind of like, you know, a little bit different.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. And I know the show was really popular and it's supposed to be like really good. So I don't doubt it for a second. For some reason I wasn't drawn to it just based on like the whole surgery thing.
I wasn't either, dude. I just thought it was just some like girl show, like, oh yeah, it's like some Desperate Housewives shit. But some of the stuff that happens is absolutely insane because like it gets really twisted. Like there's a storyline where there's a serial killer. Well, not a serial killer. He's a serial rapist, and what he's doing is he's like disfiguring all these like models and actresses and shit to like make a point to like, oh, you think you can just like pay to make yourself beautiful? Well, I'll just fuck your shit right up. And it gets into a thing where like Sean, he's like the family man guy. He's like, well, I'll do this work pro bono for these victims of this killer. And he's like, oh, you keep doing this, I'm just going to do more victims. So it's like that's a crazy storyline. There's one where this dude is like giving these women these like these bogus like Botox injections. It's like fucking their like fake foreheads and skin up, and like there's like one where they get into it with like a gangster guy, like a cartel guy that's like trying to. It's crazy, dude. Like there's like it's all filtered through the lens of this like this plastic surgery clinic, and it focuses on these two doctors. But yeah, I was pleasantly surprised, and the first season especially is really good TV. Like there's some honestly like really dramatic moments too, where it's like I was almost like moved to fucking tears. It's so sad. Like damn, like dude, there's like it's crazy. I definitely recommend it.
Yeah, I believe it. I had The King of Staten Island. I was a little bit of a tearjerker. I watched that last night. It's like Pete Davidson. But did you?
Oh yeah. Where it's kind of like the fictionalized version of his life, a little bit, kind of.
Yeah, I guess it is. I didn't even realize that till the end, and they showed like a picture of his father as like a firefighter. I didn't know that's what happened to him.
I know that maybe not a fictionalized version, but I know it's like a lot of it is like loosely based on his life. Like
I think it is. Yeah. Did you see La Femme Nikita? Did you ever watch that?
Yeah, I actually watched a little bit of the show when it was on USA, and I've seen the movie, the original like Luc Besson movie.
Oh, like yeah. I think I've seen the movie too. But the best show that I've seen on like network television in the last, however many years, and you probably would like this. I can't guarantee it, but it's called Animal Kingdom.
I feel like I've heard of that.
It's basically what it is. Well, there was a Australian movie called Animal Kingdom, and then the TV show is based off of that. So this particular TV show, it's like this family that lives in like Southern California, and it's run by like their mom, and she's like a gangster, and like she has her kids do like all these robberies and like heists, and like she organizes it. And her kids are like but they're like surfer, like California guys. But yeah, they do all these heists like occasionally. And it's got a pretty good cast, man, but it's a really good show. It's got like 4 or 5 seasons. I don't know if you can watch it without commercials is the only problem.
Dude, I'm a sucker. I am a fucking sucker for the crime drama. Like crime thrillers. Like
you would like it then, yeah.
Heist movies, like I'm a sucker for that shit, bro.
Yeah, you definitely would like it for sure. Because it's just like it's like these it's like this family. There's like 4 brothers and like their fucking nephew, who's like really like it's pretty interesting, man. It's if you've seen the original Underworld with Kate Beckinsale, I know you've seen that.
Yes. Oh yeah, I love Underworld, dude.
Yeah,
I love the first one.
Yeah, the first one is like probably the best, but I mean they're all good. But you remember the guy from the first one? I can't recall his name.
The dude who plays the guy that's like becomes like the hero, like hybrid dude.
Yeah, yeah, like he gets bit, and then like Kate Beckinsale tries to save him.
Scott Speedman.
Scott Speedman, and I like him as an actor. He's one of the main characters. He's in Animal Kingdom, so
Nice.
like he's also good in Duets. If you've never seen Duets, that's one of my favorite movies with Gwyneth Paltrow, Paul Giamatti, but it's like a karaoke contest thing. Huey Lewis in the News.
Nice.
You haven't seen that?
No, I've not seen that.
Oh, dude, you would love it, man. You would fucking love that movie. Love it. It's a classic.
What was I gonna look up? What was the actor we were just talking about?
Scott Speedman.
Speedman, yeah, Scott Speedman. There was what other movie am I thinking of him? There's another like action movie that he was in that he was good. But yeah, I'll have to check that out, man. I'll have to check Animal Kingdom out.
But definitely check out Duets. I highly, highly recommend that movie. 2 cents, and your wife would love it too. It's like
nice.
it's these guys. They're like these people are like traveling around. Paul Giamatti like fucking freaks out because he like comes home from work and like his kids are, and he's working like he's like a traveler, you know, like he's always flying away, like doing like some odd job, like, you know, at a conference, and he comes home and like his kids are all playing like video games and they don't even like welcome him when he comes home from his business trip. They're just like ignoring him, just, you know, and his wife is just like doing some stupid shit too. And he like freaks out and says he's like leaving for to go get a pack of cigarettes, and just like fucking freaks out and like goes on like this crazy fucking rampage, like driving, and like picks up a hitchhiker and ends up like fucking getting into like karaoke contests like in the Midwest.
Oh,
like it's fucking it's literally.
There's a lot of people in this movie, man. Maria Bello, Giamatti, what's the fuck? Andre Braugher. Man, he's been in a lot of stuff. Fucking Maya
Paltrow. Yeah.
Oh man,
Huey Lewis.
I'll check that out. Yeah, because I'm always looking for like a good movie I can watch with the old lady.
You can't fucking miss, dude. It's a fucking ultimate fucking like cult classic movie, dude. Like it hits hard, bro. You'll love it.
Yeah, because like, man, I make her watch a lot of fucking dude.
Your wife will love it too.
Like, bro, I make her suffer. Like, I made her watch all these Tarantino movies. I made her watch like martial arts movies before, dude. Like, so yeah, if I can find a good movie that we can both enjoy, that's like, you know, not always just like a fucking like shoot 'em up like action movie. That's real chill. So appreciate.
Yeah, because it's like it's got a legit story. Like there really is a good storyline in the movie, but you also have like live musical performances, which are kind of lit too, like intertwined. Yeah, so it's just like, bro, you'll fucking love it.
Fuck yeah, dude.
I've probably seen it like 3 or 4 times.
But yeah, I want to check out Donovan. I want to check out Ray Donovan, man, because I am a dude. Okay, I have a confession to make. I did not necessarily want to be a cop, but there was a time that and I'm not bullshitting you, that I was seriously, and I mean seriously, considering becoming a PI, becoming a private investigator, like a private detective.
That's cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, awesome. I was seriously like, I looked up the requirements, like what you have to do. But to be honest, like it's probably what the job entails is not like anything like how it gets romanticized in like movies and shit. And that's what I was like looking for. Like deep down, I wanted to be the guy that like, you know, is helping people out, but uncovers some like crazy, like conspiracy, like caught right in the middle of it. And like, wait, I wouldn't want that at all. That would be terrible. Like that's no, like I would just end up like dead or something. Like, so like, but there was a time because like, it's like, man, I don't really want to like have to deal with all the shit that comes with like being a cop. Like I could never be a beat cop or anything like that, dude. But there was a part of me that always like I wanted to like solve a mystery or help someone in a way that maybe like the conventional like police force couldn't, or investigate something that no one else wanted to. Kind of that's what intrigued me about it. But the reality is that like PI work is like you're doing a lot of shit like tracking like people that are like cheating on their spouses and taking pictures, and like you're like digging up phone numbers and just boring shit that's like you're not like uncovering like conspiracies, and you know what I mean? Like it's just not probably not nearly as cool as the the Hollywood makes it out to be.
Right. Yeah, it does seem kind of cool, but yeah, it's like behind the scenes. It's actually probably like you don't even have like a case half the time.
Yeah, dude, it's like desk like paperwork. Yeah, or it's like bullshit like paperwork or something. But that genre of like movie and like books and like that's always kind of like. Excuse me, I apologize. I'm eating on camera again. It's
you're
incredibly
fine.
Rude.
No.
But like I like those movies, like Gone Baby Gone. I fucking love that movie, bro. And there's other ones like I've just always kind of like been fascinated by the kind of private investigator. That whole like, I'm a sucker for private investigator movies.
Oh yeah. Any scene
like the cops don't like him. Nobody really like trusts him. Nobody like, it really wants to like, he's always goes into the seedy places, looking for answers. He gets a bunch of pushback. Someone always tries to kill him at some point. He's always just ends up like, the shit beat out of him, but he's still just like fighting his way to the truth. Like there's something about that that's always like intrigued me. Like the only one that's really looking out for this person that no one gives a fuck about kind of deal. Like maybe that's kind of what it has to do with that, or the idea of that,
Oh, I 100% agree. But yeah, if for me, I would say I was trying to think of another private detective movie because I swear I seen like a good scene with that recently. I can't recall what it was, but
not aware. ¿Qué onda?
Yeah, what's up, Jesus?
What's up, Jesus?
But, yeah, I personally would say Animal Kingdom is probably slightly better than Ray Donovan, but I can't guarantee you would feel that same way. Ray Donovan's a little bit more grown up. It's more of like a grown up series. But yeah, I mean, Animal Kingdom, like if you like all that heist shit, like I was digging it, man. And I don't know which one you'd actually have access to because Ray Donovan on Showtime, Animal Kingdom was on TNT. So
maybe I can get the fucking like free trial for Showtime and just fucking bust, because I'll do that shit. I'll start the trial or whatever, knowing that I'm just gonna watch this one show. I'll binge that motherfucker. I mean, binge it, and then be like, all right, I'm good, and then just cancel that bitch before the But I'm just kidding.
Oh, fuck yeah.
No, this is so hypothetical.
Like Ray Donovan, there's a lot of content, man. It's like that show went on for a while. The only way I can bash Ray Donovan is like there was like one season that was like a little too slow for me, And I even I talked to other people who agreed with that, but that will happen. Like it happened on Game of Thrones. And like you were saying, and I liked the last season of Game of Thrones. Some people didn't. I know it was a little short.
I didn't hate it. I just like the last episode really bothered me. But I mean,
like how it ended. Yeah.
Yeah. It was way too like abrupt. It was just like, now we got to end this storyline and that storyline, this storyline, that storyline. It's just like, fuck, man. Like it just felt really, really sudden to me. But it is what it is. It was never like you're never gonna make everyone happy. But I just like. It just didn't, to me, it didn't seem to go with what they had been building it up to, but it is what it is.
A lot of drugs in Animal Kingdom. There's like one dude that's like, he's like the big brother, like the big dude. And he's like, he fucks all the fucking hot chicks and he's always doing coke and shit. But Scott Speedman's like the oldest brother. And then the other brother is, I don't know if you ever seen Alpha Dog with Justin Timberlake. You probably have.
Bro, that is an underrated movie.
Yeah,
that is a fucking underrated movie.
Oh fuck yeah, dude! It's a good movie. Justin Timberlake's a legit actor. But the dude that was like Emil Hirsch's kind of like bitch. I don't know if you remember that redhead kid.
Yes, Sean Hatosi or something like that.
That might be right. He's one of the brothers, and he's like the fucking like fucking mentally fucking like fucked up person from like his mother, but he's like a fucking badass. He's like, he's like the best fighter out of all the brothers. He's one of them. And then
Okay.
then they bring in this other kid, I guess, who's like their nephew or something. And he's like, he ends up becoming part of the the heist gang. But and then their mother is like a famous actress, but she's like the lead in the show. I can't quite recall her name, but she's really good.
Man, I watched this this mini series that came out like a year or two ago, and me and the old lady were into it so fucking much. And overall, I enjoyed it, but it was one of those where it was kind of like, sort of kind of like Game of Thrones, where it's like I was just disappointed with the way some of the characters' storylines ended. Like I was expecting more for them, or like I was expecting their character to like do something better, and they just really disappointed me.
I think I know what you're talking about. I don't remember what that was, but I think I felt the same way. I can't remember what it's called.
It's called it was only like, it was a mini series, and it wasn't like, it was only like a few episodes. Briar Patch, that's what it was.
I didn't
It was
see
called
that.
Briar Patch, and it was good. Overall I thought it was good. It was entertaining. You don't have to invest too much in it. It's only 10 episodes, and it wraps it. It's got a beginning, middle, and an end. But it's basically, there's this like detective, right? She gets killed in a car bomb at the very beginning of the show, and her sister, who's played by Rosario Dawson, shows up to investigate it. And Rosario Dawson's character like works for a senator. She's kind of like a cleaner kind of a character, like takes care of like problem sort of things, like makes problems go away. And it's kind of like the spider web of trying to figure out what happened to her sister, and she like reconnects with this guy, one of her childhood friends, who is now like this rich dude. He's like this really like tacky, like gaudy rich guy who kind of he was like an ex soldier, like an ex like special forces soldier or something, and he got rich like stealing some kind of like gold or bullion or something. He gets rich doing something kind of shady overseas, and like while he was in the military, and getting rich, coming back, he's like new money, like he's kind of trashy, but he still like digs her. And so it's kind of like he's kind of like wrapped up in it too, and like there's like a crooked senator, and like it's kind of one of those like it kind of has a little like Tarantino-esque kind of feel to it. There's a couple different like storylines overlapping. They're all kind of like shady characters. Like none of them are like super like likable. You know what I mean? Like they're all kind of like scumbags. But it's kind of like, it's enjoyable, man. Like it's funny. It's got like some pretty good dialogue, and it's very like it's kind of, they do a good job of like keeping you in the dark, and like different like twists and turns. But it was like the ending wasn't quite what I expected, but still, I think it's worth a watch. Yeah, it's called I think that was on USA too. It's called Briar Patch.
Briar Patch.
Briar Patch. Yeah,
I haven't even heard of
There's
that.
no one really like. Did you remember the movie Hurt Locker, right, with Anthony Mackie and Renner? The dude that plays the bitch in that plays the dude that is too scared to kill the terrorist that ends up blowing up Guy Pearce at the beginning of the movie.
Can't
when
put a
he's
face
like
on it
the
right
guy
now.
that's too scared to shoot the guy. That guy plays a dirty cop in Briar Patch. But yeah, it's fucking good, man. It was like I said, not quite the ending I was expected, but for only 10 episodes, it was entertaining.
Well, Rosario Dawson, she's like a royalty now that she was like in The Mandalorian and everything.
Oh yeah, dude, I love me some Rosario Dawson. I remember her from Kids, dude. Watching she's Kids.
Oh, Kids, yeah. But I mean, she's sick in the Rundown.
Oh yeah, she's great in that. I always had a fucking thing for Rosario Dawson, dude.
Yeah. I don't like her quite as much as I used to because for some reason I feel I don't know I kind of see her kind of I don't want to get into it, but I still like her. I just meant like sexually, but um do you when you said Rosario Dawson, you saw Zombieland, right? Did you see
Yeah,
Zombieland double? Did you see Double
I did
Tap?
not see the sequel. I didn't see the
All
sequel.
right. What's interesting is it's pretty cool, man, because one of the characters, and I think this was in the original, is from Little Rock. So they call that person actually Little Rock.
Yeah. The Abigail, fucking what's her name? Abigail Breslin's character.
Breslin or something.
Yeah.
But in the sequel, she's in that movie too, and they call her Little Rock. There's like 5 places. There's like 5 characters: Little Rock, Columbus, some other fucking place I don't
Oh
remember.
yeah, fucking Woody Harrelson is like Tallahassee or something.
Yeah, he is. He is. But in the sequel, Rosario Dawson is actually fucking Reno, bro. So like Little Rock and Reno, me and both are we're
Oh
from.
shit! Oh man, that's crazy.
I'm not from Reno. I just live here now. But
That's funny. Well, it's like, and it's the opposite. Like I'm from Little Rock, but I don't live anywhere near there now.
oh yeah, are you like in the? Are you like
I'm
still?
yeah, I'm in the Eastern Shore of Maryland, so I'm like northern Eastern Shore, kind of like southern Delaware area.
Okay, do you like it out there? Sounds nice.
Dude, I love it. I love it, man. It's we're still getting like settled into this apartment, and it wasn't like quite. We kind of got bamboozled a little bit. Like it's not. It's cheaper than what we had before. It's definitely a lot more space. Like it has like it's way like we were living in basically like a fucking hobbit house before. Like it was built by and lived in a family of very short people, like very short countertops, like low ceilings, like it was a hobbit hole. And like I barely had the headspace there. So yeah, there's vaulted ceilings here. They advertise it as luxury. It's not luxury. It's like these would have been luxury apartments in like the late 90s, like early 2000s. They would have definitely been luxury. But I mean, and they're not bad. They're not bad at all. Like, but it's just they kind of like pulled a fast one on us. Like they kind of made it seem like it was nicer than it actually was. But we are in a bigger place, a little bit cheaper, and dude, we're 40 minutes from the beach. So overall, yes, I'm very fucking happy. Like but it's just been really stressful. But now we're kind of like, okay, we're getting to where we're not looking at boxes in every fucking room. Like we're getting shit unpacked and clean. So it's
So you just moved out there like within the last year or two?
Dude, we moved in on like the end of March.
Oh, I didn't even I didn't even know you had like moved. I never heard you mention anything.
Dude. Yeah, it happened really suddenly. Like literally when I was on stream, I was streaming and my wife came in because the dude place we were staying at before, he had told us that like he had just asked us to renew a few weeks before this incident I'm about to say. Like, so we thought we were going to be there for another year. Like, so it was like a big shocker. And then so yeah, he asked us to renew the lease. We say yes, and then a few weeks later, actually. I'm selling the place and you have to be out in 60 days. And he didn't even like call us or anything. He just gave us a fucking letter. And like my wife comes in crying while I'm streaming and tells me the news. So when you have to like scramble, 60 days, like you pretty much got to get a place immediately. You don't want to be waiting around because it takes a while to get approved in an apartment. Like you got to put in all the applications. And you just like there's application fees on every one, so it's like you can't just fill out a fucking million of them. We don't have money like that.
Oh
so,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we can't fill out like $25 times like 15. Like we don't have the money for that shit. Yeah, it was we scrambled like a motherfucker. We got lucky. We were fortunate enough to have a co-signer with really good credit.
Right.
And we just fucking got lucky. But it's been wild, man. It's been very stressful, and we're just starting to like feel like it's kind of like the clouds are lifting a little bit.
That's cool, man. That's hella cool. Yeah, guys.
So yeah, dude. Yeah, I can't complain, dude. I live fucking 40 minutes from the beach. We're saving a little bit of money. And we're in a bigger place, so I can't bitch, man. I feel very fortunate, and my wife is the shit. She supports my fucking well, currently non-working ass, and really makes this channel possible. So shout out to Lady TC. Well, I've been going on, over 4 hours here. I'll probably wrap it up here in a minute. But man, is there anything you want to add, or any final thoughts from me?
If final thoughts, let me think here. Shit, no, not too much. I'm gonna be putting my picks together for
Cool.
the Mecca, and I like the card. I perused over the card a little bit, and there's some interesting fights. I do think that I've got some good reads on it, and hopefully I'll be able to advance. I sort of feel like I've improved my Tapology predictions a little bit, because I sort of feel like, you could just pick decision on every fight and try and get that extra bonus 25 points. But
right.
I sort of feel like it's smarter to try and, if you think there's a chance for a finish, well, you might get lucky. And if you pick the round that it finishes in, I think you get like 35 points for the round.
Oh, wow.
So it doesn't, whether it's a KO or sub, that's kind of irrelevant. You got to pick which round the actual fight ends in if it's going to be a finish. So, you could be a pussy and just pick decision on every fight. I've done that route before, but, I don't know if that's going to win me the Mecca. So I might try and take some chances. But, man.
Well, yeah. Let me first say, best of luck to you this week in the Mecca. And I want to say that I have, I think people need to give you a little bit of credit, man, because I know, maybe not so much now, but I know there were some people that were not really taking you seriously. And I think that the fact that you're still in it, and considering all the twists and the kind of the new format, which honestly seems more challenging, I think it's a testament to your skill as a predictor, and I think that needs to be said. So congratulations for even fucking making it this far, and I wish you best of luck this weekend. Yeah, it's I really have to do a lot of tape study on the prelims, but it's funny because the main card I pretty much know who I'm picking. Like I do know who I'm picking. Like,
yeah, I probably do too. Yeah, on the main card. Yeah.
God damn, yeah. Cardinals beat the shit out of the Nationals. Sorry. I
appreciate that 2 cents. And man, I really don't think my performance has been that great in the Mecca in itself. I am confident in, my predictions, but I do feel, I've gotten lucky here and there. I made some mistakes. I did drop the ball a few times and not really happy with my overall performance. I mean, it is good that I've advanced as far as I did, but people are sleeping on me, and just know that. I mean, that I'm people don't understand what I'm capable of. I'm not saying, I'm going to win, because there's a lot of luck involved, but I'm definitely, I definitely going to give it my best, and I know what I'm doing. So, just take my word for it.
Yeah, I know. And I think you do. And I think that, I don't really want to compare you to anybody, but I think it's fair to say that you do have the fortitude to like take chances where some other people like would be like I like the fact that when you are confident about a read, you'll go for it. And in something like the Mecca, like that, it's high risk, high reward, but it's getting down to the fucking nitty gritty. So if you do take a risk and it pays off, man, you are going to be in a really strong position. Like, dude, you are going to be in the fucking driver's seat. Like if you take some chances and it pays off, like, and you get higher power or something, man, like it's going to be wild, dude. So yeah, best of luck this weekend, bro.
Oh, for sure, man. And hopefully you'll be in. I know that you weren't even sure if you're going to be in this one, but hopefully you'll be in the next one, man. Because it's fun having you in the competition too. I mean, you're one of the biggest hypers of the Mecca. So I mean, Yeah, you're probably getting Mecca 4. I mean, I think everybody's getting in because like an entry fee maybe or something like that. But
Yeah, that'd be cool. I hope so. Yeah, I was man, I passed out listening to Arc Stream the last time he was on, but I did catch that like he's thinking about making this one bigger, like either like 32 or 64, even maybe like a tournament like bracket style.
yeah, it could be a big payout, man. I mean, who knows?
That's cool. I like that, man. And that's like, man, dude, that's a lot of fun. Even if it's like 20, $25, 32, like what do the math on that? 25 times 32 or 25 or 20 times 64. Like it's a nice little chunk of change, man. And that's not really like you're not losing too much. Like it's 20, $25, you know, that's fun, dude. I would definitely, if it's something like that, I would definitely you know, throw my name in the hat, you know, and lobby
cool,
for
brother. And I left those shows in that movie on your other YouTube. I left a comment, so you got it
cool.
locked up in there. And
Awesome.
Appreciate you having me on. And I'm gonna let you close up shop in here.
Cool. Hey, thanks again, dude. But I appreciate you coming on. You're welcome anytime. Thank you for bringing the smoke and the heat. I really enjoy you you holding it down on the Jake Paul and the Francis Ngannou perspective, because you kept the debate going, and I appreciate that, because it lets everyone get a better you know, overall perspective. You get to hear both sides of it. It helps me think more critically about it. So yeah, I think that can do nothing but good and generate interest in the whole conversation in general. So thanks again, bro, for contributing to the stream, and you are welcome anytime. Best of luck in that old damn Mecca. I'll definitely be watching.
Thank you, brother. One love.
Yeah, man. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well, boys, that was a damn good stream. That was a goddamn good stream. I want to give a big shout out and thank you to Boston Nick and Rogue Strummer. Yeah, boys, thank you. Welcome anytime. Big thank you to everybody that came through today. Big thank you. Big shout out and thank you to Mr. KSI. I think pretty sure I'm gonna have to go back and check, but I'm pretty sure the KSI came through this chat. I am really honored as a YouTuber. KSI. Let me look. Let me just look at this real quick. Let me just fucking look at this real quick. KSI. KSI is an English YouTuber, recording artist, and boxer. As of March 2021, KSI has over 34 million subscribers over 2 YouTube channels. 2. Jimmy says, I told Rogue I should have eliminated him when I had a chance. Oh, dude, I love it. I love the friendly banter and the shit talking. And then there's like the shit where it's like people really are rivals. So it's like it's all different levels of shit talking. And yeah. But yeah, big shout out to KSI. Bro, I really appreciate you coming through my little video stream. I'm honored. Thank you. Yeah, so we're assuming that's KSI. He did say, let me scroll up here. It has a check. It has a fucking check by his name. Let's leave that up there. Tune in on my IG, guys. He says, massive announcement in a couple hours. So yeah, if you are on Instagram, check it out, man. KSI, like I said, he fought Logan Paul. I'm sure he has his ear not just too far away from the Jake Paul circle. I'm sure he probably has a better idea of what's going on than me or anybody else in the chat. So yeah, big shout out to the one and only KSI. It's crazy. Yeah. It's in the comment box. Okay, yeah. So maybe it's not the real KSI. Maybe it's the fake KSI talking about you know. Yeah, I don't know. If it's the real KSI, wow. I mean, goddamn. If it's fake, whatever. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal one way or the other. But thank you if you are new, even if it's not the real KSI. Thank you for coming through the stream. If it is the real KSI, man, thank you for stopping by my little stream. But yeah, and a big thank you to everyone that came to the chat, man. Y'all are the best. Y'all are really the reason that I do this shit. I love talking about the shit with y'all and chopping it up and just cracking jokes and talking shit. I really enjoyed it a great deal. And I will be back doing the same thing on Wednesday. I think Wednesday we will actually preview this fight card. I'm going to watch prelim tape like a motherfucker. I don't have reads on really any of the prelim fights, and I have made all my picks on the main card, basically. So yeah, so that's good, though. I can concentrate on the prelim taping those. Those are usually a little bit trickier to find tape on anyway, so it's more time to do deep dive. But yeah, big thank you to Rogue Strummer and the homie Boston Nick. Yes, and a big thank you to everyone that came through the chat. Anybody that was new that came through, appreciate you stopping through the channel. If you're new and you are not yet, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I will do this usually about 3 times a week. I usually stream anymore. I'm streaming Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, usually about 4 or 5, going until about this time. I usually don't go this late. I usually don't go quite this long, but this is a fun stream. We talked about a little bit more boxing than I usually talk about. Although I do like boxing, I'm a huge boxing head. So I appreciate the chance to talk about it. And it was fun. We had a nice little debate. I apologize if I was not in the chat. But yeah, let me look back at some of these suggestions. Michael O'Brien, thank you for stopping through. King Need Gore. Of course, the usual suspects. You know who you are, man. Y'all know who you are. But yeah, and also, I would be remiss. Big thank you to Big Show Picks. He was pretty much on stream, like he was in the background of Nick's screen. So yeah. Also, big shout out to Big Show Picks as well. Big Show Picks on Twitter, and you can find him streaming on Twitch as well. So check that out, man. Check Big Show Picks out on Twitch, on the Pub Sports Radio Twitch. He does a lot of streaming on that. Big Show is a great dude. He is a very big supporter of people on Twitter and Twitch in particular, and he's just a great supporter of content creators in general. He's a really fucking good dude. So big shout out to Big Show Picks as well. Thank you for being on stream and adding to the quality of the content. Yep. Cage My IQ, you can check him out. Check his channel out. He makes great streams, videos, and he has good interviews. But yeah, it was a good debate, man. It definitely, like I said, it definitely helps me with my critical thinking skills in regards to boxing and MMA. Like, there's some things that like I think I know that are just so certain about boxing that, hey, maybe I could be wrong, man. Maybe Francis Ngannou, is so underestimated, and he goes in there and clips Tyson Fury or Deontay Wilder. It's possible. Just I think in a boxing match, both of those guys handle Francis. Now in the cage, that's a different story. This version of Francis, nah. This version of Francis Ngannou, ain't nobody fucking touching him in the octagon. Ain't nobody doing nothing to Francis Ngannou in the octagon. Not Nan, nothing. Nothing, Nathan, nada. Derek Lewis, he will knock Derek Lewis out in a rematch. But yeah, but it'll be interesting, man. It'll be interesting to see what happens next with Jake Paul. I tend to think it's just going to be more of the same bullshit. But if he ramps it up again, man, that'll be interesting, dude. And I will definitely have to give him props. Like, hey, if he's doing, and that's, you know, Strummer made a good point. Hey, it's not by much, but hey, it was a YouTuber, or a fellow YouTuber. So it's still, you know, a white collar, and then Nate Robinson, and now an actual fighter. So now let's get an actual fighter that has at least some hands. Some. But yeah, oh, and also, King Need Gore. King Need Gore. The Horror King is in the building. Horror movie expert, King Need Gore. Appreciate your support, King. And I hope that you continue making YouTube content, horror movie reviews. I need to get back on your channel and check some more of those out. But yeah, shout out to King Need Gore, horror movie expert, if you need him. Where are we at here? But yeah, shout out to you suspects. Y'all know who you are. Yeah, man. Peace here. Appreciate you stopping through, brother. General, Jimmy, Francis cannot box. I agree. Not over. He has a puncher's chance to spark them early, but they will. Like I said, Wilder is someone you do not want to, like. If you get crazy with Wilder, he's used to that. Like he will match your craziness with a little bit sharper boxing, and he has a little longer reach. But yeah, that's why you can't compare them. So final thoughts before I wrap this up, and it'll be perfect. I'll wrap it up at 4.5 hours. Final thoughts. One is not better than the other. Boxing is not better than MMA. MMA is not better than boxing, to me. People's opinions will differ on that. Some people will say that MMA is better than boxing all fucking day. Some people will say the opposite. To me, I don't think one is better than the other. They're different sports. They have different rule sets. There are different targets. It's just we know what will happen. I think King Need Gore was saying this. Like, we know what happens. Like, it's not really a debate. Like, the pro boxer beats the MMA guy in a boxing ring. The MMA guy beats the pro boxer in the cage. Like, that's kind of like known. What gets interesting is these guys where it's like, okay, you have some hands, but you know, you're not quite as good as this guy. But this guy, like, he doesn't really like fought anybody that quite hits like you. Like, he's been fighting these kind of like, you know, very favorable matchups. So I hope that it starts to move towards some kind of middle ground. You know, I'm not, like I said, you cannot expect Jake Paul to take the traditional amateur route. He's not going to go fight his way through the ranks. You're not going to see him in Golden Gloves tournaments. You're not going to see him making a proper pro debut against another legit like prospect, like light heavyweight prospect on his level. That's just not going to happen. Like, that's a fool's errand thinking that. He is just too privileged for that at this point. Like, and I don't mean privileged like anything other than he now lives a privileged life. Like, he has so much money now and he's so famous that he doesn't have to take the route that a hungry young fighter does. He just doesn't. Like, and I don't mean to be like disrespectful. I know that Jake Paul is taking it seriously, but you're not taking it as serious. It's not like, it's not your life, bro. It's not your life. If it was your life, if it's all you wanted to do, there are ways to take it more seriously. There are many other levels that you could take it to if you're really about it. Now, hey, Jake Paul he's late starting, but Jake Paul will never be on a level to beat like Artur Beterbiev or Bivol, like Dmitry Bivol. Like, he's just never going to be on that level. What I could see, though, if he stays dedicated, if he continues to work and train with real boxers and get good rounds in with real boxers, I could see him maybe in a few years getting to a point where he makes a proper debut, maybe, but it just depends, man. Like, he's better than what people thought, but it's not. He's an amateur. Jake Paul is like a sort of decent amateur. You know what I mean? Like, he's not shitty. He's not really good either, though. Like, he's just sort of a kind of okay amateur. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's a sort of kind of okay amateur. But he could be more than that. Potentially, maybe. Who knows? He could be doing more than what he's doing. I'll put it like that. He could be doing more than what he's doing. But why should he? But yeah, you're dreaming if you think that he's gonna like that he had now. Oh, now he has to like fight. No, he doesn't have to do shit. He can keep doing these things and making big paydays. But it will be. I will definitely give him credit if he fights like Woodley or Nate Diaz. If his next fight is against another MMA fighter that can actually throw hands, I'll give him props. Put yourself in some actual danger. Yeah, for sure. For sure. He's just coming through, Noah. Let's see what he says. You're going to see him box someone within 20 pounds of him. You're not going to see, yeah, like, that is the thing. And I was saying this earlier. If Jake Paul, he could, if he wanted to. He's not that old. He'll never be on a Beterbiev or Bivol level, but he could get to a point where he could have a few legit pro boxing fights. But the problem is that to get to that point, he would have to have a legit amateur career, and he would have to take some losses. And I don't know if he's going to set himself up like that to take losses from a guy that doesn't have a big name. You know what I mean? See, there's not like it just wouldn't look good for his image or his brand to like get beat up by like the number 40th ranked like light heavyweight in the state of whatever, like New York or something, like a kid that's really not even on anybody's radar, like maybe on a couple like scouts radar, you know, guys that keep prospect scouts. Like you tell me he's going to fight one of those guys and get his ass kicked and then keep fighting through that. I don't see that. I don't see that. I don't see him fighting anyone. Not in boxing. Not in boxing. I see him doing more things like this. Probably, hopefully gradually ramping up the danger in the competition, but I don't see him doing the traditional like hard road, like 100, 150 amateur fights, proper pro debut, fight 10 more undefeated nobodies or guys with a couple losses or something like that, and then get to, you know, put yourself in title contention. I don't see that. That's just too hard of a road. And I just think his ego, that's the other thing about Paul. His ego, man. Like I respect that he dedicated himself enough to train to be a sort of okay amateur, but he thinks he's so much more than what he actually is. And that is, I think, what frustrates a lot of people. Like, you ain't fooling anybody, bro. Like, anybody that really knows boxing, I'm not saying I really know boxing, but anyone that even like sort of kind of knows boxing, like, bro, they know you're not like you're an amateur. That's more than people that have never. When I say amateur, that's better than people that have never even laced them up before. That's better than like someone off the street. But basically, Jake Paul is better than anyone off the street. Just about anyone off the street, Jake Paul is probably better boxer than them. But for amateurs that have been at it for years and years, no, there's some Golden Gloves amateurs that would beat the shit out of Jake Paul and knock him the fuck out. But he's not gonna take that kind of hard road. He will probably ramp up the competition gradually, but he's not gonna do that. He's not gonna fight his way through the light heavyweight amateur ranks and sign with Al Heyman or fucking Bob Arum. It's just not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Stromer says we know he can hang with Mike Perry. Perry's smaller than him. He challenged Cormier though. Yeah, Cormier would fuck him up. Stromer says it's a dream fight. No, Al Hassan would KO his ass. He's not going to fight anybody that couldn't beat him. Yeah, that not in boxing. Like he won't he won't face like a boxer. But then it's like, okay, well, he's sparring real boxers. He's sparring Jean Pascal. He's sparring Jalen Love. Jalen Love. Okay, they're like, first of all, if he's sparring Jalen Love, that's Jean Pascal is a level above Jalen Love, at least one level. Jalen Love is, how do I put this? I'm trying to think of who I can compare Jalen Love to in MMA in UFC. It would be someone that thinks very highly of themselves, is good, but not as good as they think they are, and has had a couple of embarrassing losses. One of them not embarrassing, one of them pretty embarrassing. Who would you guys say that would be? Because that's Jalen Love. He's fought some decent names, but the biggest name he ever fought beat the fuck out of him and knocked him out. So whoever the UFC equivalent of that would be, that's Jalen Love. So yeah, like he's sparring Jalen Love. He's sorry, my voice is getting hoarse. He sparring Jean Pascal. Like Jean Pascal was a former light heavyweight champion. Like Jean Pascal is a legit boxer. It's weird. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what to make of Jake Paul, but I think it's fascinating. I think it is like a very fascinating white collar boxing situation. It's certainly a conversation starter, and it just, it forces you to ask questions about like, okay, what is real? Like what does real training mean? What does real fighting mean? What is real fighting? What is real boxing? What is real, what I'm saying? Like, I know this sounds like kind of like, what are you talking about? What is real fighting? What is real boxing? Like, these are the questions we're asking ourselves. Like, okay, is real fighting, only MMA? Is real fighting, you know, boxing? I mean, obviously it's like fist fighting. Yeah, hell yeah, it's real fist fighting. You fucking kidding me? You get in a street fight with a boxer and you don't know how to wrestle, or you get caught with an uppercut trying to shoot in. Like, I'm just telling you, man, like that's boxing is real too. Boxing is real fighting. It's just it's just one aspect of it. It's one boxing, that's fighting, dude. People try. I really can't stand when people are like, oh, well, boxing, it's not even that's not even real fighting. Like, the skill set is so limited. Like, well, I don't know if you know this, but MMA has rules too. And I guarantee you, there's some shit that motherfuckers would be doing to wrestlers if the shit is on the street. You ain't gonna be, you just ain't gonna be doing some of the shit you're doing in the cage if it's a real fight. So it's like, yeah, boxing has rules. So does MMA. It's like MMA, I would argue, is maybe a little closer to actual fighting. I think that's a fair point. But to say boxing is not fighting, no, it's fighting. It's fist fighting like a motherfucker. It's about, you just can't. There is not a higher level of hand throwing than boxing. I don't give a shit what anybody says about MMA. They're not as skilled boxers. Their hands are not as crisp. They're just not. Even the best ones. Put them in a boxing ring against a boxer in their weight class, I'm telling you, it's not going to look the same. You take some of the best boxers in UFC. Let's see. Let's Francis. Put him in there against Wilder, Fury, AJ. Andy Ruiz would be interesting, but I don't know, man. I don't think it would be good for him. Like, who's the best boxer at 205? Jan? Yuri was a kickboxer. Volkan was a kickboxer. You put them in there against, like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of who the fucking heavyweight champs are right now. Usyk moved up to heavyweight. He was the undisputed champion. Let's look at boxing rankings real quick and wrap this up. But yeah, just the point I'm making is, like, it goes both ways, man. I don't care how skilled of a striker the MMA guy is. Like, you put them in there with the top boxers in a boxing match, like they're not gonna look like very good fighters. Not compared to the boxing. It's a rule set. Yeah, let's look at cruiserweight. Like, it's Breedis, right? I mean, it's pretty much Maris Breedis. So Coley has a WBO, but like, no, man. You put them in against like Tikas or Breedis, or like, it's just not gonna work out for them. Light heavyweight. Who's all right? So light heavyweight is 175. So that would be somewhere between middleweight and 170. So like, who's some of the better boxers? Like Masvidal? Masvidal had like a pro boxing match against like a fucking nobody and won by like decision or something. Like Beterbiev, Bivol, even Pascal. Like, Pascal has a WBA regular. John Pascal has a WBA regular, and Jake Paul spars him. So it's just really weird, man. It's like, Paul is an amateur, decent, okay, sort of whatever amateur. He spars good fighters. He spars good boxers. He's just kind of, he's like being, and a lot of it is because he's so obnoxious, and so he brings a lot of hate on himself. But people like get it twisted that like he can't box at all. It's just not true. Like, he can box a little bit. He has amateur level boxing skills, and he clearly has power. But Beterbiev has a lot of power, and Beterbiev is just like, to even think about Paul But even like elite welterweights or middleweights, like it's not going to work out for him. It's not going to work out for him. It's not going to work. And then you got Canelo. Not going to happen. 168. So that's basically like 170. Put Jorge Masvidal in there with Canelo. Put Usman in there with Canelo. Watch them get the fucking brakes beaten off of them. Canelo would fuck them up. He would destroy them. It's two different sports, man. It's two different sports. And you can't say that just because boxing is only this one area. Yeah, it's only that one area, and that's all they fucking do. You ain't never going to be better at them at it unless you've been doing it just as long as them. So... Comma worthy. Boxing? Does he have the chin for it? Yeah, definitely. And I mean that's possible. Absolutely, man. Like that kind of shit happens a lot. Oh, dude, yeah, definitely. Like there are absolutely some UFC fighters that could go over to boxing, like fight like a normal, like have a normal opening pro boxing debut and beat the shit out of some fucking jobber. Some jobber pro. Absolutely. But we're talking about the best fighting the best in each different. Like we're comparing the best to the best. And just in the different worlds, it's apples to oranges. It's apples to oranges. Yeah, they can give good accounts of themselves, but yeah, like 160, that's pretty much like lightweight, pretty much, right? Dude, you put Dustin in there with Jamal Charlo, Dustin will get knocked out in 3 rounds. You put Dustin or Connor or you just don't know how badly Charlo would beat the shit out of them and knock him out. Like, nah. Nah. Now, see, Jalen Love is different. Now, see, Jalen Love is interesting. Now we're talking. Now, see, that's something that you can kind of like, okay, Jalen Love, like, yeah, he's not. Jalen Love is not the cream of the crop at 168. Jalen Love got knocked the fuck out by Medina. So, yeah, when we're talking about like 168, we are not fucking talking about Jalen Love. We're talking about like Caleb Plant, the guy that knocked out Jalen Love, David Benavidez, Canelo, Gilberto Ramirez. That's what you're talking about at 168. And no, like that, like Jalen Love doesn't have a chance against any of those guys. And so yeah, Jalen Love is like, okay, now you're talking like Woodley versus Jalen Love. That's a good I mean, Jalen Love would beat him in boxing. Woodley would crush him in MMA. But that's interesting, man. We didn't really get to talk about that matchup per se. We talked about it a little bit, but now you're talking. Because Jalen Love's 168, Woodley's 170. They're about kind of like Woodley was always a little bit of an undersized welterweight. He was always a little bit short. I felt for welter, frame wise, like just a little bit small maybe. But yeah, they're sort of about the same size. Jalen Love is a better boxer, but Jalen Love is also sort of kind of like he's not on the level in boxing that Woodley is in MMA. That's definitely fair. And it's not an Askren thing where it's like, yeah, Askren can't box at all. He was a champion in another, like in one, like I don't know like what this is not really the same comparison. Like Woodley's actually won fights with his hands, but he's so old now and like gun shy that makes it an interesting matchup. I actually like. I don't know, dude. Like it would kind of depend. I mean, I would favor Jalen Love in a boxing match. I would favor him, but he was acting like it's like, bro. Do you think you are the boxing equivalent to Tyron Woodley in MMA? Do you think that you have the same clout in boxing that Woodley has in UFC? You're drunk. You're drunk, bro. Like he was flexing hard. Like, yeah, signed by Al Heyman. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I'm a champion. I did that. Which belt? Which belt did you win, bro? You didn't even fight for a major belt. So what are you even fucking talking about? Like, what are you talking about right now? Like, I know he was trying to flex, but it's like, no, Woodley won the UFC championship belt. Like, the guy that beat your fucking ass and knocked you out doesn't even really have a belt right now. Like I thought that was really interesting, man, because that's a little bit closer to like more of a realistic matchup. But yeah, it just still doesn't mean that Woodley would beat him in a boxing match, but it's a little bit more okay. Like now we're talking a little bit. Now we're fucking talking a little bit because yeah, like Canelo has every belt but the IBF and the WBO. Caleb Plant has the IBF. Billy Joe Saunders has the WBO. I mean, excuse me, not the IBO, WBO. And it looks like Canelo is going to fight Billy Joe Saunders. That is a tougher fight for Canelo than fucking Callum Smith. I can tell you that right now. Canelo will probably still win, but that stylistically, Billy Joe Saunders is a tougher matchup. But like Jalen Love is like, dude, you are not the boxing equivalent of Tyron Woodley. Like, yeah, Tyron Woodley is not on top anymore. Tyron Woodley is a shell of his former self. But Tyron Woodley did achieve the pinnacle of the sport in his weight class. Like, he got to the championship, won the championship, defended the championship, and then defended it again, and then defended it again, and then defended it again. He defended it 4 times. So you didn't even fight for a title. You got fucking knocked out by David Benavidez 2 years ago. When David Benavidez was probably like slamming down lines. David Benavidez was probably busting down lines off his boxing gloves before he walked out to fight you and beat the shit out of you and knocked you out. Like you're not the equivalent of Tyron Woodley, but it's interesting. That's interesting. If y'all haven't seen that, check out the video of Jalen Love and Tyron Woodley getting into it. It's before the fight. Someone said it here, or somebody said it, maybe Noah, Jimmy, that he was the guy that was sent in to watch Jake Paul get his hands taped, which is, it's pretty standard practice, but that's I think that's why he was there. He was the representative from Askren's camp. And then Jalen Love, clout chasing. And I mean, like, where the fuck did I put that, man? I can't find that guy now. Oh, well, I'm about to fucking stop anyway. Okay, but yeah, I think that's interesting. Woodley and Jalen Love, that's an interesting, like, little storyline there. Potential boxing match MMA match, maybe. I don't know. But for Jake Paul, yeah, Nate Diaz, Tyron Woodley, Mike Perry, maybe. I'd like to see a little bit of a step up. And hey, Mike Perry, that's not that far off, man. Mike Perry had him, you know, couple dozen few amateur boxing fights, I think, and then he made his pro boxing debut. You don't have to. The guys at the highest level do what I described. They have 100 to 150 fights before they turn pro. You don't have to. You can have like a dozen and turn pro and get your pro card. Like there's not like a requirement, like you have to fight this many fights before you can get. No, you can go. I don't think it's really that difficult to go get a pro boxing card. Or so that Mike Perry might actually be a decent fight if they're taking it for real, you know. So that's something to keep an eye on. But I will be back Wednesday, and we will talk about the particularly. I want to focus in on the prelims. We'd like to know what you guys think. If you haven't done any tape study, we'd like to know what you guys saw, what you're thinking. I will do the same. But yeah, once again, big thank you to Big Show Picks, Boston Nick, and Rogue Strummer. This was a great stream. Thank you to everyone that came through. Boys, we had 14 people in here at one point. That's awesome. And might have had the real KSI in here. That would be even more awesome. But yeah. Irregardless, shout out to Irregardless and all the usual suspects. Anybody new that came through, appreciate you stopping through. Smash the like button on your way out. If you would be so kind, I would surely appreciate it. Yeah, subscribe if you're new. Hit the notifications. And I will be back next Wednesday. I hope to see you then. This has been Just My 2 Cents, and I will catch y'all on the next stream. Peace!